The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is now called to order. Before we begin, I would like to make note of the fact that our children return to school this month, and we wish them every success, especially since we are still recovering from the time we lost after Hurricane Irma and Maria, and during the pandemic, and also for our parents and guardians who may be watching. I offer them a few words of guidance and advice. Number one, pay attention to what your children are doing in school, and particularly pay attention to what they are doing on their devices. Are they engaged in work and reading and development, or are they just doing entertainment and social media? It is up to us to notice and guide our children. We cannot leave it up to the algorithms and advertisers on the internet to do so for us. Good morning to everyone listening and viewing, my staff, central staff, media, security. I say welcome to my colleagues and other people of Virgin Islands that are listening to this committee hearing on housing, transportation, and telecommunications. Today, we will take updates from stakeholders, agencies in each of the areas under this committee's jurisdiction. We will receive an update from the Housing Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery on the status of affordable housing and home repair programs. We will receive a transportation update from the Department of Public Works, and we will get a telecommunications update from Virgin Islands, NGN, the Office of Management and Budget, and from telecommunications providers. Affordable housing, or the lack of it, continues to be one of the single most pressing challenges facing Virgin Islanders today. Although there is no doubt that the cost of housing is a rising concern throughout the United States and around the world, we face a particular crisis in the Virgin Islands. As the monthly rents, which in many cases doubled between 2017 and 2019, have continued to rise at an annual rate of 5 to 10%. According to rentdata.org, the Virgin Islands has the 9th highest rent in the country. Yet, the median household income for Virgin Islands in 2020 was lower than any state in the nation. So our people are facing a double whammy. Senator Franklin Johnson and I are working together in a bipartisan effort to address wages by introducing legislation to increase the minimum wage. But we still have a serious issue in terms of the lack of supply of affordable housing. We have done tremendous work in the Virgin Islands with the Housing Authority in terms of seeking to expand the Housing Choice Voucher Program and to extend the eligibility period for vouchers. But people continue to run into the basic problem. There are simply not enough affordable housing units within a price range that working people can afford or that Housing Choice Vouchers will support. So we will have a separate update from VI Housing Authority at another hearing. But today, we are looking forward to hearing from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority about the supply side of the equation, building more housing for our people. We will hear from the Department of Public Works as the Commissioner provides us with a transportation update that will not only address the status of our roads and the status of preparedness and mitigation for the hurricane season, but will also inform us about the status and the future of public transportation, including inter-island ferry transportation in the territory. And lastly, we will receive a telecommunications update from telecommunications providers and government agencies regarding current operations and hurricane preparedness. And we will hear more about the future of telecommunications in the territory as we receive an update on our implementation of the Federal Broadband Equity Access and Development Program, popularly known as the BEAD program. One of the matters that we will touch on today concerns preparedness and response to maximize the resiliency of our telecommunications network in the event of a storm or other natural disasters. This update was planned long before the arrival of Tropical Storm Ernesto, and the storm and its aftermath punctuate the importance of comprehensive preparedness and maintenance on an ongoing basis. As we know, much of our telecommunications infrastructure is on the same poles as the electrical infrastructure. And we know that much of the damage to those networks was caused by the impact of vegetation on power and telecommunication lines. And so we are going to begin a discussion today on vegetation management, and will certainly be continued on September the 5th. On that date, the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, led by Committee Chairman Milton Potter, will meet to take testimonies and ask questions of all stakeholders and agencies regarding the lesson to be learned from our preparation and response to Tropical Storm Ernesto, as well as other questions regarding the resiliency of our infrastructure. Without further ado, let us begin. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record and call the vote?
Agenda for the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Wednesday, August 28, 2024, Earl B. Otley, Legislative Chamber, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1. Update and discussion on the progress of the housing programs under the purview of the VI Housing Finance Authority, including the status of homeownership programs throughout the territory, the outlook of the affordable housing and homeownership in the territory, the status of home repair programs, the status of the emergency housing programs administered by the authority, and lastly, the status of programs to combat housing instability. Invited testifiers: Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Ms. Adrienne L. Williams Octoline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Block 2. Update and discussion on transportation matters in the territory, including the status of roads and road projects and the status of public transportation, including buses and passenger ferry services. Invited testifier: Mr. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Block 3. update and discussion on the telecommunications issue that impact the economy and the quality of life for the Virgin Islands residents, as well as an update on status of present infrastructure projects and the plans for future development with a focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding. Invited testifiers: Attorney Elian Canillas, Managing Corporate Counsel, T-Mobile Puerto Rico; Mr. Ravindra Mewalal, General Manager, Liberty USVI; Ms. Geraldine Pitt, Chief Executive Officer, VIA; Mr. Stephen Adams, Chief Executive Officer, VI Next Generation Network; Mr. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Mr. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority; Ms. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, there's one.
Please proceed.
The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chair, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804, regarding late arrival to Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting. Dear Chairman Blyden, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be arriving late to today's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting, scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely one, Senator Joseph arrives, will mark her as present. Again, good morning, testifiers. Happy to see you here this morning. So we're going to do a mic check, starting from my right to my left. Excuse me. Madam Clerk, please call a roll.
Roll call. Senator Maurice James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez Jr. present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator, we have 5 present, 2 absent, 1 excused for now.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Again, we're going to do a mic check, starting from my right. Please put your name and position on the record.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning.
Eugene E. Jones Jr., Executive Director, Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer, CDPGBR, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning. I believe we have Senator Carrion on Teams. Senator Carrion, are you there?
Present.
Thank you so much, Senator. Madam Clerk, can you mark Senator Carrion as present? Thank you. Director Jones, I'm going to have you proceed with your testimony. I'll put your testimony on record, and then we're going to do Director Octolin.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Members of the committee and senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Eugene E. Jones Jr., and I serve as Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I am accompanied by Stephanie Berry, Dr. Stephanie Berry, our Chief Operating Officer, and also Dana Clendenin, our Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, who are pleased to provide updates on the progress of our housing program. The outlook for affordable housing and homeownership in the territory. The outlook of affordable housing and homeownership in the territory is evolving. With the low availability of homes priced under $500,000 that do not require a large influx of funds to rehabilitate The authority has enhanced its product offering to include the higher acquisition cost limits for moderate income households eligible for the first-time home buyers moderate income program established by Act 8465. The acquisition cost limits for moderate income households have been increased to $498,257 and for St. Croix, $639,400, for St. Thomas, and $1,059,150 for St. John. The first Hometime Buyers Moderate Income Program allows households with minimum household incomes of $59,700 and maximum household income of $261,450 additional opportunities to become homeowners. The homeownership division of the authority actively markets all of our programs through community outreach activities, home buyer education, classes, and housing expos. As of July 2024, the authority has 494 mortgage-ready clients, and in St. Croix, 179. In St. Thomas and St. John, 315, waiting for homes to become available via the open market or the authority. Our home buyer education classes led by our local HUD certified counselors have seen 55 individuals, St. Croix 24 and St. Thomas 31, successfully complete their program this fiscal year to date. Since the inception of the online self-paced platform eHome America, the authority has seen 828 individuals, 428 for St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John 400, obtain certificates of completion. Additional factors impacting affordability of homes in the territory is a rising cost of homeowners insurance and the availability of coverage from insurance carriers in the region. The authority continues to explore creative financing programs and housing designs to improve access to homeownership for all and seek your assistance in addressing the availability of affordable homeowners insurance coverage. As it pertains to new construction, despite the many challenges of supply and demand, coupled with continued rising construction costs, we are making progress on several affordable housing projects. 260 V Corp land adventure in St. Croix. Construction anticipated to commence within 2 weeks. This is the first time ever the HOPE program funds are being used for the development of a single-family unit that will be sold to a home-eligible home buyer. We anticipate additional units in the upcoming fiscal year. Fortuna, Wild Apple, St. Thomas. We are currently in contract negotiations for architecture and engineering services for this project. The submission of drawings and related independent cost estimates for the new 20-unit subdivision is a critical component of the CDBG DR program staff application review process. Whispering Hills, St. Thomas, a solicitation for the completion of 2 homes in this community will be sent out in September 2024. Mount Pleasant West, St. Croix, a solicitation for the completion of 2 homes in this community will be sent out in September 2024. Boney, Esperanza, St. Croix, excuse me for my pronunciation. We anticipate commencement of contract negotiations for a 12-unit project in this development in September 2024. A request for proposal for developers for the Estate Jealousy site in St. Croix will be resolicited in September 2024, and we will be adding new projects to our developer solicitation. Also, we remain mindful of the ever-changing landscape of affordable housing in the territory and reviewing our current 3-year affordable housing plans with a focus on establishing clearly defined, realistic goals that support affordable homeownership opportunities, rental housing, and emergency housing. The status of emergent housing programs administered by the authority. The authority's emergency housing program is a short-term housing program that is not considered or meant to be long-term. Despite extensions and resource referrals being provided over the past 18 months, all tenants currently residing in our emergency housing facilities in both districts are ineligible to remain there and refuse to move. The tenants' ineligibility and refusal to move adversely impacts our ability to provide emergency housing to those in immediate need. To continue the much-needed repairs and compliance-related upgrades within our emergency housing portfolio. The authority has exhausted all attempts to support the tenants' relocation efforts, and we are currently reviewing our other courses of action. Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The territory has received $17.8 million through the ERA 1 and ERA 2 grants which provide essential support to eligible residents who face financial challenges during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. This assistance spans up to 18 months and covers rental, utility, and other expenses related to housing. As of July 31st, 2024, Housing Finance Authority has not only committed $15 million, but has also expended $12 million. The impact is tangible, with over 1,800 applications processed and over $8.8 million distributed in rental and utility aid. In 2023, Housing Finance Authority introduced the Housing Stability and Eviction Prevention Services Program through Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, distributing $371,812 to help residents maintain or secure housing. Our most recent collaboration with the Department of Human Services, $1.9 million, will expand the reach of DHS's low-income water and energy assistance program to residents who meet the ERAP eligibility criteria. We encourage residents that are experiencing financial hardship to visit our website at erap.vihfa.gov to apply. It's worth noting that these funds will remain available until September 30th, 2025. Homeownership Assistance Fund Program. A positive development under the American Rescue Plan Act is the allocation of $8.5 million to the Virgin Islands through the Homeowner Assistance Fund. This program provides critical post-pandemic support to homeowners, covering a range of housing costs such as mortgage payments, principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, homeowners insurance, and more. Further, Housing Finance Authority's Homeownership Division offers counseling to homeowners in financial distress. Eligible homeowners within the territory may receive up to $65,000 in financial assistance. To qualify, homeowners must demonstrate financial hardship experienced after January 21st, 2020, including factors like job loss, reduced income, or substantial health care expenses related to COVID-19. In addition, applicants must own and occupy the property as their primary residence. The applicant's total household income cannot exceed 150% of area median income based on HUD's income data, and the property must be located in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The application process is accessible at vihfa.gov. As of July 31st, 2024, Housing Finance Authority has approved a total of 134 applications and has dispersed financial assistance totaling $2.4 million. This financial aid is accessible until September 30th, 2026. Community Development Block Grant, CARES, CDBG, CV. Federal CARES Act allocated $2.8 million in supplemental community development block grant CDBG funds to the territory to address COVID-19 pandemic. Selections were made in 3 rounds. The chart below shows the 10 projects selected to receive a portion of the $2.8 million. As of August 26, 2024, $389,323.31 of CDBG CV funds has been drawn down. The deadline for expenditure of these funds is September 30th, 2026. The Harvey Community Health Pilot Program is in St. Croix, $254,184.83. The VRRCD Classroom Retrofitting Project, St. Thomas, $40,000. The St. John's Rescue Oxygen and Portable Oxygen Concentrators Project, St. John, $142,445. FRC Youth Counseling, St. Thomas and St. John, $50,000. Community Action Now, New Rock 6 Youth Build Pilot Program, St. Thomas, $112,680,000. FRC Safe House Renovation Project, St. Thomas, $750,000. You have the St. Thomas Boys and Girls Club COVID-19 program, $40,000. Project Promise COVID-19 program, $100,000. Mon Bijou, did I say that right? COVID-19 program, St. Croix, $20,006.17. Community First Bathroom and Isolation Units Construction Project, St. Croix, $750,000. CDBG, that CV Program Administration, $564,000, $564,829. Grand total, $2.8 million. Disaster Recovery and Mitigation Programs. The Office of Disaster Recovery is the lead agency responsible for overseeing the Vision Tomorrow program. Through a subrecipient agreement established in November 2023 within the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, ODR assumed programmatic project management of this initiative. As such, they are best positioned to provide up-to-date, up-to-the-minute, and comprehensive updates of the program's progress. Under CDBG mitigation program, and perhaps most noteworthy, the Housing Finance Authority has received 2 applications for the Resilient Multifamily Housing Program. Loveland, Phase 2, St. Thomas. This is $27.8 million project. Request aims to convert rental units to homeownership while incorporating sustainable and resilient features like solar power, advanced water purification, and roof reinforcement for 99 housing units. Bellevue Village and Calabash Boom, St. John. This is $20.5 million project proposal. Includes similar mitigation measures for 120 units, expanding affordable housing options in the area. The current action requires a substantial amendment and HUD's approval to accommodate the project. These initiatives represent a significant step towards creating more resilient and affordable housing options for our community. Senators, this concludes my testimony, but before I close, I must thank the entire Housing Finance Authority staff, the team, for their dedication, contribution, and hard work. We remain committed to providing homes for all in this territory. Senators, my staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Jones. But before I go to Director Octolin, I was told that Chief Disaster Recovery Officer Clendenin is on our teams. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Also, I was told
You as well.
there's an Alex on Teams. Can you identify yourself, please?
Good morning. Alex Moskowitz from Dudley, Newman, and Spearzig, part of the telecommunications meeting on behalf of T-Mobile.
Oh, I apologize. We will be on this afternoon. Telecommunication comes on at 1:30.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning. You may proceed, Director Octolin.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other distinguished members of the committee, fellow testifiers, listening and viewing audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams Octolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I am accompanied by Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, and Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Programs. We appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the progress of the housing repair programs under the purview of the Office of Disaster Recovery. As directed by Governor Bryan, restoring the territory's housing stock after Hurricanes Irma and Maria remains a top priority for the Office of Disaster Recovery. On November 20th, 2023, the ODR was authorized as a subrecipient of the territory's CDBG DR funds. This expansion enables ODR to centralize disaster recovery efforts, promote greater synergy across program activities, and enhance collaboration with external stakeholders. As a subrecipient, ODR is responsible for providing practical oversight, including the day-to-day management of these critical recovery programs. The CDBG DR program is federally funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, administered through the VI Housing Finance Authority, and managed by the Office of Disaster Recovery. Its programs play a critical role in local recovery efforts through its 4 divisions: housing, infrastructure, economic revitalization, and public services and facilities. The housing recovery initiatives within these programs are specifically designed to address unmet needs. These programs focus on providing recovery opportunity to the territory's most vulnerable residents by creating affordable housing, preserving existing housing, providing emergency housing solutions, and facilitating the rehabilitation of damaged homes. Envision Tomorrow. Of the HUD allocated funds, $483 million has been earmarked specifically for affordable housing initiatives, including the Envision Tomorrow program. Developing and preserving affordable housing are key elements of our recovery efforts. It is vital that we make considerable progress in repairing homes for Envision Tomorrow program applicants. This responsibility is one we approach with the utmost seriousness. Out of the 2,084 applicants submitted to the program, 610 have been deemed eligible. To date, 35 homes have been completed, and 87 are in the construction phase. 47 are in active construction, and 40 are pending issuance of a notice to proceed. This is a much brighter outlook, considering only 9 homes were under the construction in February of 2024. The needle is moving. Additionally, another 48 homes are currently in solicitations, and site visits are occurring as we speak. Over the past 120 days, ODR has initiated 2 outreach campaigns to assist applicants in progressing to the next steps. The first campaign targeted 147 applicants preparing for solicitation or mobilization under the Person Services Corp contract. A letter and follow-up phone calls offered guidance to expedite their journey toward construction. While processing has accelerated for this group of applicants, challenges persist, particularly regarding the need to relocate or clear personal belongings from the home or impacted areas before construction begins. Although the program provides relocation and storage support, the process of determining eligibility under the program and HUD regulations requires significant documentation that many applicants cannot provide or are unable to produce in a timely manner. The second initiative focused on updating contact and demographic information through an interest survey to over 439 applicants. This effort is essential for ensuring timely and effective communication and will help the program to prioritize applicants for construction. To date, 187 surveys have been returned. The program is making telephone calls to those who have not returned surveys to ensure all applicants are captured. Currently, prioritization is based on disability status, displacement, and applicants who have addressed duplication of benefit issues. The program must undergo several steps before achieving construction status. In summary, those steps include grant signing, solicitation, contracting and negotiation, and mobilization. The program projects that 100 homes would have entered construction in September. We expect to issue another 55 homes in September and relaunch the rental rehab and reconstruction program in November of this year. Beyond the Envision Tomorrow program, CDBG-DR is also supporting housing initiatives with a total of $237.7 million. Over $180 million has been allocated for the completion of 9 projects across the territory. Of the 9 active projects, 2 are in the construction phase. First one being Walter I. M. Hodge Community, the $116 million Walter I. M. Hodge Revitalization Project, funded through a combination of FEMA Public Assistance, FEMA Hazard Mitigation, HUD, CDBG-DR, and local housing tax credits, began in June of 2022 and is steadily approaching the 95% completion mark. Out of the $22.6 million awarded by CDBG-DR, $16.8 has been spent to restore 248 affordable housing units, with completion expected in October of 2024. The Duno redevelopment project is the first launch of the total redevelopment effort and will provide replacement housing for residents of the Estate 22 high-rise public housing apartments that were devastated during the 2017 storm. The project, originally budgeted at $34 million, consists of the construction of 84 units in 14 buildings. Construction began in November 2020, but came to a halt in June of 2022. The contract was terminated for convenience in October of 2022, and the project is now anticipated to be restarted with a new general contractor, Consigli Benton. The timeline for completion is 26 months. In the interim, environmental remediation work is ongoing at the site to ensure a smoother transition once construction resumes. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority has requested an additional $46 million to complete the project. This requires a substantial amendment to the CDBGR action plan. The ODR and the VIHFA are working together to submit that request for approval by HUD. This process, which includes a public commentary review, can take approximately 120 days. Funds are also being allocated for affordable housing preservation and rehabilitation. Love and Land Phase 2 is an existing 96-unit low-income housing tax credit rental property located in St. Thomas. The property has now passed the end of the initial 15-year tax credit compliance period and is vulnerable to loss of affordability. Providing CDBG-DR funding to preserve affordable rental housing addresses the unmet need for safe, affordable rental housing in the U.S. Virgin Islands that was further exacerbated by those 2017 storms. Jackson Development has applied to acquire the property, aiming to preserve its long-term affordability and rehabilitate the buildings to ensure their quality and resilience. A funding application of $25.5 million is currently under review to facilitate the purchase and rehabilitation of the property. The transaction is tied to the approval of the Love and Land Phase 1 and Bellevue applications currently under consideration by VIHFA for CDBG MIT funding. The VIHFA has additional 6 projects totaling $57.4 million that are in the design phase. Emergency housing projects, namely Cronagata Inn and Ross Tarneberg, emergency housing, and new home construction projects at Estate Mount Pleasant on St. Croix and Estates Fortuna on St. Thomas, Queen Louise Townhomes, and Ross Tarneberg Townhome. The Own a Lot, Build a Home program was introduced to the community in June 28, 2024. This program is a territorial lending initiative designed to assist first-time homeowners in constructing a single-family home on their existing property. Qualified applicants can receive financial support in the form of a 0% interest forgivable loan, also known as a grant to fund the construction of a first home. The CDBG-DR second lien is forgiven over a 5-year affordability period. Beneficiaries must occupy the property as a primary residence during the affordability period and complete the homebuyer education course. Next, the applicant will submit a program application along with required documentation to a participating lending institution. The program has received an overwhelming response. All local lenders were engaged initially to determine the interest. In the end, not many were providing construction financing. This resulted in the execution of MOUs with Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development. Interested lenders may contact the program to inquire about participation. Interest in the program continues to grow, and program marketing is ongoing. Mr. Chair, I would like to extend my gratitude to you and the members of this committee for your time and attention and for holding today's hearing on the status of housing projects in the territory. As we near the end of 2024, the Office of Disaster Recovery remains steadfast in its mission to fully recover and rebuild the Virgin Islands. I also want to reaffirm our commitment to working closely with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to accelerate the Envision program and advance other critical affordable housing initiatives. I would also like to express my appreciation for my dedicated team at the Office of Disaster Recovery for their unwavering commitment and tireless efforts. We remain resolute in our goal of building a stronger, more resilient, and prosperous territory. And with your continued support, we'll definitely build a legacy of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Octolin, for your testimonies. Before we begin, let me ask, and let me add my St. Croix colleagues, I could not see them on the screen, but they're there now. Welcome, Senator Johnson, Senator Novell Francis Jr., Senator Dan Capehart, and Senator Dwayne DeGrave. Thank you for being here this morning. I must say, though, that I appreciate the testimonies, but before I go into the line of questioning, let me ask for some clarification, because this has been a long pressing issue in respect to many Virgin Islanders having an opportunity of a lifetime, basically, and we are faced with funding that I do not believe has been or will be available for many years to come, based on circumstances, home ownership opportunities, especially on the island of St. John, which is basically unreachable for our local folks. Director Jones, in his testimony, spoke to Bellevue Calabash Boom for the island of St. John and the funding that's available. And Director Octolenyi spoke to Tranche 1 and 2 for Loveland. So I need some clarification in respect to who is available for this funding in respect to homeownership opportunities. As you know, and I'm going to have to talk to Ms. Clendenin also, because she has been part of this for some time. So we need some clarification, first of all, for those individuals who have been waiting for some time for that opportunity, homeownership opportunities. Can you clarify for me, please, whether Loveland Phase 1 and 2 are included for homeownership opportunities? I know Bellevue and Calabash Boom are part of it, but can someone clarify for me whether Ms. Clendenin or Mr. Jones, Loveland 1 and 2, please, for the record, because
Dana.
these folks have been waiting for some time.
Dana, will you speak on that matter?
Absolutely. Good morning.
Morning.
So, Love and Land Phase 1, as ODR spoke about, will be covered under the disaster recovery funding. They're under the mitigation plan. We have also Love and Land, but we also have, Love and Land 2 is disaster recovery. Love and Land 1 is mitigation, as well as Bellevue and Calabash Boom. So those individuals, once this applicant goes through the process, we're near the end of that. Those residents would be able to get some home ownership opportunities. I know that has been a long-standing concern for you, Senator, as well. So there is light finally at the end of this tunnel.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. And you said very soon. How soon is very soon? I know we say soon and very soon we're going to see the Kings, but tell me how soon is very soon in terms of this application.
We are certainly hopeful for the October month that it should be completed.
Oh, wow.
We
That's
still
good
are
news.
going through some substantial amendment, which is required on the mitigation to fund the projects, but we are hopeful for an October completion.
Thank you so much for that. That's very good news. And the reason being also because I'm not sure if you guys realize, but for those individuals who have, and those properties that have passed the 15-year mark, the rents, folks' rents are increasing 3 times annually. And they can't do that based on the way it's done, which is killing our people in terms of them being able to. Many of them are going to be paying way more than they would pay for a mortgage. I got a receipt in my office for a young lady that's paying $1,700 a month. And next one that's paying almost $3,000 a month for rent. And once these individuals are able to be homeowners, their payments are going to be way less than that. And it's a no-brainer to me. So I'm anxiously awaiting the completion of the application. And I want to thank all of the staff that have been involved in this process for some time. It has been some time coming. So I want to thank everyone that had anything to do with this. In respect to those individuals, when it comes to the not owner that build a home, but I want to speak to Williams Octolin. He spoke in respect to the program. Which program we're talking about? For those individuals who sign up for relief that has been affected as a result of the hurricane, the Envision Tomorrow program. I spoke to a young lady yesterday. I went to visit her yesterday, her property, because she actually reached out to me. She's a senior, and she basically is ready to give up because she was assisted. She moved to a unit that was mold infested, so she was told to move back home, where the home is unlivable also, but it was better than where she went to. But in the interim, she's having issues in respect to find a place to stay because there is no place to stay. So it's a compounded issue we have with many individuals. So, and many of them are seniors, are elderly, and we really have to find a creative way of assisting these individuals, even, and I know money is tight, but even if we have to put some of these individuals in other accommodations in the interim while the home is being fixed. But we're going to have a further discussion behind the scene because we have to find a way to bridge the gap and help these individuals because it really pains my heart when I saw the situation that she's going through. So I look forward to having those discussions. Colleagues, I know you guys have a lot of questions. I'm not going to hog the mic, so I'm going to give the order of who speaks first, etc. Welcome, Senator Potter. Thanks for being here. Senator Maurice James is going to be first. Second will be Senator Angel Bolquest. Third will be Senator Ray Fonseca. Fourth, Senator Samuel Carrion. Fifth, Senator Diane Capehart. Sixth, Senator Franklin Johnson. Seventh, Senator Novell Francis. And eighth, Senator Milton Potter. And I have you, Senator DeGraff. You're eight, I'm sorry. You're eight. And Senator Potter is 9. I apologize. You're 8 and Potter is 9. Senator Maurice James, you recognize. We're going to start with a 6-minute line of questioning. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone in the room and outside of the room in the Virgin Islands. First of all, I want to just really go through a series of questions that popped up in my mind as, and by the way, Executive Director Jones, it's my first time seeing you, so welcome to the Virgin Islands. Of course, by now you settled in, right? Seasoned?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through your testimony with you and just some real straightforward questions that I have. For example, you said that there are the authority has seen 828 individuals obtain certificates of completion. And when I see numbers like that, that's a good number. But then it begs the question, how many of the 828 individuals actually became homeowners? Because it's good to complete the program, but then I'm holding a certificate, and that's all I'm doing. I'm holding a certificate and not actually occupying a home. Do you have that data now, or you can always provide it through the chair?
Good morning, Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, Housing Finance Authority. The data as it relates to eHome America is not granular in nature. It's an aggregate number because this is a self-paced online program.
Can you speak up, please?
Oh, sure. The data representing the reference number by the senator cannot be, it's not easy for us to really pinpoint whether or not they became homeowners because this is an online, safe, self-paced environment that individuals sign up for this program, for various programs, probably even, outside of our agency.
Outside.
So we can't track them.
Yeah.
What we can track, and what I'll have to provide for you through the executive director, is more information relative to those individuals who have, in the past fiscal year, as a result of our instructor-led program, become eligible, and the status of those who aren't, so that you have a feel for exactly the kind of clientele that we're serving and some of the challenges and solutions.
Yeah, I'm really interested in people who actually get the keys and turn that knob,
Yes.
Let me ask this too. There is a reference to the authority continues to explore creative financing programs. Does that mean you are negotiating, meeting with banks and lenders and seeing whether or not they can somehow come up with creative financing for special groups of people? I'm exploring that myself. That's why I'm asking.
We're always in discussions with our lending partners relative to how we can make a difference, support their rules and regs, because the banks do have rules and regs that they must follow.
Right.
What we're also doing is looking at our programs in-house that do gap financing and how we can improve it. So we reference the increase in the acquisition cost limits to address the moderate income. So that's just one of the ways that we're just exploring. We're not keeping ourselves in the box.
Okay, that's good to know.
Senator, may I just
Yes,
add
sure,
one
sure,
other
sir.
thing, as we stated before? Insurance is an issue
I was
right
just,
now.
that's my question. That was my next question. Right next to
Excellent.
affordable homeowners insurance coverage, I wanted to know if you were in dialogue with the Lieutenant Governor's office, because they obviously are banking and insurance. So what's happening regarding the Lieutenant Governor's efforts, I guess, to find or come up with a solution to the homeowners insurance coverage?
Short answer is yes. We're constantly. It's heartbreaking to work with a home buyer to go all the way up to closing.
Yeah.
Got an estimate for insurance, and then next thing you know, they can't afford to close because the insurance went up since the estimate. So those are the conversations, the real life situations that we're having, the conversations that we will continue to advocate. Ask for your help in doing this.
I actually need to help myself in this one, because I got a notice from my insurance company about the loss of coverage with the insurance company that I have.
1 minute.
So it is a vexing problem in the Virgin Islands. With regard to the statement that, and this has to do with the emergency housing programs, they refuse to move. You know, that jumped out at me. And then the next page where you say you've exhausted all attempts to support
30
their
seconds.
relocation, and you're reviewing other courses of action. I am an attorney. Other courses of action usually mean legal remedies. Is that what you're referring to?
Senator, to be honest, the last thing we want to do is put somebody out on the street.
Right.
If they don't have anywhere to go, it's kind of hard for us to say, you going somewhere, but you just can't be here. And so we're still working with them, and we're still trying to find some opportunity, some other alternative that's
Time.
appeasing to them, that we can also get back to providing emergency housing for those who really need it. And so it's something that's pending. It's still work in progress. I'm not going to throw anyone out on the street and then get all the other repercussions from that.
Right.
So we're working through that.
Thank you for your answer. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, because I know my time is called, but I'm sure we're going to have a second round, because I would love to address the Envision program. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Before I go to the next speaker, let me ask as a follow-up. First, COO Berry, because I know my colleague that just spoke asked you for a number in respect to the 828 individuals who have obtained certificates of completion. How many of those folks actually became homeowners?
Senator, I can't give you that answer because these individuals come from different programs, not just our program here at HFA, but also the VI Slice, rural development. They have their own data relative to that type of information. I can give you information through our executive director relative to our program.
Please.
Yes, but not as it relates to eHome America, because there's so many different sources that they're going to for homeownership assistance.
So what the number relative to your program?
This fiscal year, as a result of I don't want to put on the record and then you hold me to it. So what I'll say is that we have a lot of eligible applicants that successfully completed our program and are going through the process to maintain their eligibility while we, meaning the agency and the prospective buyer, work on identifying home opportunities for them.
Okay, and also I would like to get some more information on, or detail on your emergency housing units. How many units do we have in each district in terms of emergency housing?
Occupied units, 16 on St. Thomas, and all of them are ineligible to remain. And occupied units on St. Thomas, I believe it's about the same, 15 or 16 units, and all occupied units have individuals who are ineligible to.
What the average monthly rent for these units?
I'll have to get that specific information for you, but I will tell you that it doesn't exceed $1,000, if that at all. Now, you got to remember that, of course, the eligibility is really about need, financial need, as well as their conditions for being placed there. Usually it's through no fault of their own. It's an emergency situation. However, as we discussed in our last testimony, and some of the senators present and that were in that testimony said, these are people that have been living there for over 30 years and have multiple incomes. So it's not just as easy as the executive director said, as we don't want to put anybody out, but what do we do in the event that somebody really needs it? You know, God forbid there's a storm. How do we address those? So we're constantly looking for ways to assist. We've partnered with Housing Authority, LEB for our senior population, et cetera, getting them some assistance through that. But we can't do it alone. They have to do their part as well. And that's where the challenge is, and we continue to work through that.
So what's the average tenancy, the average stay for those individuals? Average. I know some of them have been there for some time. What's
That
the
I would
average?
not be able to say at this time, Senator, but I will make a note to get back to you on that.
Okay, well, very well. Point of information, Senator Dan Capehart, and then I'm going to go to Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Evening, Virgin Islands and the team. I just wanted to follow up on a question as it pertains to insurance. Isn't it the how should I say, like when you as an applicant apply for one of these programs to get a house, you get a mortgage, isn't escrow attached into that whole cost of your mortgage, which makes it easier for the applicant, for the homeowner, and if there's a change with the insurance, if it goes up, then the escrow amount goes up. Isn't that still the practice for individuals who receive assistance with these mortgages?
That's still the practice, but that's not the norm. What happens is as they go through this process, insurance costs keep rising and rising. So when they get to the finish line, the cost is so exorbitant, they cannot close because they cannot cover that mortgage payment.
So, because I've spoken to individuals who say that if they are to pay like a whole dollar amount, say like $3,000 one time that they have to provide, they can't afford that. But if it's factored into their mortgage where they break that down per month, it would actually cause easier pain on their pockets. So I think that practice of escrow for these individuals who get mortgages, it gives better relief for them. And I just wanted to find out if that's not the same practice. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your point, Senator Capehart. Senator Fonseca, point of information. Senator Fonseca, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the question that was asked by our honorable senator from St. Croix and also by Mr. Chair of the 828 individuals, right? Okay, in the same page 2 here, you're telling us that 494 are mortgage-ready clients. 494 are ready for a mortgage. How many of those have actually obtained a home?
494 eligible.
Look on page 2 of your testimony. You says as of July 2024, the authority, meaning the Housing Finance Authority, has 494 mortgage-ready clients. Then you break it down.
It says waiting for homes to be available.
Yeah. How much of those have actually obtained a home?
Well, as of the time of that data, no one has actually obtained a home because we don't have availability, whether it's through HFA or affordable on the market.
Okay, through the chair, I would request that the Housing Finance Authority provide further breakdown on those 828 individuals that obtained a certificate of completion and those 494 mortgage-ready clients. Through the chair.
Okay, CEO Berry, can you clarify on the record, please? Because you spoke to that earlier. Clarify for the record again, please.
The numbers provided by HFA for the mortgage-ready list is those that are awaiting homes, right? They haven't gotten a home yet. For the eHome America, that's something that is outside of our control because it comes from different locations in terms of programs, not just Housing Finance Authority. So I would not be able to provide you with the data relative to eHome America. And to answer your question as far as who's on the list that has already gotten a home, no one on the list has gotten a home yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the employees of the legislature. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here. I wanted to start out by asking questions to ODR concerning a few things that I saw that were mentioned in the testimony. Relative to the $483 million allocated for affordable housing initiatives, specifically some of those programs like the Envision program, which was mentioned by a previous senator, has been sort of like a hindrance, I know, for quite some time. And there's been 35 homes completed with a slated 87 currently in construction. We know what some of the reasons are for the primary slow progress, but what steps are you taking right now to accelerate the completion of these things? Because we've been waiting a long time, as you know, and it's still being talked about. People are still a bit upset about how things are moving. What are we doing to accelerate?
Well, Senator, I think that what we were doing, we've already started. We went from nine homes in construction to 87 homes in construction. We have been reaching out. We have, right now, we have contractors out getting ready to put bids in for another 50 homes. So we are moving. There's some challenges that are really outside the control of the program. People need to be able to relocate out of their homes. And we've realized that a lot of them are elderly. People have issues with applications where they don't have anyone else on their deed. And the elderly people need to have people who can navigate some of these federal requirements. So we've been providing resources. We've had challenges, for instance, like the lumberyard issue that we had to overcome. And with every obstacle that we are faced with, we've been pushing it forward, but we anticipate to actually be able to get to another 100 homes in 2024.
Okay,
From 9 to over 150, I think that the team has been making some excellent progress.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Concerning another project that has been delayed, the Dunu project with the $46 million that you're going to be asking for additionally because of contractor issues. What was it? Shipping of
the remediation issues.
Remediation.
Yes.
What do we have an actual timeline on that? Do we have a solid timeline on when we're looking at hopefully completing that project right now, today?
So the next step in this phase is actually for us to be able to get HUD to approve the additional $46 million that's requested by the Housing Authority.
Right, through the CDBG-DR action plan that
Yes.
you mentioned. So
Correct.
what sort of justification do you need to give to them to get that additional funding?
So the request supporting why it was needed, the remediation, all the additional costs, the cost of construction here in the territory, that had to be, in that request, we had to validate the request that came from the authority. We also had to look at the ratio between actual construction costs and soft costs. to make sure that it's reasonable. We've had some independent cost estimates that were done internally, and then we got external entities to provide us cost estimates.
Okay. Thank you for your responses. And I'm going to shift over now to Housing Finance Authority. Currently, how many job vacancies do you have at BIHFA that could be potentially affecting the implementation or management of any of your housing programs?
We have about 20 vacant positions right now, but they're not senior level positions.
Please speak into the mic. You don't have to look at him. Speak directly into the mic.
There are about
Thank you.
20 vacancies that we have right now as we can speak. There are not senior positions. There are environmentalists, there are budget people, financial people, some accountants that we have right now.
And do you feel that those vacancies are impeding some of the programs from being able to operate properly?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Okay. Do you think you have enough staff for the time being to run these programs efficiently?
I will never say I have enough staff. I have staff that can provide the services that we have guaranteed that we're going to do for the territory, providing affordable housing and all these different programs. Yeah.
Okay. So what
1
projected,
minute.
next question, projected timelines and budgets for affordable housing projects? You mentioned VI Corp, Fortuna St. Thomas. How are these projects being funded and what are the expected outcomes in terms of housing units?
Stephanie Berry, COO for HFA. 260 VI Corp land in St. Croix is going to go into mobilization
30 seconds.
in next month.
Next month.
Yes. It is a opportunity for us to utilize home funds which have never been done before for new construction. When we looked at not just the disaster recovery funds and our own funds through the stamp tax, but we also said we need to pool all our available resources. So that's one of them that we're tapping into for the first time, and we anticipate at least 2 more units in the new fiscal year.
Time.
Using that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. May I wrap up? Just 2 quick questions that won't require long answers. Concerning the partnership with Human Services, the Water and Energy Assistance Program, how many individuals have been able to benefit from that? And then the other part of the question is to Ms. Clendenin on the other line concerning the 15% for, initially you spoke about it, Mr. Chair, when you began the hearing with Lovinland and Bellevue residents. Is that 15% going to be honored if and when, in fact, that these individuals are able to purchase the homes?
You may respond, CEO Berry.
I will, through the executive director, get back to you on the data regarding the DHS program that we funded. And I'm sorry, what was the second one?
I thought that I would direct it to Ms. Clendenin, being that she answered the question, but I will repeat it on the chair's time. Concerning the 15% that was contracted to the original leaseholders of those
Units,
apartments,
yeah.
whereas they would have a 15% that from their rent in some sort of escrow account of some sort that they can utilize to purchase the homes. I wanted to know if that was still going to be honored.
Dana?
I hope I said that right,
Good morning
Mr. Chair. You
again.
could clarify.
Sure. Good morning, Dana Clendenin, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Senator, those details has not necessarily been worked out to my knowledge. I could certainly get with the developer and see what they have in store in mind. So I don't have that information for you at the moment, but I'm happy through the executive director to get with the developer and ask.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Maurice James. Before I go there, welcome, and Madam Clerk, mark Senator Carla Joseph, committee member present, please. Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you're connected for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes to the home program question I was asked by my colleague, and of course it's great you're using it to develop a unit. And also, I saw Mount Pleasant, St. Croix, where you're doing 2 homes. I'm connecting those because Castleburg has a special place in my heart because I was involved in the sale of the lots. Okay? You still own lots in Castleburg, don't you?
Yes. Well,
What's
may I just
Sure.
provide some clarification? It's my understanding that we acquired lots in the Castleburg area and that these lots are promised through some sort of contractual arrangement with then Housing Parks and Recs for these homeowners. I will have to confirm whether we actually have undeveloped lots
You do.
still in the Castleburg area, and if so, where they're located. I just want to confirm that we do have them and what the unit count is. I don't want to speak out of turn, Senator.
Okay, I'm going to help you with that though. A little. I did a title search.
Perfect.
And you do own
Okay.
lots. So I would love for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to build homes in Castleburg. Please address those empty lots that you have control of, and maybe you can come up with the same creative solutions you came up with the Vicor land.
Vicor land.
Just my recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your point of information, Senator Maurice James. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me ask you, Director Jones, in respect to your home ownership program and the process, how long does it take for a mortgage release? Once complete, how long does it take? Like paperwork? Once you finish everything, how long does it take to get a document from your agency for a mortgage release?
It shouldn't take more than 10 business days, if that at all, Senator. But if you do have specific instances where it's taking longer, please feel free to send me necessary information, and we'll take a look at it.
It's taking much longer, and that's why I specifically asked that question. Because people have things to do. They need the documentation to get certain things done, and after you have waited so long, for so many years, and you have finally finished, 10 days is reasonable, but it's taking much, much longer than that. So we're going to have to work on that. Okay?
Thank you.
And how is your customer service, by the way, in respect to that whole space? Customer service, what would you say on a range of 1 to 10? What would you say the customer service to the clients? And I'm
I'll say
asking for a
14.
specific reason.
I'll say 14.
1 to 10, you'll say 14?
Well, you said 1 to
1 to
15.
10. 1 to 10.
I'll say give it a 9.
A
It's not
9?
going to be perfect.
Okay, very well. Very well. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to all the distinguished panel of testifiers, colleagues. We give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings, blessings. I want to start first with Miss Adrian Williams Actillin, right? Because the Own a Lot, Build a Home program, right? First, I want to congratulate you on that because people of our community, I think we've touched on something here with that program that can lead to real home ownership. So I want to give you an opportunity to explain the details and the amount of grant money that they can potentially get, our residents.
So, thank you for that question, Senator. So just in a nutshell, the program is for first-time home buyers. There's the income requirements. You need to be a resident of the territory for the last 3 years. And then basically we would have to go to the lender. The 2 lenders that we are working with right now, Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development, because they're the ones doing construction loans. And you need to be able to finish the homebuyer education course and ensure that you need to have plans for the land. This is for people who own land and have not been able to construct. And this program can help you provide assistance up to $250,000 to help bring down the cost of that construction and bring it within the reach of the eligible applicants.
Well, Sapopa, $250,000 grant money you can get. So let me ask you just quickly, the 494 mortgage-ready clients that you have, that's an obvious group that you would target, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you see what that means, right? Is let's discuss on St. Thomas. You're saying that the acquisition cost limits is about 639,000 for St. Thomas, 1,059,000 for St. John, and 500,000. So that means that you will now be able to get, if you get a 639,000 house, you'll be paying less than $480,000. So this is good. You know, in addition to that, I think what you need to do, right, is cooperate with the GERS. Because remember, I was just talking to Senator Potter. You know, a lot of us, that's how we got our homes. We first was able to get the land. You know, Virgin Islanders, that's the way to get a home, unless you got a grandpapa or a mom, somebody gonna give you a big inheritance. Concentrate on getting the land. Most of the folks here in the Virgin Islands, especially on St. Thomas, that have a home, they bought the land, then they start with the blocks, they build. Once they get that system done, then they went to the bank and get the loan to finish the house. Here's a program here where Ms. Williams is telling you can get up to $250,000 grant money. So that's awesome. That's awesome. So I want to go to the Dunu redevelopment because there's 84 units there. You had a 34 million additional initial application. Now you want 46 million additional. So that's $80 million for 84 units. So you see, that's coming back to the same numbers, over $900,000 per unit. So if you look at the figures in the community, it's true. It's costing them right here $900,000 to build them 84 units at Dunu. So let me ask you, of those 84 units, how many of them are going to be for the elderly? Because our colleague here from Savan, you know, he's pushing it, and you just heard it, Mr. Chair ask about how much are going to be for elderly.
So to my knowledge, there are no specific set aside. This is a property that is designated for all families. Elderly families, of course, can reside, but it's not a specifically elderly community.
So, well, what I would suggest then is, since you're doing this for the 250, you can qualify for the, you know, the own a lot, build a home. You're a creative person. I'm full confident in your abilities. You know, and as a matter of fact, you know, I have to give you kudos because you're the one that got us that reduction in the federal matching portion, which saved the government $400 million. But we ain't going to go into the detail. So now you got to own a lot, build a home. Come up with something creative for the elderly. Because, you know, our elderly in this community, they've served us for all the years. They've given to the community, and now they're at a point, all of us going to get there one day, where we now need the community to help us. So be creative. Come up with something for the
30
elderly.
seconds.
And, you know, it's very good. I want to go.
Excuse me, Senator. On that same development, in a phase after the first and second phase, there is an elderly component.
Oh, for the 84 units after in the second phase?
I think it's the third phase, but farther out. But there is an opportunity to have elderly units built on that same site.
Okay, so that's great. You know, keep coming up with these creative financing ideas, but I'd like for you to work with the GERS and see if we can also reinstate the mortgage finance program, because what that means is that for the governor, Mr. Chair, let me just wrap up, if I may, please, real quick. Yes, what that means, right, is that the VI government employees also got an automatic loan from the GRS to build a home. So you didn't need to qualify. You already had money paid in. And this is where we need to concentrate on so that our community can start being homeowners once again, the younger folks. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. But I just want to remind you in respect to GRS, that's why we actually went back and passed a bill for a limit, because the cash flow is an issue for GRS, and that's why we got in the problem we got in the first place. So we got to be careful moving forward, because, of course, Of course, we all wanted that. It makes sense in some ways, but GRS is not the proper vehicle to use for homeownership opportunities. And in addition to that, I believe that the Housing Authority is actually, as you know, me and you work there, along with my colleague here, focusing on senior living and senior homes. So I just wanted to put that out there, okay? Senator Carrion, you recognized for your other point? Oh, I'm sorry. Before I go to Senator Carrion, Senator Maurice James, you have a point of information? You're hot today.
Well, this is my area. You know that. That's why I'm on it with you, right? I don't know the answer to this. When my colleague asked about seniors, I don't want any senior to get a mortgage, right? We really don't want them to extend themselves at a age when they should be enjoying life. So the question really was, and I don't know the answer to this, when we're doing these projects, it's like mixed use. Do you have rental for seniors? How does it work? And that's me not knowing really and asking.
So Senator, and to Senator Blyden's point, there's a number of different projects across the spectrum. The Housing Authority also have projects dedicated to actual senior housing. There's no home ownership program that's targeting seniors. It's more of rental and senior housing projects. So there's a number of projects funded by different funding sources to be able to address the needs for seniors for development of those types of communities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jane, for that point of information. But I may add also, for those tax credit properties, seniors qualify, so they do live in those properties all the time. So they're part of the mix-up. Senate, I'm going to skip Senator Carrion for now, so we're going to go to Senator Capehart. And Capehart, you recognize for your 6 minutes. Senator Capehart? Okay, she's done there. Okay. We're going to move on. Next, Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. I'm sorry, Senator Johnson. No, Senator Johnson, I'm sorry.
That should be Senator Johnson.
Yes, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Senator Johnson, are you there?
Good morning. I didn't have a problem with the president going ahead, but since he granted me this opportunity, I'll take all advantage of it. Good morning to Mr. Chair, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I definitely want to start off with ODR, and what I want to do is go back to a testimony you gave us in February. In February, you said a total of 2,084 applications were submitted to the program. Of that amount, 610 applications have been deemed eligible. To date, 30 homes have been completed and 9 are in construction. And in today's testimony, August 28th, out of 2,084 applications submitted to the program, 610 have been deemed eligible. To date, 35 homes have been completed. 87 are in construction phase. 47 are in construction and 40 are pending issuance of a notice to proceed. And I read that because I want to ask you, are you saying from February to now, we only did 5 homes as far as completion?
So, Senator, I think it's important for me to note, and thank you for the question, that the construction of these homes, some of these homes are complete reconstruction. So, building a home takes about 6 to 8 months if everything is done right. The issues that we have with materials, manpower, the contractors sometimes are not able to finish the homes, but these are not repairs that's going to take a couple of months so that we can say we're finished. We have a lot of homes that are nearing completion. They're at anywhere between 70 to 95% of those homes that we've started, but these are not, constructing homes is just not an overnight thing. It will take several months to be able to finish the home, but what we have done, in order to finish, you need to start. And we have started 80-something homes in that time period that you referred to.
All right, so then my question would be to you, if you do have the answer, of those amount of homes that are started, do you think we have a completion date for these homes, let's say by the end of this year?
Many of them, Senator, yes, absolutely. We have the contract period is established. Like when we get a bid, the contractor tells us how long they're going to finish the home. And right now, at least 85% of those homes are on track. We have some issues with about 15% of them, but the majority of the homes are on track according to the contract schedule.
What I would ask through the chair, that if you can give us a chart, and it doesn't have to have names on them, but at least the status of these homes and how soon they should finish. I think that's possible for you to do for us. Is that?
Oh yeah,
something that you can do?
That's something we track.
Okay.
We can provide that.
Through the chair, I would like to see that, because I really want to see the real time of the progress of these homes. And I must say that I have received some call from some of my constituents that we had discussion in, that they're pleased that they are seeing some movement, and a couple of them already started. So I must say that I know it is moving, but I still, for me, this is a project that I take dearly, because every time it rains, and everybody know, St. Croix especially, Frederick said the year have been raining cats and dogs for this entire last 2 weeks. And every time it rains, I really think about those folks in those homes. I wanted to ask you one more question. Is that program application period closed? Can anybody that have not applied yet can still apply?
The application period is currently closed.
So no one at all can apply?
That's correct.
And what is the status of the OLR program, a voluntary option offering supportive resources to help applicants facilitate the repair of their homes? What's the status on that?
So we have opted to push forward with fixing the homes. We found that a majority of the applicants are seniors, and it is an undue burden for them, the majority of them, to actually do this work on their own. And that's kind of why we're doing that interest survey, just to really get an idea of who's still waiting, and the capacity of some of the people to be able to manage these construction projects. So we're pushing forward with ODR, making doing the contracts and managing the repairs.
Thank you very much. And to VI Housing Finance
1
Authority.
minute.
So the first-time home buyers moderate income program allows household with a minimum household income of 59. We could round it off to 60. And a maximum household income of 261,000. I don't know who's going to do that, but are these numbers correct? And can someone that has the average income of $60,000 be able to support a mortgage for $498,000?
30 seconds.
Yes. We see that all the time.
A $60,000 income with a mortgage for $498,000.
Independent.
So, Senator, Dr. Stephanie Berry, COO for HFA. The short answer is yes. Through partnerships with people like the rural development and the subsidies that are provided, there is always an opportunity for someone making that amount of money to own their own home.
Yeah, I didn't say just owning their own home, but the mortgage for $498,000.
May I offer? So the mortgage is not $498,000. The moderate income households limits have been increased. Let's say $498 on St. Croix. That does not mean that the person will buy a $498,000 home. It just says that it can go up to that amount through the process.
Hey, thank you very much. I think my time has been called, but I hope we'll have a next round. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And Senator, in addition to that, I believe also the interest rates usually makes a difference also. And before I go to a point of information, no, go ahead. Point of information, Senator Potter. I'll follow up with you after you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our testifiers. I wanted to ask Ms. Actalin a question about some of the stats that she had in her presentation, just to kind of get a sense as to why applicants may be deemed ineligible. Specifically, you said on page 3, out of 2,084 applications submitted, 610 have been deemed eligible. Give me a sense as to why the lion's share of the applicants may be deemed ineligible. What are some of the things that you're seeing, some of the recurring reasons that would have made one ineligible for the program?
Sure. Senator, this eligibility was established early on in the disaster. Income, for sure, is one of the biggest issues because you need to qualify. Ownership of the property. A lot of people were unable to demonstrate ownership. They may have been living in a home, but they don't own the home. And I would say those two are the lion's share issues that they've had.
Income, and they were unable to
Inability
verify.
to demonstrate ownership of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Before I go to Senator Carrion, let me go back to Director Jones. Buy a lot. Director Jones or Actalin? Buy a lot, build a home. Who's that on there? Actalin Williams?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to buy a lot, build a home.
Own a lot, build a home.
Own a lot, build a
So
home.
there's a buy a lot, build a
Yeah,
home, and
yes.
then there's a own a lot.
Own a lot, build a home. That's the
Yeah.
one I'm talking about. And my colleague was saying you can get up to $250,000. Let me ask you specifically. I believe many individuals came to you because it's a very good program, but a key point is that people need to know, and that's happening is if you have a cistern on the land, you don't qualify. But my question is, before you answer, my question is, for those individuals who have a cistern on the property, who have been saving up their paycheck every weekend, trying a thing like myself, build a cistern, finally this opportunity comes. It wasn't there before. Is there some way that you can subtract an amount for the cistern and move forward? I mean, it's hard, it's unfortunate.
So
There's nothing that can be done. Nothing.
Okay, so the issue that you have is that this is being funded by CDBG DR funds, and therefore you need to get an environmental review, and you cannot have any activity on the property because it will invalidate the project. So any project that's being done with DR funds, it cannot have, or HUD funds, you cannot have any activity prior to that environmental clearance. It has to be a virgin lot. So that's now we have VI Slice. The VI Slice program is more channeled to people who they have varying types of services that's being provided, including being able to complete construction that has already started.
Okay, since you said that though, in terms of the program, if you have a trailer or a container home on a property, can it be removed and can you still be qualified?
Yeah, so, and I want us, if you have a trailer on the property,
Yes.
and let's say that you're not going to construct on that particular area, you did not disturb the soil.
Correct.
You're able to segment a portion of the property where the house will actually go, there may be an opportunity. It's not a blanket approval. We'll have to look at the specific circumstances, but there may be ways that you can work around and meeting the eligibility requirement for the environmental review.
Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, you can use that property in own a lot, build a home, you can build a rental as a part of.
Oh no, this is absolutely for first-time home buyers only.
Okay, so can you build it up high that maybe down the road I change the idea to build it underneath? Again, I'm not.
No,
I
it's a
just
good
wondering if you
question.
can do that.
It's a good question. So one of the recommendations that I've been sharing is that maybe you can't build $1 million home, but maybe you can build the bottom floor of your home and get into your home. And then as you move forward and your income increases, or maybe the household income increases, then you can slowly build, but you would have already started the path to home ownership. So you can build something that has, maybe you're on stilts, like I call them,
Right.
and then fill in later on outside of the program. But it's all in the design, the construction design that can be accepted by the bank so that you can get a certificate of occupancy. And then you can use your own resources later on outside of the program to enhance your home.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. The graph is called columns. Point of information.
I will have in a moment. Thank
Point of
you.
information, Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, point of information.
Thank you so kindly. Mr. Chairman, a pleasant good day to the hardworking people from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, as well as hardworking men and women from the Office of Disaster Recovery. I want to ask a question along the same question because I am a firm believer in braiding resources. Is it possible to combine and braid the resources to own a lot and build a house with the VI Slice program? There's no way, so you can't.
Because they're offering the same things and they have the same limits. So it's really to be able to find different programs for your specific needs.
However, we have braided for low and moderate income housing, as you know. We have braided use home funds, CDBG funds, bonds, and LIHTC funds to build very low and moderate income housing. So is there any consideration or discussion, or is it just a absolute negative no?
It's pretty much an absolute negative no, just because we need to be able to, they're structured so that you don't have imbalance between how much the input from the families versus the government subsidy.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have one follow-up question. What about other federal program funds, like the USDA?
So if there's an opportunity for any of those, you're creating financing packages in order for the family to qualify. So every eligible product will be considered by the lender that's available to them so that they can create a affordability package for the applicant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. Thank you so kindly, Ms. Williams-Actolin.
Thank you for your point, Senator Joseph. Senator Mary James, point of information. Your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question goes specifically to the environmental the trailers on the property, and how is the Envision program different from the own a lot, build a home? Because the Envision also has trailers in some cases involved. The funds are different?
Yeah. So Envision is a repair of an existing property. You're not, anything outside of that has to still go through an environmental review. Everything has to go environmental review, but you're not creating new construction. This is an existing footprint that typically is not expanded. If you're not expanding the footprint, then there are different regulations that can be either waived or considered.
I may be misunderstood. I may have misunderstood a particular constituent, but they occupy a trailer in Castleburg and they don't intend to live in a trailer. They intend to build, and that's Envision. So it's not repair.
That's not it. Envision is repairing your home you were living in that was damaged. That's Envision. Own a lot, build a home is I have land and I want to construct my home on this brand new piece of land that I've just paid off for.
Well, I need to talk to you separately about that, because there is a trailer in Castleburg in the Envision program, and a house is going to be built, not an addition to, which should not, the trailer should not be added on or used in the.
Right. Okay, in that regard, if they were living in a trailer before, right, and then the Envision program determined that in order to build a resilient house that we needed, that meets code, it needed to be reconstructed, then we still, that is part of the program, and they would have to do an environmental review. So again, there was still an occupied property, and in the Envision program allowed for a reconstruction option as a part of that program.
Thank you, Director. I think one of the things that's coming across today is how specific rules and regulations are with respect to the use of funds. Yeah. And we have to realize that agencies and departments and authorities must abide by the law. Thank you, Director Williams-Octilin. Thank you.
Thank you for your point of information, Senator Maurice James. I'd like to welcome Senator Dana Fred Gregory. Welcome, Senator. Senator Dan Capehart, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands and all who are viewing and listening. I wanted to ask a question first on, are there any disaster recovery programs for farmers in the Virgin Islands?
Senator, they initially after the disaster, there were some programs with SBA and also some program with USDA that will be able to assist farmers. There's nothing currently for Irma and Maria that ODR is tracking, if that is your question.
Yeah, because it's pretty interesting. They were impacted, and so probably in previous hurricanes, you're saying there were programs, but now there were none for Irma and Maria?
No, there were programs early on for farmers, and farmers receive resources and assistance. If you're speaking of Irma and Maria, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So there were programs for farmers,
and that was through SBA and through USDA, you said?
Yes, and even there maybe have been some through the Department of Agriculture, but there's nothing that we are tracking that is open now that someone can apply.
Okay. Okay, thank you. For all of the programs for individuals in this territory for home ownership, can we talk about the financing options for these individuals? What are their financing options?
Stephanie Berry, HFA. The financing options outside of the banking institutions would include, but not be limited to, our programs at the agency, which is through home funds, as well as our moderate income program, our veterans program that we also offer. And through our partner agency, USDA Rural Development, they also market financing options as well.
Can you state the local banks that are part of this financing?
Depending on the type of financing that's requested, Banco Popular, Merchants Bank, First Bank, to name the top three that I could think of off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about the housing, the emergency housing program. I understand based on the testimony you provided us today about short-term housing has been, it's like people are placed and then it becomes too permanent and you're having challenges. But I've been noticing that individuals who are homeless, and through my office, we've been trying to help them to get a home, and it's been a challenge. going forward, is there any plan that each housing area would be allotted a certain amount of homes just for emergencies? I mean, like when someone's house gets burnt down or they become homeless or somebody's been living on the streets for a long period of time and they need a home. Are there any homes like that available for these individuals?
Under the HFA, we have temporary housing that's available. We spoke about it earlier with regards to there's just some people that don't want to move despite them being ineligible. But that does not stop us from our efforts to repair the emergency housing stock that we do have in the event that someone is displaced through no fault of their own on a temporary basis. In addition to that, through some of our programs, we offer financial support to NPOs, nonprofit organizations, to provide transitional housing, as well as addressing homelessness and the support services that are needed to transition individuals who are hard on their time or homeless into a more stable housing environment and provide the resources needed from our other ancillary partners in the government and also in the private sector.
Thank you. Ms. Octolin, in your testimony on page 5, we just wanted some clarification. Page 5, where you mentioned in the Duno redevelopment that the contract was terminated for convenience in October 2022. Can you expound on that when you say terminated for convenience?
Yes, Senator. The original contractor was GEC, and the Housing Authority and GEC had some disputes over costs, and they agreed to terminate the contract for convenience.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if my time was called. I'm not a committee member, but I thought it was important to come and hear testimony today, as I have some very important meetings scheduled. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone that is here and those that are viewing and listening. I would like to start by at least commending Director Williams Octolin, sorry, for the improvement. At least we're seeing some movement. So I must agree with you. Compared to what we had in February, compared to what we saw before, we're seeing that the wheel is spinning, and there's not only spinning, but there's a little bit movement forward. So I hope that continues to increase, and we have some more homes that we can develop. Now, you did mention some of the challenges that you're having, and I guess those challenges have to do with relocating. You said some of the individuals that are part of the program. Can you expound a little bit, and what is your office trying to do to overcome those challenges?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the acknowledgement. We've created a policy. One of the challenges before is that the program didn't have a structured process that was confirmed through HUD as to how we were utilizing the relocation benefits. So what we've done is to create that, have an application, and be able to outline how resources that are available and making sure that they are eligible for the resources so that it can not be deemed ineligible by HUD. And the second part of that is we're trying to work with the families. Sometimes we try to find, if they don't have an advocate, that we try to help them find the advocate. We've utilized the Department of Human Services, just a lot of wraparound services that goes in to helping. I did a quick analysis to look at what the population is. It's mostly elderly. So we've streamlined and employed different strategies, understanding that we need to be able to break down and call and making sure that people have someone who is responsible to assisting them.
And also within your team, do you beforehand have an idea of storage locations that could be used and maybe possible areas that they could be housed in the meantime?
Yes. So there's a full process. There's one of our team members that assists with the storage and relocation. Those are the two big things. Folks are saying, I have a lot of things. I have no place to put them. People say, I don't have anywhere to go. There's no one that I can stay by that can help me out. So for those people, that delays. By the time we get them to that point where we can actually issue the notice to proceed, the question is, are you ready to move? Because we have to give the contractor a site that's ready. And many of them are saying, well, I can't move, I have to travel, I won't be here, I don't have anywhere to go. So we just pretty much wait for them and try to help them, but wait for them to be ready to relocate from the site.
So from the 2,084 applications, only 610 are eligible. Have any of the non-eligible applicants been redirected to any other programs? And if so, how many and to what programs?
So we don't have any other programs. That is the program. And if this is the remaining applicants from the STEP program, if you recall. This STEP program helped about 6,000 people, and these were the more difficult homes to construct, to repair.
1 minute.
From a recovery perspective, there may be some hardening programs that can be done to hazard mitigation, but it sometimes doesn't do the reconstruction.
Because we're talking about approximately 1,474 applicants that have some sort of need within their home, some sort of assistance or repair to a certain degree that weren't eligible, but require some assistance. So these individuals are left out and open. What are we doing? What can we do?
Well, and to Senator Potter's question about, what was the rationale behind some of the ineligible determinations, it's income, really. And
no, I don't want to interrupt you, but I know my time is running. And there's two cases that come to my mind that might not be eligible, and I've heard from constituents. For example, we know duplication was an issue.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of individuals were granted SBA loans.
Right.
But because of the shortage in contractors and materials, those SBA loans have expired. And you have people that weren't able to rebuild their homes because of that, the shortage we had. So now those individuals are left in a limbo. They weren't able to be part of the programs because they were awarded or were approved for SBA loan process. So what happened to those individuals that now don't have SBA loans and were not eligible for the program back then?
Senator, on its face, without having any details on eligibility, what was the other rationale, there's nothing that comes to mind from a government, federal funded perspective. It's one of those unfunded needs.
And the cases where the landlord, the tenant that lived in the property is not the landlord, and you're left with a property that is damaged, and they couldn't receive assistance because their name is not on the title of the property. And the landlord of the property cannot receive assistance because they weren't occupying the property. And then you have those homes that are abandoned because they weren't able to apply for any other program funding. Are those still left also?
That is, Senator, that is absolutely a gap that whether they could not be eligible from the HUD perspective or regulatory perspective, those are still gaps that exist.
Can I ask you to look into this and maybe speak to HUD and see, because we have these cases and it's not just 1, 2, 3, it's a number of them.
Sure,
that
we're happy
require that type of assistance.
Senator, your time has been called a while ago.
Thank you.
No problem, because your line of questioning was pertinent, so I appreciate your line of questioning. I did not see Senator Francis, so we're going to go to Senator DeGraff. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. First of all, I'll start off with thank you, because when it comes to housing, there's a lot of blows to be shared and a lot of cussing by the population in terms of they ain't doing nothing, is this and that, all the negative. So I ain't come to bring no negative, but 87 houses, I'm happy to hear 87, I still say 50. But to hear 87 working on, fine. Director Jones, it's good to see you here with people here with you on different things. Director Williams Actolin mentioned about wraparound services and the population. That's where I want to go. Because UVI graduating students every year who coming out into the workforce. Young Virgin Islanders leaving to go to the military, leaving to go to the mainland. You know, we met with Housing Finance Authority yesterday, acquisition of a small piece of property. To me, I want to see where there is that collaboration between, so is there a question, is there collaboration between ODR and Housing Finance Authority presently?
Absolutely, we have to.
Okay. How many ODR mandated, I think you were to build 500 homes down the road at one point. What type of population are we looking to cover in terms of numbers? Our population has gone from 110 to 89, and it's going to continue to leave our young generation because they feel there's no homes for them, this and that. How do we secure our generations forward? You're holding the in-hand property, assistance to people building homes. Let's start off with banks. Who are the contact persons that both of you, Director Actolin, Director Jones, what banks do you affiliate with the residents, and who are the contact persons in the banks? Do you have that information?
So I will start first with the owner lot build a home, the Banco Popular and Rural Development are the two entities that we have for that program.
Only two?
Only two, because they're the only two that's doing construction lending for that program. And anyone, you can go into any of the banks because we've established a MOU with any of the Banco Popular branches. We've established a MOU with the bank, so they're communicating that to all the team members. So you don't need a specific person, but we have worked very, very closely with Ms. Oren Roebuck.
Okay.
She has been championing affordable housing for many years, and Banco Popular is working very closely with this program.
Director Jones? Or whomever answers. I apologize.
In addition to the two that were mentioned, depending on the type of loan they're looking for, we've seen individuals coming in from Merchants Bank as well as First Bank. But again, it goes to what type of homeowner financing assistance that you need. I would prefer not to mention anyone by name because everyone goes to a different representative and has a different experience. But in addition to what Director said, that those are the other two banks that I've seen.
See, because
One
again, we need where our community is directed in one direction. It's too many. You won't believe the amount of people that call to tell you this program is a waste of time. This one is a waste of time. I sign up for the frustration through the roof. So if I have to pass on that frustration, we never get anywhere because there wouldn't be any room for conversation. So I'm just saying, it's not just to have a program. It's to be able to steer our community toward this program. It's knowing how many homes do we need to satisfy the young generation, to satisfy the elderly. But in closing, I'm looking at if we were to find with, I don't know what is Housing Finance Authority through ODR, if you have where you're just funding source to apply money, I'm looking to have a senior facility built.
Time.
St. Thomas 1 and St. Thomas 1 and St. Croix for assisted living. Who would address that best, Housing Finance Authority or ODR?
Housing Finance Authority.
I was waiting for Director Jones' answer because, to just in closing, Mr. Chair. Okay.
That is a good question, Senator. I'm just sitting here thinking how to respond. I've worked on many assisted living facilities, and I think that's a great recommendation, great suggestion. I'll have to partner probably with the Housing Authority and also some other collaborative entities here to create some type of compound. Because assisted living, some people need help. There's like 3 categories. Some need help, some need assistance, and some just need a place to congregate and also talk to other people who are their ages and capacity. So that's something that we're going to be looking at also.
Okay, so you're that person. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to go back to Director Actolin, and I want to go back to buy a lot, build a home. Yeah, I want to go back there. Let me ask you. Let me ask you, because in response to my colleague, in terms of the banks and your response, have you reached out to off-island banks? First of all, the other question, have you reached out to off-island banks?
We've reached out to all the banks. The caveat is really construction financing. Other banks are not doing construction financing.
Flagstar, specifically, one of the largest lenders of Ireland that are doing many mortgages here in the territory. And I believe that it's important to reach out, because I know some people say, well, you don't want to go outside, but Banco Popular is based in Puerto Rico. First Bank is based in Puerto Rico. My mortgage is from off island, and I got it through an off island bank. So my question is, have we reached out to any of those type of banks that do construction loans?
Yes, and we have reached out to Oriental Bank, we reached out to First Bank when we were launching this program. We presented it to Flagstar, we presented to anyone who's doing mortgages in the territory. But the caveat again is construction. A lot of people are not doing construction. Merchants Bank is doing construction, and Bank of St. Croix has been working with us because they have an interest in doing it. However, they still have some other processes that they need to follow through on.
And by a lot, build a home, is it on hold at this time? Is it on hold at this time?
Yes, the program has closed, but it is always a possibility that we may bring that back up again. Our focus really is on dealing with the projects that we have before us. We have a lot of individuals that were able to be eligible and receive a lot, but they have not built a home. And we're talking hundreds, of individuals. And what we're focusing on now as a result of what we're seeing in the data is turnkey homes, because as other testifiers have mentioned, no one is interested in taking on the responsibility of contractors, the process to get one, and the process to make sure that they're doing the job they were hired to do.
So it has nothing to do with capacity and or staffing?
At HFA, with regards to that, no.
Yeah, does that play a role? No?
No, capacity and staffing is not the issue. The issue is the need and where we need to put our focus, which is on turnkey homes at this time.
Okay, very well. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. A special good morning to all of the testifiers who are before us today. I know the issue of affordable housing is a critical one that is affecting not just us in the VA. It is a universal problem, finding available, affordable housing stock. Same problem in just about every state in this country. We have those types of challenges. So I wanted to just get a sense from you, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Williams-Actolin, to get a sense from you as to what you see as the most significant barriers to developing affordable housing in the Virgin Islands, and what specific strategies could be employed to overcome them. Not everybody at the same time.
Well, the challenges that have been with affordable housing over the years are the same challenges, the cost. developing in the Virgin Islands, as beautiful as they are is extremely expensive. And we have, and also now we're at the point where finding developers. Now we have funding, the cost continues to escalate. And we need to ensure that we have a product that is affordable so that these families can qualify. There's a lot of subsidy programs that have been developed because of the recovery dollars that we've received. They come with a lot of stipulations. They come with a lot of rules. And I've always said that purchasing a home is, for many people, is the single greatest purchase that you'll make in your entire lifetime. And it's sometimes it doesn't really come easy. It really takes focus and commitment and sacrifice to get it done. We need to continue to create affordable housing opportunities by looking at construction methodologies, and we need to ensure that we put things out there because contractors are ready. We need to put a product out that will allow people to have options for the subsidy dollars that we now have.
Okay. I know you mentioned construction methodologies, and my thinking is that there has to be. It's like we're gonna never get there where this problem is solved. It's gonna be something that exists in perpetuity. But I think having a conversation with the stakeholders regarding things like construction methodology, regarding cost, regarding construction strategies, regarding what is zonings, what is considered appropriate land space to construct homes. To me, we need to have that kind of conversation with all of the stakeholders and subject matter experts to develop an approach to housing here in the territory, given the uniqueness of living in an island with limited space. We don't have the luxury of building in, horizontally. We have to do some levels of vertical construction. So I'm not sure if we're having that conversation where there's a true collaboration with the key stakeholders, from the lending people, from the insurance people, from the engineering folks, from the zoning people, so that we could kind of figure out and navigate a path forward as to an approach that we can take in the Virgin Islands to sort of holistically address the issue of affordable housing. Otherwise, it's just going to be us, the dog chasing the tail. There's never really going to be a true fix. So we'll be kind of fooling ourselves. We'll have a few programs here and there, but it can't possibly keep pace with the demand in the territory. So it's just something, and you guys are the experts. I'm not. But Mr. Jones?
So, Senator, it's a great how you brought that through and what you're talking about. What I had promised Delegate Classic that we're going to do a developers conference next year, February or March. We're going to invite all the financial institutions, all the developers, all the key stakeholders, so that we can sit there and come together and come up with a plan. We need to understand what needs to be done on each one of the islands. And also, the chair yesterday had stated that how many do we need? And Senator Blyden had just talked about how do we maintain our students? How do we keep people here if we don't have adequate housing? And so we do need some type of big symposium. I think the Developers Conference is going to be something that's going to start that forward, but we need to start having leadership, datelines, times, and everyone coming up with a category or a number. I don't think we need an outside consultant to come in and do that. I think we have talented people, especially around this table, and in the legislature to figure this out, and so that we're all on the same page and we're all committed. We need to know where all the resources are located at, so we can all verge and do something holistically instead of independent.
I'm just very encouraged by your statement, very, very much so. I think it is time for us to do that. Otherwise, we're just sort of going through an exercise in futility, just kind of trying to, I don't know, just spinning wheels. But thank you very much for your responses, Ms. Actolin, as well as you, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Senator Potter. And as you know, we've been trying to have a housing summit for some time, but funding is the issue. But I'm happy, and I did talk to Director Jones, that he's willing to bring forward the conference, which makes sense. And it's been past time. There is a crisis throughout the United States. Even our vice president, who is running for president, is actually putting that on the table right now in terms of housing for our people. It's a challenge throughout. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not a committee member, but I really wanted to weigh in on this particular subject matter. I had to step away from a meeting, so if I ask a question that I've already been asked, just say ask and we'll move on. You know, data drive policy, and looking at our census report, we saw where we lost a number of individuals post the hurricane and the pandemic, and most of those individuals seems to have represented our middle class. And we talk about our nurses, our teachers, our police officers, and as we continue to look at what is available to us, I think it's important that we're able to provide some housing stability, as well as really capitalize on the issue of having an aging community and looking at some of our senior homes, our senior assisted homes, our senior care homes, and making sure that those issues were addressed. I wanted to ask BIHFA, sometime back, this body, and we had almost a unanimous vote on moving a measure, Act 8465, that had been mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Jones, Executive Director Jones, which appropriated $4 million to support and assist our individuals in our middle income area. Can you tell me how much of that funding has been expended thus far?
Stephanie Berry, VI HFA COO. Thank you for that question, Senator. We have not been able to expend the monies thus far, but we have taken some steps to expand the acquisition cost limits that will help our moderate income. One of the challenges we have, Senator, is that we have other viable programs where individuals want a grant and not a loan. And under the current language in the legislation that you referred to, it is for loans, not for grants. So those individuals who would be eligible are more inclined to go towards the grant program than they would for a loan program.
So have there been discussions of the on the meeting of the mind then to determine how best can we be able to provide for our community? Because obviously I have reports from individuals that yes, they have taken the certification program. They have certainly have a lot and have applied for these money. They have been informed by rural development that there is no funding currently available to support this endeavor. I think that there's a level of frustration by our individuals because the limited money that they have, they purchased the land, they have done the designs, they have paid for appraisals, and then there's nothing happening. We seem to be stuck in quicksand. So what is the conversation that's being had in respect to moving these issues forward? Is there modification that's required to the law? What is happening in that discussion? Ms. Berry, Dr. Berry.
It's okay. Thank you. When I came before this body earlier this year, one of the things, if I recall, was the testimony included a possibility of using some of that same funds that you referred to assist people in coming out of the ground. That's one of the most expensive parts of new construction. And we wanted to implement or re-implement our cistern and slab program and use some of that money that was appropriated to us to do that. We would like to keep that conversation going. We've revised our requirements and the plan for the cistern and slab, and we definitely will be coming to this body in the near future to discuss it further and how we can use some of that. And that's just to assist, like you said, those individuals who have land and through different resources that they've tried to tap into, they weren't eligible. Hopefully, we'll be able to come up with something that will at least get them out of the ground. But again, it's all about sustainability. It's not just getting them into a home. It's about making sure that they're successful for generations to come.
And do you have a cost in terms of cistern and slab? I know that have increased significantly over the last few years. Is there a cost association with your recommendation in respect to the cistern and slab amount that should be included in our legislation?
I would ask that I be allowed to provide an estimated cost because even the cost of concrete changes on a daily basis depending on the district. And that's one of the most important materials that will be needed. So through the executive director, we'll be able to come up with an estimated cost. It won't be long because this is a program that we've done before. It's just a matter of fine-tuning it to be able to get to where we are today in terms of cost and being realistic because we want to set our homeowners up for success.
Well, I'm hoping that we could be able to glean that information and get it back so that our next session, we could be able to move that. I think that it's time for us to really talk about solutions, versus, the conversation that we've been having over and over and not being able to move the needle on this particular issue. Real quickly, I wanted to go to ODR and, just really to have a conversation real quickly in respect to your oversight and what's happening in the space with the ODR VIHFA conversation right now in respect to some of the housing development programs and how are we trying to move the needle and expediting some of those programs. What are some of the nuances that you're seeing and how as a legislative body we could help to move those things forward? Director Williams, Actolin.
So we are working with the Housing Finance Authority to move their projects forward for the with the disaster recovery funds, and we are administering the Own a Lot, Build a Home program, but we're creating some timelines because we're coming up on a 2026 initial deadline for the DR funds. We are pleased that HFA has gotten their architect on board to start designing those projects and trying to make sure that we get the momentum we need in order to have substantial progress by the time we approach the 2026 deadline, so that we can be able to substantiate extension for any projects that are not completed.
So is it your testimony, I'm wrapping up here, Mr. Chair, is it your testimony that at this point there is nothing that the legislature needs to do in order to create any legislation or remove any impediments that have allowed for the delays in moving some of these programs forward?
Well, subsidy is always important in order to be able to buy down the cost, and then having subsidy that is not tied to any federal regulation is always helpful. If we're able to, the Housing Finance Authority has the flexibility because of their mandate to be able to create programs, but those programs, of course, that need to be funded. Those programs that catch the people that fall through the gaps that exist with the other programs, those are the opportunities that I see that will help to push affordable housing further.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if you could allow for the Executive Director, Mr. Jones, I know that we have a conversation yesterday in regards to the 3-year plan. Have he gotten an opportunity since getting back to his office to review that plan? I have circulated it to my colleagues, and where are they in terms of moving that plan forward? If he could just speak to that real quickly, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Senator. Director Jones?
That would be in my wheelhouse, Senator. Thank you for that question. Okay. We have to be more intentional in the way we're developing our 3-year plan so that it makes sense. And so what we've done and what we're in the process of doing, and I do apologize to the body that we have not been able to provide the draft as yet, but we want to make sure that we're including everything that is realistically possible in the 3 years. For example, Jealousy was on the roster. We recently received responses to bids for developers for the Estate Jealousy project. Bon Esperan is on the roster. We recently approved through our governing board a 12-unit project to start building out what is in our plan as 60 units. Fortuna is on the roster. And we recently obtained permission to enter into contract with A&E Services to develop up to 20 units that's under the DR program under our partner ODR. So we want to make sure that when we bring this plan before you, that we have stuff in place, that we're being realistic, and we have more definitive timelines that we can tie to some of these projects. And we plan to do so, I would say, within the next 60 days because it's already in progress. And we look forward to the opportunity because we're going to do it a little different this year. We want to get public input as well. Prior to bringing it before this body, we'll be sharing our draft with everyone in the community by different mediums. And we look forward to this body also participating in the development of our plan.
Thank you. Thank you, COO Berry. I'd like to recognize the President of Senator Jeff James. Welcome, Senator. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone once again. And I'm very thankful for this opportunity to speak and to ask questions of both the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority as well as the Office of Disaster Recovery. I just want to declare I went to the Democratic National Convention and I had a very informal conversation with the Honorable Adrian Todman, who is currently the acting secretary for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And most of the discussion this morning is going to surround the money that they have granted us in the Virgin Islands. And I want to begin because with the Housing Finance Authority, I want to welcome you, Mr. Jones, on board. This is our first opportunity to interface, and I really welcome it. I, of course, know Dr. Berry. She was my supervisor at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and the two other ladies there, I worked with them when I worked in mixed finance, mixed income development. That would have been at the beginning of the new paradigm of doing that. Mrs. Watlington Francis was my summer intern, and I worked with Mrs. Adrian Williams Actolin to relocate residents who were residing in a very dilapidated area known as Louis E. Brown, and I successfully wrote 2 housing factor grants. And I'm so familiar with the EARs too. That's how I could talk about all of that. So my background is very vast when it comes to housing. Now let's talk about CDBG and your program. I know once upon a time, Mr. Jones, there was opportunity for funding for individuals who are disabled. Any one of us can become disabled. It's called 504 funding, correct?
That is correct.
What has happened to that? Because remember, it's not only for the human beings who are become disabled, it's also for our elderly human beings who the homes need to be retrofitted to accommodate their aging process. What has happened to that? I did not see you indicate in your report where we are with that.
Senator, good question. I'm not sure if the program still exists for 504. To my professional opinion, each one of these developments, there should be a requirement that we have so many units allocated to 504 accessibility and also for the sight impaired. I would need to get back to you and find out where that program's at.
Okay. So that's a critical program. I'm going to tell you why. Because we have a number of people, 504, and it wasn't only for the new developments. It was also a Miss Williams Actalin could verify this because she was in your position before, right? It was also for individuals to retrofit a grant to retrofit their homes. It's not everyone who can wait for an assisted living development. You need to retrofit it NOW now. And our people are poor people and they can't do it. They don't have the money. And that's where HUD funding comes in, because you have your home, or you may be living with your parents and you become disabled, or your parents become elderly and they need that retrofitting, whether it's the stairs, whether it's the handles in the bathroom, and all of those items. So those are critical items that are needed for our people. So I look forward to hearing back from you on that critical need to get that area retrofitted, because any one of us could become disabled today and then we don't have the means to do it. Now,
So here's a funny
Tell me.
comment, Senator. I am elderly. I'm 69 years old. So I understand what you're talking about, and that's something that we're going to address at HFA.
thank you so kindly. And I hope you put it at your priority, top of your list. Okay, now, Mrs. Williams Actalin, kindly indicate for us, relative to the Dunu development. I recall vividly when I became an elected official and we went over to the groundbreaking in 2021. It was after I was sworn in. Now, tell us what is happening with this Dunu project, because it was a bit up in the air, your comments here in your testimony. It doesn't say if the general contractor has started work, when they're going to restart J. Benton. It doesn't say that, and I need a little bit more details. Tell us, are they going to start work, or do we need to get the action plan and everything done before they resume work?
30 seconds.
The latter, Senator. So right now, once the environmental issues are the foundation for whether the work stoppage, Housing Authority, they issued another solicitation. They have a new contractor. However, they need additional funding in the amount of $46 million. That $46 million cannot be approved unless a substantial amendment is submitted to HUD.
So they cannot resume work and in the process while
They're doing it. Their remediation work is going on right now.
And this is the remediation work. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of chatter, and I think the stenographer has a challenge taking the notes. And I did have my time called. May I just be able to wrap up? Thank you so kindly. So tell us regarding that. And I do have one more question, Mr. Chairman, so bear with me. Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Williams Actalin.
So the environmental matters are currently being remediated. The next step is to get the approval for the additional funds. It is not going to be feasible for them to execute a contract unless they have the entire amount of the funds available and approved. So that's the next step.
Okay, good. I'm glad we were able to put that on record so it's clear in our minds. The final question I have is regarding the 15-year tax credit that has passed for Loveland and Bellevue. Now, typically, you keep records of these tax credits, and typically an agreement, that's a standard, industry standard that I was taught, they would have those agreements written out where the tenants could purchase these units at the end of the 15-year tax credit period. Was that ever done? Do we have any records of that? Because that's part of the mixed finance, mixed income model. Who can answer? Housing Finance Authority, that was your ball. And during Ms. Williams Actalin's predecessor's time. So I want to understand this because I know how this is supposed to run. Now, answer me. Do you have any records of that agreement? Because that's a standard agreement when the mixed finance, mixed income, that the residents are to actually have an opportunity to purchase the property once the tax credit time period has been fulfilled. And on those two properties, Love and Lund and Bellevue, based on Ms. Williams-Actolin testimony, that time has passed.
We do have records related to the transaction, and there is a home ownership opportunity for Love and Lund 1 that we discussed earlier, but we do have documentation associated with the transaction.
Okay, and I'm sorry I was late to not hear that. How many units are in Love and Lund 1 that you have records of that transaction?
I'd have to get back to you on that, Senator.
Okay.
But I'll make a note.
Please. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and good morning to the testifiers. All right, so we did have a conversation yesterday with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority because of the conveyance of the property in Christiansted. And we talked about the work that was done, and I'm happy to see former director or executive director Actolin Williams here, because perhaps she could help me to bring some perspective around this, because I believe that she actually was at the authority at the time when this work was done. Director Actolin, do you recall somewhere about 2018, 2019, there was a report, there was a group that came down to the territory that did some work around housing. It started in the MAP administration. The St. Croix report was completed, and then this St. Thomas, St. John report was completed during the Brian Roach administration. Do you recall that report?
I recall the report. It was led through the Housing Authority, where they had brought in the national, and I only recall because I was not at HFA at the time, but they had asked me to participate and shed some input.
Right. So it was done through Housing Authority, but it was that collaboration between Housing Authority and HFA is about repurposing our towns, our assisted living home opportunities, and housing opportunities, home ownership opportunities. Do any one of you at the table have copies of those reports? It was 2 reports. I could still see it as a yellow book. 2 yellow books, one for St. Croix, one for St. Thomas.
I don't know if I have it, but Lydia Pell absolutely has it.
Okay, so we're going to have to, Mr. Chair, we need to get our hands on those 2 reports, because when we spoke with Mr. Jones, he was not aware. So then that brings me to this question, and I asked the question yesterday about the collaborative approach between our Virgin Islands Housing Authority, our Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and I'm going to venture to say our Department of Human Services, because of our elderly population. Are we having any deep dive, true conversations with those 3 entities around what should housing stock, what should home ownership opportunities, what should assisted living look like, or homes for the elderly, whichever way we want to coin it? Are we having any true deep dive conversations as it relates to the future? And is that considered in the 3-year plan, or is this 3-year plan only tied to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority? I want to know that that plan is a comprehensive Virgin Islands plan. So let me hear from whomever.
So your first question, no, there's no deep dive into what is expected about assisted living or any type of additional housing. And to your second question, yes, we're doing a deep dive in the 3-year plan. That's comprehensive of everything on the in the territory.
So low income, home ownership, lease to own, elderly?
Workforce housing, transitional housing. So workforce, sorry. Thank you for that question. Please add to that workforce housing, transitional housing and the necessary support services for your senior communities and your transitional.
Okay, so as we look at our available resources, and I ask the question because, you know, our resources are not endless, as we know, and our resources became available to us as a result of the storms of 2017. And you know, where there are challenges, this is a perfect time for the opportunities. So they brought the storms brought these opportunities to us. And what's important to me, and I'm certain important to many Virgin Islanders, is that we have a comprehensive approach as to how we are utilizing our resources. I know that we are having, I know that Mr. Jones made a good point yesterday. He said, look, as we are building the comprehensive approach, work still has to get done. And I appreciate that. That's our reality. But, you know, are we really looking at our resources and how we are going to utilize those resources, mobilize those resources to support this comprehensive plan? Because I know there was so many things that were brought by the Housing Authority, former director, God rest his soul, about things that they wanted to see. I'm not sure what's the status of any of that anymore. So I'd like to hear from y'all as to, you know, we're having this conversation over and over, but I cannot say that at any point in time that I've left the table feeling like, yes, we're on our way to seeing something from a comprehensive, and I talked a lot, but it's important, a comprehensive approach to what we want to see in the future. This is no different from how we looked at building new schools and determining what our classroom sizes should be, et cetera. This falls in the very same category, just it's tied to housing. So what's that approach? What is our vibe, our feeling around how do we approach it in the future if we haven't approached it from a true comprehensive perspective?
My professional opinion, Senator, and a great question. As I stated yesterday, I don't think we've all sat down collaboratively and come up with a comprehensive plan for the next 5 to 10 years and attaching resources and where those resources will come from. I think this is a time that I think is ripe for us to sit down with the resources that we have available to us now, what the future looks like on the resources, but we all need to come to the table and find out where all the resources are existing today. And what does that mean in the next 5 to 10 years? And like you had stated yesterday, what is the number? How many more single family, multifamily, whatever the case, to bring more housing to the territory, to facilitate homeownership, every component of housing that exists out there today? How can we put that down, pen to paper, and so that everyone's responsible? That means coming from the legislature to the governor's office to all the independent agencies, that we all have a big symposium and we sit there and net it out. Here's what we have now. Here's what exists today. Here's what we're going to have in the next 5 to 10 years. Where should we go, and how many does that mean? And that everyone's on board. This is the first priority, the second priority, the third priority. So everyone knows, not just us around the table here, but the community. They have to buy into, and so that no one can say, well, I didn't know, and I didn't know you were going that direction. I agree with you. I think we need to do that sooner than later. I think because of the opportunity that we have and the breadth of individuals here in this territory, we'd like to see that happen. Something that's unique, something innovative, and something we can get to the point, to the bottom line.
Well, thank you for that response. And I would like to strongly suggest to the chair of this committee that, you know, sometimes you have to lead from the middle. And, you know, if this is not something that's happening as far as this symposium or whatever we want to call it, perhaps the legislature needs to lead it, have the conversations with the respective agencies that we collaboratively work together, because this is important to the people of the Virgin Islands. And there's a lot of mis and disinformation that is permeating in our community about what we're responsible for from what we're not responsible for. And I think we have to work collaboratively so our community can understand what we're doing, what's that roadmap. And we will have to move the goalposts from time to time because of resources, but at minimum, having that comprehensive approach, folks will know this is what we're working towards. So that's something that really matters to me. And Mr. Chair, if you would allow me to ask one last question of Housing Finance Authority, I would appreciate it. And that's associated with Act number 8465. I don't know if you guys recall that, but that's the act that was tied to the first-time home buyers program. How's that working? We did appropriate some $4 million to assist residents with buying down with paying for their down payment and I guess other facets of their opportunities for home ownership. Is that working for the people, and have we expended any of those dollars? And if we did, how much?
We have not expended any of those dollars yet, but what we recognize from the data that we were looking at is that we have a competing program that offers a grant component, whereas we were only providing loans. Another thing that we looked at is how many people actually own a lot that was bought through our program, and they have not been able to build on it. What was the major?
They were not able to
build on it.
Okay.
One of the major obstacles is, of course, coming out of the ground. So we looked at our old cistern and slab program, and we said, well, maybe what we need to do is take some of that money that was appropriated for the for moderate income and assist them in coming out of the ground. So we're in the process of revamping our cistern and slab program, and hopefully we'll get the support that we need to move forward on this initiative. We've also increased the acquisition limits. But Senator, the biggest challenge remains that when I have to look at the limited resources I have available to me and my eligibility and what I can afford, I'm going to go for the grant. I'm not going to go for more debt. And that's the reality that we're living in within our own, households as well as the clientele that we serve. So we are constantly trying to figure out ways where we can help, even if it's just a little bit with assistance and slab, and keep the momentum and motivation going for these homes.
Well, thank you for your responses. And the one thing that I will say is, as we do the work here in the institution of the legislature, we don't know everything. So if you're experiencing a challenge with this program and you determine that we need to repurpose what the program looks like, then come back to the Senate, say, look, we need to amend this because this is what we would like to do. But at the end of the day, these resources are available, and we should be using it for the people of the Virgin Islands that it was set aside for.
Yes,
thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, for your line of questioning. And finally, Senator Javon James, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And Madam Clerk, if you just add 6 more minutes to my time. Thank you. You mentioned in your testimony, and this is to ODR, regarding the Envision Tomorrow program, that over the past 120 days, you had 2 outreach campaigns. Can you just tell me a little bit as far as the outreach team? Who is it comprised of, and how many individuals you have who is dealing with this outreach campaign?
So the Envision team is working. We sent out letters that includes ODR with our communications, individuals, etc. Issued letters to all of the applicants, all of the eligible applicants, so that we can get responses and understand what kind of challenges they're having.
Understood.
So it was done in-house.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of how many individuals you have assigned specifically to this outreach campaign. And just give me the simple version. I don't need the long version, please.
Then I'm going to give it to you to the Chief Program Officer.
Good morning, everyone. Jamila Haynes, Chief Program Officer. We have about 7 persons on the Envision team. In addition to those 7, we were able to utilize persons who are employed with ODR. So in a total, we may have about 10 to 15 persons who assisted with the outreach.
And as far as those individuals who speaks different languages, what system do you have in place to assist those individuals within that same circle of individuals you just referenced?
I would say we may have about 2 persons.
And what language?
Spanish.
No Creole, no Patois.
Well, we have, what we did were, we did have someone who they translated into the Creole language on paper.
And I'm going to go more in depth. We have individuals who can't really read and write. Let's just be straight up. How do you deal with those individuals? What system do you have in place for those individuals?
Well, those applicants can actually come into the office, and we actually have persons who complete the documentation for them in the office, or they call them, because currently we're doing phone calls. So we also have those persons completing the documentation via phone.
And what if an individual is disabled in a wheelchair, can't move around, just stuck to the house? How do you deal with those individuals?
We go to them.
That's what I'm getting at, because I know a lot of individuals who are like that, and I'm not saying you're not working with them. I'm not casting any blames. I just need to know the process and what systems you have in place to deal with those individuals. So I'm happy to know that you're on top of things. Now, as far as streamlining the process, we have been trying to do that for the past several years. Moving forward, how would you be able to streamline the process in the most simplest way with the remaining time I have? Just tell me how you plan to streamline the process.
So, Senator, we've already streamlined the process. That's what has allowed us to get these homes into construction. We're also trying to pre-qualify contractors so that you don't have to send just your documents every time. That helps us to get the construction started faster. We're also looking at developing unit pricing that will help us to limit the time that we're negotiating back and forth with pricing and get into construction faster.
And our Honorable Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, at one point, she was trying to push this bill through, I think it's the House and then through the Congress. I don't think it ever made it to Congress. It's stuck in the House. As far as getting individuals from the Eastern Caribbean or just the Caribbean as a whole to be able to come to the Virgin Islands to be able to work, how is that conversation coming on? You think that will come into fruition?
That requires some more elbow grease. We've begun to have the conversation on the visa waiver program. There's a lot of steps that goes into that, so we're continuously working on it.
And as far as our federal counterparts, because we went up there the other day and we waved flags, 13 votes for the Democratic Convention, and I'm happy for it. I'm very happy for it. But at some point, right, we have to use that to our advantage, talking about we in Washington, D.C. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really going to do? Like, I ain't really trying to be funny, but it's for real. You know, I love my home, but our people are suffering. Like, what are those individuals who are up there? Like, the conversations. Like, they need to come here and visit. We need to pay for some plane tickets for them to see what's going on, because this process is very difficult and new to us, and we have to admit it, but we do need help. So if you could just give us some relief, like with those federal counterparts.
And again, they have visited, and I agree with you. Sometimes when they put their eyes on the project, it is a lot easier for them to really understand rather than reading what has been requested in writing. Those efforts are ongoing. We constantly go to headquarters for the respective programs to make sure that the highest level, we had the FEMA administrator down here, Adrian Tadman is St. Tomian. So we're hoping that as we move forward that we get the kind of sensitivity in the request that's being made because of the nuances of doing work here in the territory.
And right next door, we have our brothers and sisters in the BVI. I know you have some individuals over there who could probably do some work over there. We have any conversations with them as far as contractors?
Again, anyone who's licensed to do business in the Virgin Islands are welcome to bid on any of the projects. And as long as they can demonstrate the capacity to perform the work, then they will be considered.
I don't want to abuse my time, but at this point, if you have to bring people from China, any part of the world, bring them in. No, I'm telling you, we have to get the work done. It's a capacity issue. It is a capacity issue, and if we want to sit here and play it safe, well, we will continue to play it safe. But we are a diverse community, and we need to be more open-minded. And I understand we have some barriers when it comes to the Department of Interior and the whole United States and how they set up this stuff when it comes to immigration policies. But at some point, we have to bring in help. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Javon James. Colleagues, I'm going to give everyone a burning question, and that's it because we have to move on with public work. So I'm going to start with you, Senator DeGraff. Your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to our local contractors and the bonding issue, is there a formula for bonding and for these contracts that are being given out?
Unfortunately, for the federal projects, it's 100% that's mandated by the federal regulations. We're trying to create opportunities where the smaller contractors can work with larger contractors and build their capacity so that they can have the back office and the financial statements that can allow them to be able to get bonding as they begin to do more projects. The SSBCI program with EDA is also one that has some resources that we're hoping that local contractors can take advantage of and continue to do so. But with the work that they do, to be able to help to build their financials so that they can get the bonding.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Johnson, do you have a burning question?
Definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted for ODR to elaborate on the challenges. They talk about the relocation. Is there any way we could combine with, I guess, Housing Finance Authority or any of these housing authority to get at least a building?
Yeah.
Because it's federal funds.
Yeah, Senator, you have...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure whether you're finished. We've had some conversations initially with the housing authority. That didn't really pan out, but we're looking at ways that we can purchase a building. The issue is more on St. Thomas than on St. Croix. Being able to find maybe apartments that folks can move in for the timeline in their construction and be able to, yes. Short answer, yes, we're working on that as a solution to the relocation issues.
And I hope we could do that because I think that will be the answer to our problem with folks having place. And then just one simple question to Housing Finance Authority. Gustav Questel Fish House. Are you guys the resident owner of that property in St. Thomas?
Say that one again? The
Can you
fish
repeat?
market?
Yeah, the Gustav
French
Questel Fish Market in Frenchtown.
Yeah, I believe that's DPNR. That's by the fish market.
DPNR?
The fish market.
Like, it's not under you guys' property?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Fonseca, do you have a burning question?
Yes, this is to Adrian Williams of Telen. Okay, I just want to finalize the 45 million for WAPA with the CDBG mitigation fund. That was paid, and that's now, what's the status of that?
Yes, that was paid about a month ago.
Okay,
Senator.
so WAPA has gotten that money, and the Vital deal is now over with?
No, a
and
clarification,
satisfied?
that $100 million went to VTOL.
Yes.
So that a WAPA could have access and ownership of their generators and feeders.
Right.
The $45 million was to reimburse the government territory of their line of credit.
Okay, and that was the CDBGR mitigation fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. And finally, Senator Carrion, do you have a burning question? A burning question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do. It's in regards to LBJ community. So I understand that schedule for demolition.
Yes.
Has that begun? Well, my concern is for the single homes that we have. There's about 12 homes that are there that really need to be relocated. The houses have suffered damages, cracks. The place, because of the abandoned buildings, it's become a mess, so to speak. People are dumping sometimes garbage is dangerous, it's isolated. What are we going to do with those individuals that are there? They should be on top of the priority list for new homes.
We do not own the units, the private residents.
I know they're privately owned.
Yes. So this has to be an interagency collaboration in order to address those needs of the occupied units. What we are taking care of, because of what you said, the public safety issue that comes up, the dumping that goes on, we're going to take down those 23 buildings and create a space where there is no opportunity or limited opportunity for dumping and for criminal activities to go on. As it relates to the private homes, that's a bigger conversation that we need to have. And there are multiple agencies, and including this body, to make a determination as to what's in the best interest of those homeowners. What I would recommend is that at a time to be determined in the near future, especially in light of the contract being executed in the next 30 days to demolish the property, that we plan to have a conversation with the appropriate organizations and agencies relative to how do we help those individuals that are privately owned.
Have you had a meeting with the individuals about the demolition process? Because they're right next to it.
We had to go through the solicitation process first, but that is in fact one of the things that we do as part of our demolition process once we've effectuated a contract.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a conversation afterwards to see what resolution we could find to those individuals that have been suffering because of WAPA being in such close proximity, then because of the abandoned buildings, and they continue to suffer. So we need to find some solution for them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Boquist, you recognized for your burning question. A burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concerning the ERAP program, how much of the 17.8 million has been already allocated to date, and the remaining funds, what is the amount of the remaining funds for that program, and how are we trying to expedite the utilization of those remaining funds?
We were able to expend $12.4 million to date, and we were anticipating expending the remaining balance. You'll notice in our testimony that we provided some specifics for you with regards to where we are with the year 1 and 2. How do we plan to spend it? Was that your second question,
Yeah,
Senator?
like how are we distributing it equitably for that fact across the territory, especially considering the upcoming expiration, which is going to be in September 2025.
Right. It's based on eligibility. That's number one. So we're not so much looking at the district as we are looking at the need and the eligibility, and making sure that anyone who comes to us that is eligible, that we have funding available for, we're able to get it to them. Ask the question behind the question.
The question behind the question. I don't want the chair to rat me up, but it's just along the lines of how are we going to...
For district distribution?
Yeah, because not that I'm saying any district or island specifically has more needs than the other, but we do know and understand that rental assistance is an issue and has been an issue since the inception of the program, because ERAP is now ERAP 2, correct?
That's correct.
And we had issues with applications and how, going back to the eligibility, and I just want to make sure that it's being dispersed equitably and for the sake of those who need it the most. So that the remaining is how much? You spent 12 and the remaining is 5? 6?
There's approximately, and I don't want to, we've committed 15 million, but we've also expended 12.
Okay.
And to get to your question, what I'll do is I'll go back and through the executive director, we'll provide information relative to the per district distribution for you.
Okay, through the chair. The per district distribution.
Repeat your request, please, sir.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chair. Let me repeat. So through the chair to Director Berry concerning getting the... Executive Director Berry. Jones, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, no offense.
That was my old role.
To get this disbursement of ERAP 2 funds by island.
Yes.
By island.
Yes.
Thank you. And of the $12+ million, how much of those funds were for administrative purposes?
Senator, I don't want to misspeak. May I have the opportunity to get that information?
Okay, you can add that to the request.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Senator Joseph, no, I think I got everyone. Okay, thank you. Well, colleagues, no, we good. We good. Colleagues, it has been a good morning thus far. We have to 12 o'clock right now, and we have public works here waiting. So what we're going to do is basically have Senator Joseph, you recognize a burning question. Please.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. Now, I wanted to ask a question, Mrs. Williams Actolin. For the Build, Own a Lot, Build a Home program, what is the ceiling for the income level? And do you have these information available on your website?
Yeah, the information is absolutely available on our website. The income limits is by the household composition. So 96,850 for one person, 110,700 for two persons, 124,550 for three persons, 138,350 for a four-person household, 149,450 for five persons, 160,500 for six persons, 171,600 for seven persons, and 182,650 for an eight-person household.
Okay, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for that information. It's very low income right there is the ceiling. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, do you have a burning question?
Yes, I do. So just following up on the conversation from the previous speaker, Madam Ivana Eudora Ken High School. The Own a Lot, Build a Home. Of course, I'm always interested in finding out, because I know there was information in the testimony, but I'm always interested in finding out how are our people truly benefiting from this program. You did provide some high-level information, and you talked about the overwhelming response from the community, and the fact that local lenders engaged, and that there's an MOU with Banco Popular and the USDA Rural Development. I think the senator asked about the income level. Could you give me that again? The income level, and how are we actually seeing applicants that are truly that are benefiting from this? Do we have? Are we buying down on this project? Are we seeing the funds actually being used?
So, Senator, we just launched, and the interest that we've had, we have the greatest amount of interest on the island of St. Croix. We have over 100 persons that were active in working on providing the documentation, about 52 of them on St. Thomas, and then we had about 12 on St. John. You want me to read all those income limits again?
No.
Okay.
You could. It's on the website.
It's on the website, yes.
That's fine. I'm just, and I asked income limits because, we have a lot of professional young people, and I'm here to advocate for them, that are in the Virgin Islands. And, when we graduated from college, we were not making the salaries that they're making. Like my children, I'll just speak about my children. It took me forever. I don't even think I have ever made what they make it now, right? So I'm trying to make sure, or I want to know rather, whether or not individuals like them who are Virgin Islanders, third and fourth, fifth generation Virgin Islanders are actually going to be able to benefit from this program, because this is truly a one-time opportunity.
So it depends, of course, on what they're making and the composition of their household. But if there's a two-person household, let's say a mother and a daughter, 110,700 would be the household income.
Okay, and that's across the territory, or?
That's across. So what we've done is we have utilized the income limits for St. John, which is the highest income limits, and we did it across the territory.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that's so you've used St. John as the benchmark. Okay, perfect. I'll talk to you about this more offline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And I often state home ownership is the most important investment anyone can make. And this opportunity is an opportunity of a lifetime in terms of funding that's in the territory. I think we had a great discussion today. I look forward to seeing the results of many of what was spoken of today. So what I'm going to do is give Director Williams-Actolin and Director Jones a 30 seconds wrap-up statement. We're going to start with you, Director Jones. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the senators who are here today and who are in St. Croix. There's a great opportunity to give us, to submit, to tell you about the story that's going on at HFA right now and our collaboration with ODR and also the other entities here in this territory. We have great staff on both sides of the equation. We're working very well together, and we've been coming up with some innovative things that are going to be representative of this territory that has not been done anywhere else in this territory in the United States. So I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you for my staff.
Thank you.
Right. And thank you, Mr. Chair, again, for continuing to shine the light on this very important issue of affordable housing in the territory. I think I spent most of my career focused on affordable housing, but affordable housing has implications for everything that we're doing now. Housing affects the brain drain. Housing affects our capacity to be able to manage these projects. Having adequate housing is critical for decent, safe, and sanitary. I want to thank my staff for their commitment, and the Envision staff in particular, who continue to work tirelessly so that we can help the applicants of the Envision Tomorrow program, and for all the continued work that we're doing here in the territory. We welcome the conversation on the Housing Summit so that we can begin to strategize on future strategies for developing and maintaining affordable housing for the people of the territory.
Thank you, Director Williams-Actolin, and we definitely look forward to the discussion and also the Housing Summit that will be coming forward. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby out of recess. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 2 of today's agenda on
Block-
record?
Block 2, update and discussion on transportation matters in the territory, including the status of roads and road projects, and the status of public transportation, including buses and passenger ferry services. Invited testifier, Mr. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. This ends the reading of the agenda. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public Works is in a well. Good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel. I'm going to have you and your supporting team to put your name on the record. So we're going to start with you, and then Mr. McLean, and then...
Mic check. Okay. Good afternoon. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Ms. McGregor. Good to see you. You may proceed with your testimony, Commissioner Gabriel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance, those in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Deputy Commissioner of Transportation Carol Overson McGregor and Highway Program Manager Jomo McLean are with me today. Thank you for allowing us to give an update on transportation matters in the territory, including the status of roads, road projects, and public transportation, including bus and passenger ferry services. The department is managing several projects throughout the territory. The following is a snapshot of some of those projects. Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, better known as Mahogany Road. This project recently received bids, and we are awaiting the Federal Highway Administration's concurrence to award and execute a contract. The scope of work for this project calls for 5.65 miles of existing roadway rehabilitation, culvert replacements, retaining wall repairs, guardrail replacement, signage improvements, striping, and installation of drainage swales. This contract is anticipated to be executed in September, and construction will begin in October of this year. The Clifton Hill Connector Road and Melvin Evans Highway Container Port Intersection, Phase 1. The road construction contractor, Gray Civil, is approximately 80% complete. Work is expected to resume within 2 weeks, and construction on the original contract is anticipated to be completed in 2 months. This project includes significant road reconstruction, asphalt paving, roadway widening, striping, drainage, and construction of turn lanes on Melvin Evans Highway. New signalization, water line relocation, and utility pole relocation. This contract also includes repairing the streetlights on Melvin Evans Highway from Williams Delight to Sunny Isle. A supplemental contract was executed for this additional work, which is now underway. The contractor has completed the assessment of the streetlight system from Williams Delight to Sunny Isles, and the crew has completed most of the concrete meter bases and installed conduits and conductors. They are awaiting the shipment of the latest poles to the island to energize the new system. We anticipate energizing all streetlights within this segment by December of this year. VI-STX 001. This project, managed by Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, is a design-build project for the installation of temporary bridges at Queen Mary Highway, Route 70, and Route 669 east of the Agricultural Fairgrounds. The contractor, Custom Builders, has substantially completed the Queen Mary Bridge, except for some additional flashing signs. The roadway was reopened on July 24th, 2024. Eastern Federal Lands has issued a notice to proceed to Custom Builders to begin working on the Route 669 bridge. Construction is estimated to be completed by the first week of February 2025, and the roadway will reopen to traffic. VI-ST-ER-STX 003. This project, also managed by the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, is a design-build project that includes 16 damaged sites throughout the island. Some sites are Midland Road Bridge, East Airport Road Bridge, Lagoon Bridge, Concordia Road, East End Road, and North Shore Road. Construction for 4 roadway sites and all the culvert sites is now complete. The permanent replacement for the Altona Lagoon Bridge is under construction, and precast girders have recently been installed. The contractor began working on the bridge decking and poured the deck last week. Weather permitting, this bridge will be completed by September of 2024. The permanent replacement for the East Airport Road Bridge remains under construction and is anticipated to be completed by the end of September 2024. The contractor recently finished installing precast arched girders and has begun working on the bridge deck. With the opening of the Queen Mary Highway, the Midland Road Bridge was closed at the end of July 2024. Construction and installation of the new bridge are expected to be completed in March of 2025. Permanent traffic signs on STX. This project involved installing new traffic and regulatory signs throughout the island of St. Croix. The contractor, Celestine Construction, has installed new signage throughout the island, which is 95% complete. The contractor has indicated that the last batch of signs to be installed will arrive on island in the next 2 weeks. This contract will be completed and closed by early October. Melvin Evans VI 6613. VI paving was awarded this last segment of the Melvin Evans Highway, which runs from Good Hope to Williams Delight. The project is more than 90% complete, with the remaining punch list items such as signage, additional guardrails, and drainage adjustments having to be addressed. The scope of work included reconstruction, striping, drainage rehabilitation, signs, guardrails, highway street lighting, and other miscellaneous road work. Frederickstead Roads, Garvey. The bid construction documents are now complete. We anticipate receiving Federal Highways concurrence to advertise in September. Once received, we will begin the solicitation process. First Avenue drainage improvements. This project was recently awarded to Island Roads Corporation and is currently 30% complete. The contractor has commenced installing new curbs and gutters on the north side of First Avenue, moving from east to west. They are also installing new inlets and cross drainage as they proceed westward. This project is funded by Act 8454 and the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. Work is expected to be completed in April of 2025. Charlotte Amali Town drainage improvements. This project was recently awarded to Island Roads Corporation and is currently 28% complete. Island Roads has begun clearing and cleaning the swales and V-gutters on Crystal Gata, Bread Gata, Nye Gata, Raditz Gata, and Back Street. The Department of Labor and Griffith Park continue work on the transition boxes, catch basins, and drainage pipes. Contract work is expected to be completed also in April of 2025. This project is funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. The Christian Said Roads Repair Project commenced in March of 2024. It is being executed in phases. Phase 1 consists of Prince Street, Hill Street, Queen Street, and East Street. Phase 2 consists of King and West Street, and Phase 3 consists of Peters Farm Road, New Street, Smith Street, Strand Street, Queen Cross Street, and Hospital Street. The Department of Interior and ARPA funds were used for this project. The department also continues work on several disaster recovery projects that are currently in the construction phase. Their scope of work consists of road repairs and drainage improvements to the various sites. The Water Island Watershed Project was completed in April of this year. Sites included the parking lot, Honeymoon Beach, Over Down Road, Flamingo Road, and Providence Hill. The total cost of the project was $2,864,223.50. The St. Thomas Watershed Project, which includes slope stabilization and replacing retaining walls, is about 70% complete. Sites included in this project are Botany Bay 1 and 2, Frenchman's Bay, and Cabrita Point. The total contract amount is $2,493,575. The St. John Watershed Project consists of 13 sites across the island, including Susannaburg, Pocket Money, Francis Bay Hill, Coral Bay, Adrian Hill, and Pastory. The project is about 30% completed and has a total contract amount of $3,942,078. The Mount Pleasant project on St. Croix started construction in March of this year and is approximately 30% complete. The scope of work includes one site and includes road reconstruction and drainage improvements. The total contract amount is $1,604,096.50. We are awaiting contract execution for the airport road repair project on St. Croix. That scope includes repaving the entire road to and from the airport, from East Airport Road to West Airport Road intersections on the Melvin Evans Highway. We anticipate construction to begin in October of 2024. This project is funded by the Transportation Trust Fund. Other road repair projects underway include various sections of the Queen Mary Highway, where paving is approximately 75% complete, various sections of the North Side Road, where paving is 100% complete, and lastly, 2 sites in the Wim neighborhood, where paving is complete. Striping for all 3 projects, which are funded by ARPA and the Transportation Trust Fund, is scheduled for October of 2024. The Division of Transportation's Ferry Transportation Program has one new 300-passenger vessel under construction. It is ADA accessible, has dedicated space for luggage. This 100-foot ferry, fabricated by Gulfcraft, will service Cruise Bay and Red Hook along Route 32M during peak hours and high demand periods. Construction started in February of this year and is roughly 50% completed. The department intends to issue an RFQ to both ferry franchisees to determine who will operate the new vessel. The department is also looking for revenue sharing opportunities and will evaluate the operation of current GVI-provided ferries as part of the RFQ. The department continues to research and discuss funding opportunities with Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Delegate to Congress Stacey Plaskett, and the U.S. Department of Transportation for 2 ferries for Route 753M, which runs between St. Croix and St. Thomas. DPW recently received a conceptual design and revised cost estimate, which will significantly assist the department in this effort. The Territories Ferry Program is one of the oldest in the country and underscores the significant challenges we have in linking our islands due to geographic challenges. We have made significant strides in gaining support for the program from our federal partners and will continue exploring all available options for technical and funding support opportunities. Our ferry operators have done their part by uploading critical passenger information to the National Census of Ferry Operators. This data is necessary to make our case on the federal level for enhanced subsidies and support. Vitran is utilizing an innovative procurement method established by the Federal Transit Administration to secure better pricing and faster delivery of transit vehicles. This method utilizes larger statewide contracts negotiated for larger quantities to provide better pricing. These contracts are available for other FTA funding recipients to make smaller purchases at previously established pricing to accelerate the procurement process. Innovative procurement is a cooperative agreement, or what was previously called piggybacking. With the new bus procurement contract in the execution process, Vitran will acquire new fixed route and paratransit buses over the next 14 months. Vitran plans to transition its fleet from fossil fuels to hybrid and electric buses. In April of 2024, 2 new electric vans funded by the Virgin Islands Energy Office were introduced to the fleet. Vitran will continue this path by purchasing electric service trucks and supporting vehicles. Maintaining the current fleet of diesel-operated vehicles continues to be difficult, with bus manufacturing facilities closing and the lack of needed parts almost impossible to find. Many of the existing bus shelters in the territory were severely damaged by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Several projects are currently in solicitation to retrofit and refurbish 43 bus shelters, 25 on St. Croix, 14 on St. Thomas, and 4 on St. John. In late 2024, the Division of Transportation will issue an IFB, an invitation for bids for the transportation plan updates, with a kickoff scheduled for early 2025. This update will include evaluating our existing routes, possibilities for new routes, route realignments and expansions, and analyzing the feasibility of transfer stations to better serve our community. The transportation plan update will also analyze major traffic generators such as schools, housing communities, and planned private and public developments. Innovative transit services such as microtransit will also be evaluated for their feasibility and ability to expand our public transit services to new areas. This completes our testimony for this segment. My team and I will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Let me ask you before I go to my colleagues for their line of questioning. First of all, I want to commend your department for the work I'm seeing when it comes to our roadways, when it comes to striping. I like the work that I'm seeing in First Avenue so far. It's been a long time coming. And let me ask you in respect to your testimony, because you spoke to new curbs and gutters on the north side of the avenue. And you also spoke about installing new inlets and crash drainage as you proceed westward. Sidewalks on that project is included, correct?
Yes.
ADA compliance?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very well. I must say too, by the Department of Labor, them drainage lines that's going in there, they're much bigger, which is good because was that the issue? The size?
Yeah, not only on the size, but that area receives a lot of sediment off the hillsides, and due to a lack of maintenance, it was so filled, it was almost like it was clogged, like to the point like where it was solid. So what we did this time is we're not only installing upsized piping, but we're actually having redundancies so that we can make sure that drainage really stays in good shape, because the flooding that we experience in that area really is, it's a burden.
Okay, very well. And this body appropriated some funds for local roads, etc. What's the status of those funds and the roads that were included with that bill?
So, Senator, we've been very fortunate to work with this body to have a number of appropriations for roads. The latest set that we got, we're working with the Office of Management and Budget to get those funds realized so we could start paving. I think most of you will notice that we've done a considerable amount of road work in the St. Croix district. And we're doing some really major drainage improvements in both St. Thomas and St. John. We have a number of FEMA projects. So we're trying to take advantage of the paving companies all being to work and get as much paving done because, of course, that usually that improves pricing.
And finally, in respect to Ernesto and our road system, have there been major damage to our road system, and what's being done in the interim?
So we've done assessments and we do have damage. We have areas where we sustained a significant amount of damage, particularly in this district. We have a lot of debris that came off the roadsides. And of course, in the immediate aftermath, we had a lot of people on the roads, trying to traverse. So that caused major damage. We actually have some areas that were impacted due to sheet flow coming off of the hills with the amount of water. We also have a lot of debris. I know a lot of people have still seen the vegetative debris, particularly that's on the roadside. So the cleanup is ongoing. Assessments, preliminary damage assessments have been done and submitted to FEMA. So hopefully we could realize some funds to fix our roads. Now we're working on the debris side. And people should see contractors out. I'm hoping by next week, once we get the final declarations on the debris side as well.
And I know it has come to my attention in terms of debris on the culverts and debris being put in the culverts. I don't know by whom. It came to my office attention at least that we have actually got called that some of the roadside contractors were putting the debris there while they were cleaning up. So what is done from your department perspective in terms of assuring or assessing exactly when someone does an area that the debris is carried away, or how do you monitor that, or can you monitor that in some way, some sort of way? Because that's the report we got. I do not know, but that's the report we got. So are you aware of that? Have you received any report?
I am, and it's interesting because as if you recall, at the time of Ernesto, the landfill in this district wasn't accepting green waste. So we have to work with waste management to make sure, of course, we're not inundating them with green waste when they're not accepting green waste. And then secondly, there's a process with FEMA, right? So to make sure that you get as much opportunities to reimbursement. There's the initial cleanup, which we did a lot of that in-house, of course, with our roadside contractors. And then there's, of course, debris removal and debris monitoring. And those are emergency contracts that had to be activated through the emergency declaration. So that's why it seemed like some of our contractors were just putting debris on the roadsides. In fact, it's like a system that they have to follow because we actually have to do actual measurements of that debris that fall in line with our preliminary damage assessments.
And please, hopefully, what happened during the last hurricanes in terms of documentation, etc., and back and forth, let's make sure, not with your agency, but let's make sure that everything is done accordingly so our contractors can be paid and you can be reimbursed appropriately.
So, Senator, I think we've learned some hard lessons, which is why, to some people it seems like we're moving slowly, but we're trying to make sure that, A, the contractors they know exactly what needs to happen. B, we're following the process. And C, we're falling in line with the federal guidelines to make sure that we have opportunities for reimbursement.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Senator Bolquez? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gabriel, this contract is anticipated to be executed in September and construction will begin in October of this year. Mahogany Road. Can I get that written in gold? Because I think I've been behind you with this for, I think, like 2 years now.
Yeah. Yes.
What is it? Just explain the difficulties that you encountered. Because, we get complaints all the time. People's lives are affected. Can you just quickly explain why it has taken so long?
I'll try to go really fast so I don't take up all your time. So the first set of challenges under my watch was the right-of-way challenges that we faced with a lot of the residents and property owners along Ethel McIntosh Drive. It took an inordinate amount of time. It wasn't actually until we publicly went out and started saying what the problems were that we got property owners to send back in those easement documents. Once we got all the easement documents, we went out to bid the first time around. There were some procurement inadequacies that made, if we had continued along that path, the project wouldn't have been as complete as we wanted it to. And quite frankly, there were a number of challenges that it probably wouldn't have even passed federal highway concurrence, to be very honest. So we did the prudent thing, which was put it back out to bid. This iteration, we finally have a product that is fitting for federal highway concurrence.
You know, I'm glad you said that too, because I'm also now, getting a lot of complaints about the what should I call them on St. Croix? These little hills, these bumps, these in the roads, those bridges, those speed bumps, big speed bumps. What's up with that?
So I'll let Mr. McLean address particularly the one on the Queen Mary Highway.
Right, that one.
But it really is, and I do want to say it, it's a temporary bridge. That's first and foremost. And second, it's elevated to allow for increased water flow, because that's what, and I mean, it's sitting on the old structure, but I'll let Mr. McLean expound.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. And like the commissioner indicated, so it's a temporary bridge, and it's placed on top of the existing bridge. So that's why there's an increased elevation. And the reason it's temporary is because to get the permitting, go through the permitting process not just with the local government, but also with the federal government, particularly the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, would have taken an inordinate amount of time. And given the condition of the old bridge, we were racing against the clock to really either install a temporary bridge or close the roadway until a new bridge is constructed.
So what does that mean in terms of completion time? What does that mean for us who use the Queen Mary Highway?
So with the installation of the temporary bridge, that buys us time to get all the permitting and get all the approvals done for a permanent structure, to then replace and just pull out the temporary bridge and drop in the new bridge. So it buys us time to keep the roadway open.
Yeah. How long would that take, though, for us to get? I'm sure you've heard it out there, social media. Nothing is temporary in the Virgin Islands. Everything temporary becomes permanent, right?
Right.
Okay. How long will it be before we get that permanent?
So it's a process, and so just given the experiences that we've had on East Airport and Lagoon, which are permanent bridges, and we know how long it took just to get the permitting approved. It took us more than a year, actually approaching like 2 years to get through the permitting process. So it's our anticipation that it would be at least 2 years before we have approval and permits in place for the permanent structure.
For the permanent. Thank you for that answer. Commissioner Gabriel, I'm getting emails about Seven Flags Road up East End, where Liberty did microtrenching. And you're going to be here when Liberty is here later, correct?
Yes.
But on a private road,
Time.
Can you give permission? May I just conclude? Thank you, sir. Can you give permission or a permit for a private company to use a private road? How does that? I mean, I would think it's. Well, let me let you answer, because I've been trying to figure that one out myself.
Are you asking me as Senator James or Attorney James?
How you know?
That was good. So the way that we see it, we did grant the permit in that instance, and you're correct, it is a private road. Yeah, we did.
Can I, through the chair, can I get a copy of that permit?
Yeah, I could supply you a copy of that permit.
Okay.
We did it because it was in a Liberty submitting permits in bundles and in packages, right? And our thing was, I wanted to make sure that, and granted, I know that the condition of the existing roadway, we wanted to make sure they were following the guidelines and that we actually had the information as far as how deep they were digging, where they were putting the microtrench, in case anything else comes up. I can provide you a copy of that, but you're right. We should probably have a greater discussion offline.
Yeah, okay. This block is about DPW and public roads, correct?
Correct.
And your involvement in allowing people, companies to use roads. Okay, because I'm going to address Liberty's obligation in the next block. But in this block, you are the Commissioner of Public Works, and so I would like to get the permit from you that allowed this to happen.
To the chair.
Thank you very much.
To the chair. Definitely. Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Polquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to the Department of Public Works. And as I sit here and hear the discussion from my previous colleague concerning microtrenching, it comes to me that, we're talking about excavation. And I have a bill concerning, as you know, Commissioner, because we've been working on this bill along with my colleague, Senator Carrion, concerning excavation in the Virgin Islands. And we know that the current fee structure is inadequate, to say the least. $25 to tear open our roads is not a benefit to the people of the Virgin Islands. So we definitely have been putting our eyes on that section of the code, and we are going to move forward sometime this legislature and hopefully make those changes. But let me ask, do you believe with the current structure or excavation structure of roads, being that we're discussing roads here today in this hearing, do they adequately reflect the wear and tear that is caused on our public roadways due to these activities? What is a reasonable way to approach that? Because we know that one of the biggest issues people of the Virgin Islands have are our public roadways.
Yeah, so succinctly, no, it's not. I think, and Mr. McLean can tell you, once you begin doing any sort of construction on a roadway, you begin to degrade the integrity. And it's only a matter of time before you start to see major damage.
And currently, you, as the department commissioner, when you have to enforce due to some of the things that you've seen happen to our roadways, you may not have, based on code, you may not have the authority to do certain things. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, and the biggest thing is we don't have enforcement. Remember, that was taken from us with anti-litter and beautification when that was moved to waste management. So that's really the biggest thing. It's like a cat and mouse game in a lot of instances. And then it's like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place because we're regulators in this instance, and I'm trying to make sure they're doing what needs to be done to protect the public's roads. But then in a case like this, Liberty is trying to increase their bandwidth and their broadband capabilities. And then we're inundated with calls from whether it's members of this body or whomever. In some cases, even Congress people are calling us about how long it's taken us to scrutinize the permits. But at the end of the day, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the public.
That's right. That's right. And don't worry, Commissioner, we're going to give you some lion teeth so you can bite back. All right?
Duly noted. Thank you.
Now let's move forward to the passenger ferry, 300 passenger ferry, the new ferry that's going to be coming along. I think it's 50% finished, ADA compliant. The other two vessels obviously are great vessels. What are the plans, just theoretically thinking about it, what are the plans if it doesn't generate the revenue that we're expecting, in the sense of we already have two boats, a third one in the mix? How many runs? How do you foresee that happening?
I can't foresee it not generating the revenue that we think. The great thing is we have the data that supports that larger vessel, particularly during the rush hour season. Like I said in my testimony, the ferry operators have been great with entering the passenger information into the NCFO, the National Census of Ferry Operators. So I don't see it. I think the challenge is going to be how whichever operator is awarded the ferry, how they're going to fit it into their fleet with the existing fleet. Those are discussions that we're having, but I think both operators would tell you they think this will be a tremendous upgrade.
I know a lot of individuals would like to see another St. Croix run, so please keep that at the back of your mind. in addition, lastly, before my time expires, you're going to be making a jump into hybrid electronic buses. That's a very big leap, a good one for that fact, for environmental purposes. My concern, just from looking at it from the outside, I'm sure your department has been having
30
many
seconds.
discussions about it, concerning the maintenance and upkeep of hybrid/electronic vehicles. What are you doing to assure that space is properly covered in those instances?
That's a really good question. So we've been having conversations. I know Ms. McGregor and I talk about it all the time. Any bus contract that we enter into, we're making sure that there's a clause to get our mechanics properly trained. The biggest thing is our baseline assumption is that diversifying the type of buses that we're using will lessen maintenance costs and lessen the downtime that we have for buses. So given that, it should give our mechanics greater time for stuff like training opportunities, and then to even work on the older buses in the fleet, so we could supplement the newer buses.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, may I please wrap up? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking ahead, Commissioner, for the next fiscal year, what are some of the things that are coming down the pipeline for infrastructure that we should be expecting to see?
So I think we're continuing on our journey with really improving the drainage infrastructure. We're going to, the biggest thing for me in 2025, in fiscal year 25, is putting back out the drainage improvements for downtown Frederickstead. That needs to be done. That falls in line with a lot of the improvements that we have going on in Frederickstead. Putting roads to the side, it really is finishing a lot of our major capital projects too. I have a commitment to finish, like we talk about, the pool, Polly Joseph, the fire stations, the libraries. That's our big push in 25 because we know that the schools and the healthcare bundles are coming. And once those come, that's going to take up a lot of the labor. To be honest with you, on the horizontal side, I think, or on the road side, I think we got a pretty good roadmap. I no pun intended. I think with the FEMA funds that we have, with working with this body, we've really been able to make some significant progress. I just got to figure out how to get these major projects like Vetch Drive moving.
Okay, and don't forget St. John, because I always call you about a couple things over there to include Fish Fry Road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquist. Before I go to your point of information, I had a follow-up question right quick. In respect to the buses, because Director McGregor, you spoke, it was said in the testimony that you're going to acquire new fixed route and paratransit buses over the next 14 months. Can you tell us how much new fixed route buses we anticipate and how many paratransit buses we anticipate over the next 14 months?
Good day, Senator Carol Overson McGregor. We anticipate procuring 9 fixed route buses and 10 paratransit buses over the next 14 months.
And what happens to all of the buses that's not operational? What becomes of those buses?
Senator, we dispose of the ones that are no longer useful. And what we have to pay particular attention to, our buses have now surpassed the useful life. They are 10 years old and 9 years old. So we definitely have to take them out of service.
All of them have passed their lifespan?
Just about.
Wow. Very well.
Can I add something? I know we usually do like a census, like an assessment to see which ones we can pull out for auction. I know a lot of the churches, a lot of the nonprofit groups have been reaching out to us over the past few years. The thing about it, and it's part of what Ms. McGregor was alluding to. We have to make a prudent decision sometimes that giving one of those nonprofit buses, one of those nonprofit organizations a bus may be a greater hindrance than a good, because just to keep it running, if they don't have the wherewithal to keep it on the road, a lot of the buses use DEF fluid. If they don't have a mechanic that's versed in keeping it on the road and trained in it, then you run into the same problems we have with Vidran.
So how does it become a hindrance to you? Because some of those buses can be used for other purposes, you know.
Not a hindrance to me, a hindrance to the organization we're giving them to. Because, well, they become a hindrance to the government because then they end up on the roadside.
People are very creative these days, you know.
We heard a
use them for
creative suggestion.
People use them to build homes. People
Yeah.
use them for other purposes. I've seen them being used for many different purposes. So yeah, people are being very creative. So I understand, and thanks for the information. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. And just want to follow up on those questions relative to the paratransit and the buses. You mentioned that you're looking towards hybrid and electric buses. I noted that you have already received 2 electric vans based on your testimony. What are they being used for?
So right now, both buses are being used in St. Croix, where we have a lot of our buses down, and they're actually supplementing the fixed route service, right, Ms. McGregor?
They were previously.
How many passengers, they're fixed route, how many passengers can they hold?
I'll ask Ms. McGregor
10.
to respond.
The electric vehicles hold 10 passengers.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Commissioner Gabriel and Mr. Jomo McLean and Ms. McGregor. Blessings. First, I got to big up Public Works, right? Because anybody that remember how First Avenue was just a couple months ago, and then you could go down now, First Avenue, big improvement. First Avenue full of pothole and thing now, work going on, and I show the contractor and schedule. Second thing I want to go to is actually the Charlotte Amali drainage, right? And so that is also a nice project. I've been following it. I see you're starting the culvert there from Labor, going to go all the way. How that going to drain? How is that going to drain?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator. They actually already installed the pipes on the outfall side, so it's draining 2 ways. It's draining to a box culvert that's between Griffith Park and Wynwood Passage.
By the feed shop? By the feed shop?
Yes.
Okay, that's what they're doing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've already run the pipes all the way from by the feed shop to the labor parking lot. And so now they're like in the final phases of just putting in the inlets on the roadside.
Okay, good. So I'm going to put you on the spot now. So when we get the next big rain, we're going to still have the puddle there in front of the Department of Labor, or that puddle going to be gone?
No.
Put you on your spot, you know. Put you on the spot. The people listening to you, that'll be a big one.
Yeah, that puddle will be gone.
Okay, good. You hear it from Jomo. Okay, you know, I wanted to ask something to see if it's possible, right? Because you're doing a good job cleaning up, you know, on the roadsides and stuff, right? But I noticed the work don't go to like the whopper poles. Is there any way that you can have the guys clean the brush up to the whopper pole so that thing, them brush don't grow up on the pole anymore? That's out of your contract.
So it's challenging, right? So we do as much as we can around the whopper poles. But anytime you're working like around high voltage, you really should be trained properly. As a matter of fact, WAPA recommends you like doing classes with them to learn how to work in that area. So I try to keep our roadside contractors away from that. Like we tell them like 5 feet, 6 feet and below. We do try to like in the areas where it's like right there, we try to cut around the pole where we know there are no hazards, if you will. But like a lot of the public has been asking, especially recently, if we can't help them with cutting the vegetation.
Yeah.
That's the problem when you start to go higher than the 5 feet.
Because see, we know how WAPA operate. Public works can probably get done, but if we leave it up to WAPA, we're going to be right how we was again where they ain't cleaning that, and that's causing a problem. Okay, I wanted to ask you, the storm that passed, do we have a preliminary DSR estimate of the total cost that storm we've experienced as far as public works in the community? Do you have any preliminary numbers?
We do. I do. I would prefer at this point to share them with you offline.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do. And it includes sandbags. It includes overtime. It includes, I think sandbags, overtime, some of the debris removal, gasoline, because if you recall, we had a lot of power outages, so like generator gas, etc. I could share those numbers with you. And then the damage, of course.
Okay, and I want to follow up with the spirit of 1733. Actually, right, that date, 1733, is a very important date. So I congratulate you on using that.
1
because,
minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, way before Nat Turner in 1831 had a revolt in Virginia, even before the Toussaint-Louverture revolt in 1791 in Haiti. In 1733, that's right, 1733. Remember, United States was founded in 1776. So 43 years before the United States was founded, we had a slave revolt on St. John.
30 seconds.
Those were
successful.
And that's right, it was successful. So maybe when you get that boat, the spirit of 1733, a lot of our folks don't really know what that date 1733. So maybe you could put something, because I understand that they were from Ghana. So our heritage goes way back to Ghana. My time was called, Mr. Chair? Oh, okay, good. One other thing here. The Brookman Road, right? You see, we had the big rain. They had that concrete slab. Mr. Chair, can I just finish up? That concrete slab stayed in place. That's a low-lying area. This rain, right? If Brookman Road didn't have that concrete, even if it had asphalt over it, it'd wash out. Look at what happened to the Bolongo Bay Road. The Bolongo Bay. So take a look at that, because when you pave the lower line, Jomo, you got a real terminology, but the road that's below the other side of the road, like if the road is below the side, them to flood out and get a pothole. So look at that when you're rebuilding road. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Also, speaking of that, Cookie Point Road, also that's a big one. If it was not done in concrete, man, over there was problems.
Yeah, those are some of the most resilient roadways that we have.
Definitely.
Yeah, and the reason they were done like that is because of the excessive flooding that happens in that area.
Correct. Before I go to Senator Carrion, the sandbags, again, back to the sandbags, okay, you trigger my mind. How many sandbags were distributed before the hurricane?
Give me 1 second.
And also, if anyone wants, jot the bags, because many folks are still calling for bags because they have some that was damaged, but they still have the sand. Where can they get those bags from the department?
I can get the numbers for you. What we did territory-wide, both DPW and fire services. It was a lot. I know it was over 10,000 sandbags that we distributed territory-wide.
Yes.
So I'll get those numbers to you, through you, the chair. Your second question was?
If individual want the bag alone without the sand, because they have some old sandbags that they just want to refill them.
Yeah, they can reach out to us. I know we are working. The reason I was going to my computer as well, I was sitting here, we got some traffic because some of the residents have been asking for another blue sky distribution, especially with the the prospect of another rain event coming. So we do plan to have them. What I would say to people on the individual basis is, if you reach out to us, we do try to provide sandbags. Of course, there has to be like some coordination with VITEMA, because those are VITEMA owned assets, if you will, the sandbags. So I would just encourage them to reach out to our office, let us know. They are stuck to a maximum of 6 per household, so let's keep that in mind.
Very well. I know, because my team and I assisted. We usually assist the department with getting those sandbags out on behalf of the ADA coordinator.
Right, yeah.
So
that's a big deal.
I must say, that's a necessary task. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to testifiers and everyone that is viewing and listening. A few questions let me run through quickly. One of my concerns that I shared last time is in the area of compliance and enforcement with some of these contracts. You mentioned in your testimony that Clifton Hill project, right, will restart again within 2 weeks?
Yes.
What was the reason that they stopped?
So
how long have they been unpaused?
So I would say officially the stop was about 4 to 6 weeks, I think, if that long. I think less than that, but I think I would say about 4 to 6 weeks. The reason that they stopped there, they had some contractual issues with some of their subcontractors, which requires them, of course, any of our federally funded projects, they have DBE goals. So that required us and them to revisit their DBE goals, make sure they were hitting it before they were able to change any of the tasks that were assigned to those contractors. They've recently done that. They literally gave us the information yesterday, so we're analyzing it as we speak. And that's why I'm confident to say within 2 weeks they should be restarting.
What percentage is missing to complete that project?
Mr. McLean?
In terms of DB or in
No,
overall?
the
It's 80% complete.
80% complete,
Yeah,
so 20% is missing.
Yeah.
Now, the issue when you're approaching Queen Mary Highway, that there's that section there that hasn't been paved. I'm hearing is a right-way issue. What's the issue with that?
No, so on Clifton Hill, as you're approaching
Yes.
Lorraine, so that section is actually, we're putting that section in concrete. So we had a redesign, because it's a low-lying area like we were just talking about, so it doesn't make sense to put it in asphalt. So we completed the redesign, and so they will be being
That's
that
part
way.
of the 20% that it's missing.
Yes.
Good. Now, in Sign Hill area, because we have a section in Sign Hill Road, right, that hasn't been paved. That road looks beautiful. It had sidewalks. But then when you reach to that curve,
right,
for years, what's the issue there?
So that's Sign Hill project. That was a right-of-way issue. So we actually went to court with the homeowner over acquiring some right-of-way because they did not want to give up any of the right-of-way. So we sort of come to the completion of that process. So we're going to we're doing some repaving or paving in that area shortly.
So that's been dealt with.
Yes.
That took very long to be able to. Is it anything legislatively that we need to change to give you authority to do what you got to do? Because that took too long.
Can I answer? I think people need to look at the greater good. People need to be good humans and good stewards of our community. And I mean, and like this is second project that we discussed today that our community is holding up a project to benefit our community. I mean, we need more,
Commissioner, but in the absence of that.
give us more control with imminent
So
domain.
what we have currently in the code doesn't allow you to do what you have to do.
It takes too long. It's there. It's a time, and then prices change. The escalation is there.
Very
It's a time. There needs to maybe be a truncated system where we could just.
Well, that's the type of information we need to
Yeah.
hear in this body. And as commissioner, those are the type of recommendations you have to make to make things easier for you in the community, because we don't want to be held hostage in any further any other situation where we're doing a project like that, and and then the whole community suffers the consequences and we're held hostage. So we'll look
1
into
minute.
that. Very well. And the First Avenue project from Williams Delight. I don't know if you've taken a drive recently. Williams Delight those roads are terrible. I think the moon has a better surface than what some of those roads in Williams Delight have. What's the plan in that area?
Yeah, so we have a FEMA project there. Based on the last engineer's estimates that we got, the amount that we have from FEMA is about $2
30
million
seconds.
short. So we're trying to find ways to bridge that gap.
2 million?
$2 million.
Beautification initiatives. You know how I feel about what happened in Eastern Airport Road there. How much did you pay for that? What was the contract for that, Commissioner?
I can't recall. I have to get out for you. I could get through the chair.
We need to do better. That right now it's totally lost, but I understand because of the rain and so forth, it looks like that. But please, when you're going to give a contract for beautification, make sure the contractor agency know what they're doing, really could, deliver what you want, because that looks like something done in my backyard by one of my, someone. So we need to really make sure that when we do things, we do it at the level of standard that it should be. And I would like to see within your contract basis, because sometimes you have issues with compliances with contractors, penalties included. Have your clauses to ensure that, we get every dollar, the buck that, what we're paying for. And I think we allow too much in this territory, and a lot of our contractors get away with too much, and we suffer. Projects are delayed, timelines are not followed. So we need to get a handle of that, Commissioner, to ensure that projects are done and that they're done right. So we're hearing complaints about the bridge in Queen Mary Highway, that there's a section of the pavement that is coming off, that the way how it's being developed, you bump and you bump and you bump and you bump. That shouldn't happen even if it's a temporary road. So we need to hold contractors accountable, and your office has that responsibility. So please get a grip of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carrillo, what was your, through the chair, request from Public Works?
The contract cost for East Airport Road for the landscaping project.
Okay. And how are you holding contractors accountable based on his line of questioning?
Yeah, so the GVI contracts have mechanisms to hold contractors accountable, which we utilize. We've had a number of areas where we've actually made the contractors go back and do rework. That project is one of them where they had to do repaving. Melvin Evans Highway, that was one of them where we had problems with the asphalt. There are a number of there is one project I know for certain. As commissioner, we've instituted liquidated damages. There are a couple of contracts that I've canceled due to poor workmanship. And then the biggest thing is you can't have a final payment process unless a project manager completes a vendor evaluation form. Thank you. So those are updated in their files as well.
Point of information, just quickly.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Senator Carrillo.
Just a quick example. For example, Christianstead Road, with the digging that we're talking about. Sometimes you have the contractors that come back and pave what they dig, but it really, they don't do a good job. So if you look at Christianstead areas that have been dug, and apparently they've been paved over, it's terrible. Sometimes you get those holes that you just have a paved hole.
Right.
So it doesn't make any sense. So, that's one of the things I wanted to.
So I'm sorry, on your time, Senator Blyden, if I can, I think, so I agree with you, right? And I think a lot of times the contractors will try to cover poor workmanship. In that instance, and I know we have a couple of we talk about permanent versus temporary work. And I know that project was fraught with a lot of temporary work that we asked them to do to accommodate certain things, particularly given the season. And I think that's what we're seeing, a lot of those failures in those trenches. Because construction is difficult, man. When you keep reworking and reworking, it's hard to work with. So I'm not picking up for him, but I think overall, to your point, we have to be better as project managers in managing our projects. We have to be out there on a consistent basis with those contractors, reviewing the work that is being done and not just taking pictures and their word for it.
Thank you, Senator Carrillo. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Commissioner, I'm glad to see you here today. But one of the questions that I have is how do we prioritize which road get paved? And I'm going to stick on this for a little minute here because I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the project in Christianstead Town is complete. Am I correct to say that?
Which project?
With the first putting the lines them under the ground?
No. They still have some work to do. I think I don't even think they've achieved, I'm not sure, but I know that project isn't complete.
Okay, why I ask that? Because I see that they started paving. But commerce in Christianstead is King Street. And I'm seeing them paving other roads, side roads. And I think the main street should have been the first one, especially the done dig it up. I see the sidewalks, a lot of work to be done there. But I think we need to start prioritizing where we actually bring in our money, our commerce. So, and then I want to ask about the airport road. Going from the airport, going west. If I just land on this island, and I traveling on the airport going Frederickstead, that's a bad statement for us. What's the status on that road, Commissioner?
So I'll start with Airport Road because that's a simpler one to answer. That one is it's going through the procurement process. I know that if I'm not mistaken, the contract is being worked on by property and procurement, and I know we owe them some documentation. But the good thing is at least it's already been evaluated. For the downtown project, I think it's important to delineate that there are two projects consistently going on downtown. The Department of Public Works has a road repaving project that we are doing with VI Paving, and I think that's the one you're talking about. That's on the ancillary roads, if you will. The other project, we do plan to address King Street in that project, but in order for me to allow VI Paving to do the paving there, we have to allow Waste Management's contractor to be finished. We do plan to pave King Street, like I said, I think I mentioned it in the testimony, but that's probably going to be the last one because the contractor is working on the Waste Management's contractor is working there, and we want to make sure that they are done and out of Christiansted before we start paving that area. I do agree with you. It's like your main street, it's like your main street over there, like our version.
So I hope we're inconsistent. We're trying to make sure we do one dig and not pave and then dig again.
Yes. 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 No. Yes.
And then now, thank you. The Itel Macintosh Memorial Drive, well known as Mahogany Road. Help me with this road because I know we had some issues back then with, I think, acquiring some land from some of the homeowners in order to expand the road with guts. What's the real status and what's that timeline for that road to finally? Because it's, again, we're talking about commerce, we're talking about us bringing tourists here, driving through the rainforest, and ain't no taxi going through there right now. What the taxi man them have to do is go up on Queen Mary Highway and come through Grove if they want to go to the beer drinking pig establishment. That's a long haul. Normally a 15 minutes drive if they go from Mahogany. Now they got to get on the Queen Mary, drive all the way up to Queen Mary, go through Grove, and come around. It's costing money. What's the status and how soon can we really see this project starting and a completion date?
So at this moment, we are awaiting Federal Highways concurrence. We recently gave them all the documentation. They're concluding their reviews, and we anticipate having that back within a week. I believe
1 minute.
the contract will be executed in September. We're confident there, and work should start in October.
How long will it take?
And approximately how long it's expected to take?
Mr. McLean?
14 months.
14 months. Now, let me get back to East Airport Road and the bridge that is being constructed. And I want to discuss that bridge, and I'm quite sure the reason why that bridge is as high as it is, sometimes we build in preparation for 100-year floods and stuff like that. And that looks good. But from that bridge, going back now to the highway, a bridge that goes underneath the highway, someone lost their life right on that area in back of one of our, it wasn't self a hurricane, I think it was just a rainstorm. Because that major bridge that we're now constructing by East Airport Road runs right underneath the highway. But if you're Mr. Chair, may I conclude here?
Yes, please. Wrap up.
But if you drive on the highway, you will realize that the trees that's in that gut reach up to the top of the highway. Mm-hmm. So if we're fixing the one gut to allow all of this water to flow, what are we doing for the next gut that water going to connect to that needs to get to the seawater, because we're going to experience the same problem again, and pray to God that no one lose their lives there. So is there a plan scheduled for clearing the remainder of that gut, especially underneath that highway?
So short answer is yes. We're working with DPNR and Army Corps to come up with a more comprehensive maintenance plan for our guts, because some of them require more extensive permits than others. Quite frankly, Senator Johnson, DPNR has been very gracious in giving us a lot of leeway, but there comes a point where they can only do but so much. So we do plan to do some major cleaning in that area. I just have to do the right permits. I'll make sure that we keep you updated and we keep that gut as a priority.
And the last question, the bridge on Queen Mary Road, I understand it was closed, that was just open. Can somebody elaborate on what happened in such a short span of time after we just opened that bridge? I'll listen to you on the chair time.
I'll allow Mr. McLean to respond, but I didn't think that road was closed.
Right. Yeah, I'm not aware of it being closed. The only thing that I know that we asked them to do was, well, they had to readdress the paving, the asphalt. So that's the only thing that it could have been closed for.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pass through there again, and thank you very much. I see some of the side of the roads are being cut, but we're far behind the highways in bad shape on the island of St. Croix. There's no shoulder for anyone to park up and fix a flat, especially from West Airport Road going west. Those sides have not been cut in a while. I spoke to some of your employees, in particular Mr. Schilderbrand, and we spoke to some contractors, but those roads are dangerous. People are leaving the left lane going to the right because of the trees that are overgrowing on the highway. So I sure hope that we can get to that and get it done with especially some of that money that we just approved in the last session. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Commissioner, and thank you very much.
Yeah, Senator Blyden, I guess through you to Senator Johnson. I do want to at least thank this body for looking out for us and giving us some additional resources to tackle the brush cleaning, particularly in St. Croix. It's bad. I agree with you. I think you will see contractors mobilize. I've already spoken to a number of emergency contractors as well as private contractors that are not in our cadre to figure out how we can get them in and get some major roadside clearing done. And then, like I said, in this district, again, you'll be seeing emergency contractors mobilize, and that'll help us with the Eduardo cleanup and cutting down some of these trees that are causing traffic hazards.
Okay, thank you for your response, Commissioner Gabriel. And thank you, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning. Senator Maurice James, you have a point of information.
Hello? Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Maurice James, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just raised a quick question, but that wasn't what I was going to ask you about the difference between emergency contractor and private contractor. But I put that aside. I would like you to, because of where we were in the West with my previous colleagues, address LaGrange. There's a school shanty issue with buses going around, creating issues, bridge. I got pictures that are horrible. Is the funding source for Mahogany and LaGrange the same, or what's happening? What's going on with LaGrange is really the question.
Yeah, so LaGrange is a very, I may have touched on this during budget, but LaGrange is interesting because there are a number of projects that are funded by various funding sources. Two of them being FEMA Public Assistance and then FEMA HMGP. So to allow for a more comprehensive project is like why we keep trying to wait to let all the funding come together at once and then do road projects with swales, with proper culverts where we need to. That's really the challenge, Senator James. And then we have to find there's some areas because FEMA only approves like portion of roadways based on the damage. So there are areas that we also have to come up with some local funds to make a real comprehensive approach to dealing with LaGrange. We have plans. We have, I could even share the estimates with you. I could share them with you. Right now, it really is a matter of funding alignment and then matching some of the funds that we have available to us.
But, my concern, of course, is the school, the shanty, and the safety of our children. So that's an emergency. Wouldn't you define it as an emergency in the sense that it needs to take priority?
Yes. And yes.
Thank you. So we need to find money for that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel.
Thank you for your point of information, Senator Maurice James. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, name 5 roads in St. Thomas They don't have no problems.
You said name 5 roads on St. Thomas that have no problems?
Yeah. Don't hurt your head. Don't hurt your head. There aren't any.
Right, right.
You know, so I mean, it's my colleagues been naming roads, and I'm so proud of them for naming roads, but I can't name maybe even one road on St. Thomas. So I would like you to look at your road cleaning contracts for them cleaning trees that are growing tall, pruning them from not around electrical lines or other lines. Just as a part of the project, they have been doing great jobs, but down low. Trim some of the trees back. Now you could drive around the island and see the ocean. Trim back some of them trees while they're down. Keep it going. We're a tourist destination, one we could see. One we could help with the trees growing up into the wires if we start maintaining them, managing them from up as a part of the contract. Just they will extend. Let's stop designing roads with the manholes in the middle of the road. Too much highways we have here, you're driving. If you're hitting a pothole, you're hitting a manhole. You know, and again, I could complain about everything, but I'm not try complain. But from the people of Sergeant Fry North Side, we need the cleaning crews to get there. The bush has taken over the road. Carrot Bay, I've cleaned the road in front of my house. I did the 1,200 linear feet up the hill, like you said. But the issue is, I like to also shout out the gentleman, Mr. Sal Griffith. There was a tree in the road that after I cleaned, I didn't have my chainsaw. He came, he cut it up for me, so thanks to him. People willing to help out. But, you know, I have a page. This is just since you started your testimony, I could ask 100 million questions. But to me, it tends to make you look bad, and I won't try to do that. Is how do we address the issue that we have in the territory? I mean, we're talking about funding. If funding is an issue, I want, when I say, yes, I support funding for public works, that I see the project gets completed. I'm not seeing it. So those are things that, how do we work together? To me, you're not here for us to pick on you. No entity. It's for how do we get this done for the people, because that's who's suffering. You know, the roads are atrocious. Street lighting in the night is unbearable. If I wasn't a police for 26 years, I probably wouldn't drive out to my house when the sun goes down. The island pitch dark. You know, so let's look at things that we could fix. Now, do you have an asphalt road paving contract that, because there are potholes all over the place, but we seem to keep throwing asphalt in a bumpy road? What about cutting out a section and just do it smooth? I don't know if the contract allows for that.
Yeah, so we do some of that in-house. I know a lot of the guys in-house, like we've had a great deal of attrition over the last few years. So we've lost a lot of guys in operations. And some of the new guys that come in are not versed on saw cutting. We do have contracts, Senator, like it's emergency task orders for road repairs. Every paving company has them. We've been utilizing those, and then we are working on a RFQ for $50,000 and under for smaller contractors, which should help us as well.
Okay, and public transportation as a whole, I've been talking with the assistant commissioner or deputy commissioner?
Deputy commissioner.
Deputy commissioner in regards to the buses, the advertising on buses and bus stops.
Yeah.
So contractor that you have now, let's have a pull them up, because I'm saying I think we need to get this out. We need to push this more, driving around remote billboards. You're driving around buses. So there is room to advertise. There is revenue to generate that assists public works. That everything doesn't have to come out of the general fund. We're trying to get it done. That needs to be looked at. Let's push that even more to get it going. We have VIA, we got Liberty, we have these entities right here now. Before you leave, strike a deal with them in a contract. VINGN all these areas here, advertise on your buses and the bus stops.
I know my friend back here from VIA would love the opportunity to advertise. I think a lot of it, really, Senator, if I'm being honest, is we have a issue keeping buses on the road, right? And so like the contractors, like the advertising contractor will ask us at the beginning of the month, okay, how many buses do we have available for this month, right? And we'll say X number. And then when that number changes, it changes the dynamics with their customers that they're advertising with, because there's a certain number of, like, I can just say clicks that they are supposed to guarantee. And if they're not hitting those, they have to adjust their numbers to be able to give that customer back some credit. I think, and I know Ms. McGregor and I were talking, we've been trying to get this bus procurement thing done because it's a panacea for a lot of our issues that we have. And I think we've also been reaching out at the encouragement of this body to my colleagues in the cabinet to do advertising on the buses. So I think there's no question there's a lot of room for growth there. There's a lot of work that we can do to improve the program, but like we say in the Virgin Islands, one hand can't clap. So in order for the advertiser to do their job, we have to provide buses for them to advertise on.
And just in closing, Mr. Chair, north side you're doing double yellow line paving, street striping. North side, you're doing double yellow line street paving. Are they federal highways? The north side roads?
Yes.
Yes. That's why we're doing double yellow lines?
Yes.
Okay, because they're residential still. And in closing now, the debris that we have on the side of the road, what is actually going to be done when you start the contracts and you start moving the debris? Would it go to the dump? What is the plan for that? And is the dump ready for the influx of the debris that we will be moving?
So I think the good thing is that Waste Management has a real plan for us to reassess. They're assessing the green waste segment of the landfill every other day. So we're doing it Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then they'll tell us based on that if we could amp up how much green waste we drop off, or we need to limit it for that day to allow them to clear more space to accommodate more green waste. I think there has to be a larger discussion, maybe not right now, but with DPNR and what we do with that green waste once it gets to a landfill. But I think the landfill has a plan to at least accept it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner Gabriel, in respect to the advertising and the buses, etc., I believe that's where the transfer station and the app will come in handy in terms of consistency and assuring that folks know that the advertisement will be seen on a regular basis and a scheduled basis, don't you think?
You are very consistent.
Yes. Very well. Also, let me ask in respect to the roads, and private roads in particular, like Carrot Bay, elsewhere. We had to cut our way out after the storm, but there's a lot of debris that we have to put on the side. With the emergency declaration, how does that work?
So we do have the opportunity with the emergency declaration to collect that debris. What I would encourage you to do, and I say it to the public, let us know where the debris is. I do want to also thank the residents of the territory all 4 islands, because a lot of the citizens came out and did a lot of clearing, and they put the debris there, and as we were driving through, they would just tell you, we're going to put the debris here. Remind us, let us know, we're going out. Our monitors are actually driving the islands as we speak as well to find out where it is to collect it.
Good to know. Thank you so much. Senator Javan James, I'm sorry, before I go to you, Senator Maurice James had a quick point of information.
Thank you.
Senator Maurice James, mic, please.
Thank you. Hello.
Senator Maurice James, mic, please.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. The question is, I want to follow up on LaGrange and how much you would need to fix that issue with the shanty, or you can give me an estimate so that we can work on that.
I'll let you know. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James, for your points. Senator Javan James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Public Works, everything I'm about to ask you, basically low-hanging fruits. Me worrying with the big projects, and let you and your team deal with that. But as far as, and I know St. Croix, which I represent, are the stoplights. especially on the Melvin Evans Highway. Look at every single stoplight. Send somebody out there, even tomorrow, today, and right around the stoplight, you have a lot of dirt and gravel piling up. If a person is driving at a certain speed, and all of a sudden you have to stop, you know what happens, right? With that gravel, right? So what you and your team will do about that? 'Cause it's very sad, like dirt, like 3 inches thick. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, yes. So that's been brought to our attention. I know we've been trying to amp up the amount of the street sweepers on the road, because we do have 2. We have also been talking to our roadside crews. It's really a matter of educating them, because when you're cutting the roadside, they've been cutting it back so much, like it creates a layer of dirt and gravel that's able to like get all over the roadway, if you will, Senator. So we've been talking to them about like cleaning that up. Don't just brush it to the side, like pick it up. Use a shovel and pick it up. It's a matter of education, and it's a matter of, if I'm quite honest, our crew is just being more diligent.
If I was you, I don't even know what you do. But when I was working in Hovensa, once we finish the job, there's a checklist. And if I catch any of them lying, you penalize them. There's a checklist for a reason. Put them out there and give them checklists, whether it's 3 months, every 3 months, every quarter, every 6 months. Get them fair amount of time. You don't want to be too hard on them, because it's a big island and you have to do a lot of areas. But do a checklist, please. Low-hanging fruits. And as far as the lights on the highway, did you solve that issue between Public Works and the Water and Power Authority to find out who's responsible? Because I know at one point you told me you have some money there, I think like $1.8 or $2 million to address the lighting issue.
You're correct. So we are addressing the lighting issue on the Melvin Evans Highway. That's a part of the current Clifton Hill project.
From a scale from 1 to 10, how far are we completing that? Because we still have dark areas. And when I speak, I hate to use the word complain. I will never use the word complain on this floor. Everything that comes out of my mouth is either things that I've seen or my constituents told me to address while I'm on the floor. So go ahead.
I would say that we're probably at a 4 or a 5, maybe, as far as completion goes.
And through the chair, I would like to request information from Public Works as far as how much has been expended thus far when it comes to the street lighting project for the District of St. Croix at the Governor Melvin Evans Highway. Governor.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, got duly noted. And it'll be separated by the 2 projects, but you'll see it.
All right. Okay. And as far as Frederick said, the bridge or the road, it was once a road, it is a bridge. The bridge leading to Party Joseph coming from Midri Cummings Ballpark. What is the status of that?
So we did, if you recall, that bridge was originally a part of the package that was done by EFL, but we removed it because we wanted to be able to provide a temporary bridge to open up that road for festival a couple of years ago. So since then, we are trying to, number 1, identify the funding, and number 2, do the design, because we want to do a design to make sure that bridge could sustain a long time, as well as two-way traffic. So I'm hoping that within 18 months we should have a design done for that project.
All right. And as far as the crosswalks at our schools, I emailed you years ago, and we ain't gonna go into the details. Low-hanging fruits once again. We have our schools. When I used to pick up my little ones from school, I used to get calls from all of them. When you going to do this? When you going to do this? What is going on when it comes to fixing our crosswalks? Not in them other areas, our schools.
Yeah. So we did a package, feels like a long time ago, but we did a package last school year for the Department of Education to solicit. They did that. We did the evaluation. I am not sure where that contract is because it's a Department of Education contract, but I know we assisted them in the evaluation, and a contractor, an awardee was chosen.
I know you guys have a lot on your plate, and everything I've mentioned thus far, those are low-hanging fruits.
Time.
Nothing that requires big degree and all them fancy stuff. Just go and pick up the dot off the side of the road by the highway, paint the crosswalks, them, put on the lights on the highway. That's a little technical, right? But I will leave you with this. Act number 8683. Please get that done. You know what I'm talking about. Because that bill was passed by this body, sponsored by yours truly, Senator Giovanni James. And one of the sections of that law speaks to contractors having to redo the project at no cost to the government once we put the minimum requirements for paving our roads and our infrastructure. I'm not going to beat you up today. I'm going to beat you up in private, but please enforce Act number 8683 because it speaks to a long-range program, and my colleagues will not be asking the questions here today if we had Act number 8683 implemented, because we will have an idea of all the projects outlined and the costs and the estimates. So I wish you and your team the best. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Just a few things. I know that when I became a senator, sometime in 2019, before your time, Commissioner Gabriel, I engaged in extensive conversation at the time with Director McGregor, and I can't remember who the other person is. It might have been Mr. Monsanto, not certain. But in any event, or the previous commissioner, about the, I see that you do have it in your testimony with regards to the Route 753M. And you spoke about the fact that we continue to engage in conversation. But how realistic is this conversation? Have we submitted applications? Are we waiting for feedback? Or are we still in the talking stage? And just for the sake of the public, that is the ferry proposal between St. Thomas and St. Croix. So what does that truly look like for that program?
I personally think we've made significant progress. I think we've done more than just talk, and it's bigger than a conversation. We've applied for, I think it's three raised grants.
Two raised and another one.
Okay, so we applied for 2 raised grants and then another grant, the Tiger grant. The raised grant last time, Senator, we were deemed highly competitive, but the fact of the matter is the benefit cost analysis for ferries doesn't translate like it does for surface transportation. So that's the difficulty, because to get a ferry, you need a significant amount of capital to get a ferry. We're back to the drawing board. We're talking to the Department of Transportation, and I'll tell you, a lot of the feedback we've been getting from the Secretary's office is that ferries are typically privately owned and operated. So, even in this case, it presents a very different challenge, which is why they don't understand it until they see it here and you ride the ferry.
So I hear you. So is there any consideration, because I understand what you're saying as far as capital, but I know, similar to how you utilize the Garvey funds, the funds that you receive to back the Garvey bonds, has there been that type of conversation about utilizing funds in that nature to back a project of that nature?
Preliminarily,
You see what I'm
yes.
saying?
Yeah, we have. We've had discussions with the governor. I must say he's asked us to really look outside the box and exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, because I think that in order for that project to really springboard, we're going to have to show that we have some skin in the game in order for that project to move. Because I do agree with you that there are, when you look across the country, ferries are privately owned and subsidized by the government. But in this instance, though, we work between St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John.
Right.
And it's important for us to be able to connect between St. Thomas and St. Croix in particular in order to get our work done. So I believe that, we've had this conversation before, but I believe that we have more than enough argument and justification to lift this project and get it moving. But I certainly believe that we have to come up with some innovation as to how we can ensure that we have the capital to do it outside of all the funds coming from the federal government.
We
So
agree.
that's one. And then two, I know a few years ago, again, Mrs. McGregor, we talked about the Bordeaux. There's a challenge with Bordeaux. When in times of hurricanes, etc., is a one road in, one road out situation that they have. But there's another road that we had talked about that we wanted to verify whether or not that road was a public road or highway or is it a federal road is the word. You guys did come back and say that it was a road that is a federal road, but are we doing any work to get that particular road repaired?
Ask Mr. McLean to respond.
And don't ask me what the route number is because I don't know, but I know you all know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator. Route 318 is the route number. So, yeah, we actually had a consultant who did some preliminary designs for us. We're at the 30% stage in terms of having that roadway redesigned. We actually already started looking at possible funding sources. We had a very good meeting with the NRCS, which is part of USDA, in terms of trying to secure some funding for the construction of the roadway since it impacts the farmers, which they service primarily. So that's where we are with that project. We're still in the design phase.
Okay, but there is work being done on that project?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then the infamous Nado Drive. So I got two more. The infamous Nado Drive. We know that the residents of Old Tutu in particular are not interested in having that road end at coming out in Old Tutu.
Right.
And we've looked at it.
30
We've met
seconds.
with the folks from just recently, Senator Potter and we've met with the folks for the Hartman property. And, they're still very interested. Of course, that property was deeded to the government. And if we don't do anything, it has to go back, revert back. And I know that a few years ago, I appropriated some additional funding to get that project moving so we could at least get to the library and then in the back and out of the mall. What's the status of that project?
So that's still our intent. I believe we are at a place now, funding-wise, because we need a little bit more funding, where we plan to put out a bid in fall. So that's another one of your pet projects that you should see come to fruition soon.
Okay, I remember don't impact the people in Tutu, please. I ain't looking no problems.
No, just for clarification's sake, it's just to the back of the mountain, the library area.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why it's important. It's important because we want to see commerce in that area. We know that, Mr. Chair, can I proceed? We know that most recently, the individuals that sell the fish and the vegetables on the side of the road, they have been displaced. And they've been displaced because they were allowed to use the roadway kind of illegally. I think there was a short-term plan that really became a long-term plan. But right now they're displaced in a way where they're kind of all over the place on the roadside. And, we've discussed, particularly Senator Potter, we are very interested in figuring out how we can see a vegetable/fish market in the east. So our thought was, if we were able to get the Nado Road fixed and folks traversing on that road, it will open up commerce on that road, and that would be like one of the first projects that we would have been able to support on that road, to see that vegetable/fish market on that road, to support the community and to open up commerce in that area. So I am very interested in figuring out when you guys are going to get a move in, because in addition to that, it's very important for us to get our library, to ensure that we are able to truly use our library. We spent a lot of money on our library, and it's important that, we talk about reading and all those other things. It's all connected. So if we're not able to use our library, then our kids can't read and our community can't read. So we have to figure out how that project will look at the end of the day. And then my last question is, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leeway, is tied to the task order bill that I moved a few years ago. What's the status of that, and how is that looking for the Department of Public Works?
Going well. We've been issuing a lot of task orders lately because we've been using it successfully for some of the mini HMGP grants that we have. We've been using it for some of the agencies have like smaller projects that don't really rise to the level of like the disaster recovery task orders. So we've been using some of those. I have to tell you, it's been going really well.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's along the same line of questioning from my previous round of questioning regarding the stoplight, and it was just a concern. Two questions I have for you. Do the stoplights consume a lot of electricity. And the reason why I'm asking you that, I want to know if there's any way you can put a backup system in place, not just for all of them, because that's a long-term project, but for our main areas of commerce, and we have other high traffic areas. Because during the weekend, once we have a power outage, that's it. Everybody's man for themselves on the weekend. To the point where we had a homeless individual directing traffic, causing confusion in Sonia's madness. We don't need them kind of things. So do you have any intentions in high traffic areas to put backup systems in place to provide electricity to stoplights?
I'll ask Deputy Commissioner McGregor to respond.
Yes, Senator. Recently, we obtained quotes for the battery backup systems for our traffic signals, especially the major ones like Suniel intersections. We are ready to go out to bid with that project. So in a short period of time, we should be able to get the backup supply systems for those intersections.
There is definitely hope for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
I do want to just add, if I can, the frequent power outages cause a problem as well with the battery backups, but they only last for so long. You know, we're even looking at like alternatives to see if we could do like tie them to solar panels. So yeah, we are looking at it because it is madness.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, your point of recognized for your point of information. Senator Fred Gregory, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I neglected to ask you about the Vitran. I know that we've had challenges with Vitran over the years because of the available resources, meaning available funding. Are you looking at how we repurpose or reconfigure the whole Vitran program? I think it's important that that happens and a proposal is brought before the institution of the legislature. I think it's time for us to visit our public transportation in the territory. I know that many years ago, the funding was dialed back because of how we pay for, how our elderly pay, our senior citizens is the word, pay for the services. But I think it's time that we really relook at how that whole public transportation on the ground is operated, and a proposal be brought before the legislature. We are at the point where we have to put our money where our mouth is on providing those services.
Yeah, so in the testimony we mentioned this fall, we're planning to go out to bid for the transit update plan, which is the beginning of that. You know, yeah, we are, I think Ms. McGregor and I talk about overhauling Vitran all the time, you know, consistently. So we're really at a good time to do it now.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Joseph Mike.
Thank you kindly. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for advocating so my mic could get on. I appreciate it deeply. A pleasant good day to everyone. A pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women from the Department of Public Works. I want to start off, as I always do, to commend you on the work you're doing with the drainage for all of the Virgin Islands. I want to make sure I put this on the record because this is something very vital. We have our brothers and sisters in the BVI, and I don't know if anybody's been looking at social media, and after the storms, they are totally flooded out for days. Guess what? We in St. Thomas and St. Croix, we are not enduring that to that level. And it's because of those hardworking men and women from the Department of Public Works. You're doing a good job. And I don't want to say this and you become complacent and sit on your laurels. That is not happening, right?
No.
Good.
No, we have too much work to do.
Okay, but we need to start. BVI and Virgin Islands Friendship Day is coming up. And we need to make sure that our brothers and sisters in the BVI also could be their mentor so that they could also have good drainage in the BVI too. You know, because we are all part of a family where we have relations in the British Virgin Islands. And so one of my friends from the BVI cousin family, she was really distressed about all of the flooding they had there. So I had to put on the record. Now let's go about one flooded area in the eastern end that I noticed. And this happens every time it rains and have a lot of heavy rainfall. Smith Bay by Margarita Vale. Are you familiar?
Yes, very familiar.
Kindly indicate what you plan to do. Is there funding that is needed to support what you plan to do to really look at the drainage? Have you talked to the owners of Margaritaville so that we can maybe have some kind of public-private partnership to address that issue because it affects them as well?
So short term, I think it was the same week that Ernesto came, we actually got the permit from DPNR to do some gut maintenance and cleaning. Margaritaville, the owners have been really accommodating to us. They just didn't want to let us on their property to do the work until we had the permit, which I can understand.
Okay.
So we recently got that, but long term, we actually have a project that's in design now with a company called NV5, where they are designing an entire drainage, including underground storage capacity as well for the Smith Bay watershed. That's really comprehensive. We actually, a few months ago, we had a town hall meeting where that the 60%, I think it was presented to the community, and that's been going really well.
Is this information available on your website? Because I would like to read through it.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. If not, I can we can double check, and if not, through the chair, we can pass it on to you. I know that's what I was going to say. There's a link to a video that does like a flyover and shows you like the
And this
concept.
is available on your website.
It should be. If not, we should be able to provide you a link, but it should be on the website.
Okay, I'm going to look. All right. And so that's very key because we have a lot of residents in that area. They have been subjected to a lot of flooding. And so we want to assure that the information gets out there that our Public Works Department is on the job and they're looking at a very good resolution to this issue. What's your time frame? You have any time frame that you're going to be able to get a resolution to all of that water there? It's a very vexing problem.
So immediately, once we again, right now our focus is still on the Ernesto cleanup. But once we get our emergency contractors deployed, we do plan to put our crews in Nagot to start doing the temporary maintenance like we talked about. Permanent, it's a HMGP project. So once the design is complete, it does go back to FEMA for review. They determine the eligibility. And once they agree to it, then they give us the funding for construction.
Oh my goodness. Now we ain't gonna get no money because FEMA done already saying they ain't got no money. Okay, now you're telling me that this funding source is FEMA. FEMA has put it out there so everybody knows that they don't have any money. So we're going to have to look. That's why we have to start to sustain ourselves because FEMA doesn't have any money. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up really quick. I'm pushing entertainment and event tourism because FEMA already telling us that they don't have money and they're going to have to wait on the next appropriation. So that's a major issue. I just want to also just wrap up quickly with commending you. I started with commending you. I'm going to end on that note, that positive note, with what you did and paving in Bovoni area, my homegrown area, which I love, and really commend you on doing that. Oh, I missed one thing, Mr. Chairman. Bear with me. The other thing is Noragata, right there, that gut, Noragata by the Memorial Moravian Church. It is despicable. I'm telling you, I don't know if any human being went down there to clean it. So if you could pay some attention right there, they have those 2 pillar things, I don't know what you call them, right there by Norgata, by Daylight Bakery and the Moravian Church Fellowship Hall. Yes, you really need to go through there, and I believe some of the residents upland have been complaining that the area has been flooding. They've called me about it. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency and your leeway. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. One last point of information, Senator Boquist, and we're going to wrap up this block. Senator Boquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, I hope I'm saying this right. Guardrails, rail guards, what is?
Guardrails.
Guardrails, okay. What's the status of replacing or even inserting guardrails? Because specifically on the island of St. John, on the only road between Cruz Bay and Carrollway, for that fact, the only road, we are in need of guardrails because we have some big drop-offs. So if you could put that on the radar, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, so Mr. McLean was just telling me that Island Roads is, we do have an agreement with them where they're installing guardrails along Centerline Road. Just on an overall perspective, if you notice, every project I mentioned earlier today, and I gave you the project description, they include guardrails. And then I know a number of you and your colleagues have been coming to us about replacement and adding new guardrails. And we've been doing those with some of the funds that we have made, the local funds that we have available to us. So we're still doing it. You know, if you let us know, we do it as money or a project becomes available. But yeah, that's a part of our safety initiatives.
Thank you, Senator Bilquist, for that point of information. I see all of the telecommunication companies are here, so I'll forego my time because I asked questions doing it different my colleagues. So I'm going to give you, Commissioner Gapia, 30 seconds to make a closing statement before we take a quick break.
Yeah, sure. You know, Senator, first I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide an update today on transportation. I think for us, you know, Tropical Storm Ernesto showed us the importance of the Department of Public Works and the men and women that serve. And we are on the front line, not only in times of natural disasters, but every single day. I want to publicly, as I always do, thank them for not only the hard work and dedication that they give to our community, but their commitment to really delivering public service. You know, for me personally, and if you will indulge me, going out there with the men and women that serve in the department after Ernesto was really an eye-opener. And when you see managers working side by side with their you know, rank and file employees, it says a lot. When you see the men and women that every single day go out there and they're coming out, leaving home where they don't have power to come and serve the community, it really is a humbling, but also a motivating experience. And I just want to say even to our public, I know sometimes when you see road closures, when you see the inconveniences that come with progress, you know, it causes you to really be annoyed. And I want to just recommend temperance in moments like that, because these are men and women that traverse the same roadways that they're working on. These are the men and women that have the same problems that you have, and they're being called out to address the community's problems instead of addressing their homes. So, you know, in some instances, I saw some of my guys getting splashed with mud, and it just isn't, it's not necessary, you know. And last, I want to thank my management team, you know, particularly Mr. Jomo McLean and Ms. Carol McGregor. You know, we do a great job on a daily basis, but we really are doing the best that we can to push the Department of Public Works and the community forward. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'll see you in the next block.
Definitely, I must say ditto to your comments, and kudos to your team, your employees, men and the volunteers that went out there, those men from WAPA, Waste Management, the Police Department, and many citizens who volunteered after Ernesto. And I must say that during those times, folks are frustrated, but at the same time, during those times is when we really come together and look out for each other and work on behalf of a community of the whole. So I must say, Senator Johnson, I know you want to say something, but I need to take a break right quick so the telecommunication companies can come up here and we have a lot of stuff to discuss moving forward. So I'm going to, like I said, give up my time. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. So the committee stand recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 on the record?
Block 3. Update and discussion on telecommunications issues that impact the economy and the quality of life for Virgin Islands residents, as well as the update on the status of present infrastructure projects and plan for future developments, with a focus on planning and utilization of federal broadband funding. Invited testifiers: Attorney Elian Canillas, Managing Corporate Counsel, T-Mobile Puerto Rico; Mr. Ravendra Mewalal, General Manager, Liberty USVI; Ms. Geraldine Pitt, Chief Executive Officer, VIA; Mr. Stephen Adams, Chief Executive Officer, VI Next Generation Network; Mr. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works; Mr. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority; and Ms. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to all of the testifiers, and thanks for being here. But before I have you do a mic check, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record in this block?
Yes. Yes.
Please proceed.
August 28, 2024. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, I extend my sincere apologies on behalf of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for not providing written testimony in advance for the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Due to a scheduled arrival of the federal partners on St. Thomas and the ongoing contract negotiations, we were faced with conflicting schedule matters that regrettably prevented my attendance, as well as that of our subject matter experts, who could best represent the authority interests in and provide thorough responses to your inquiries. We deeply regret not having been able to participate in the hearing and recognize the importance of this dialogue in fostering transparency and accountability. We are fully prepared to provide additional testimony and answer any questions you may have at the time that is convenient for you. Thank you for understanding and for the opportunity to affirm our commitment to maintaining open and constructive communications with the honorable members of the 35th Legislature. Respectfully, Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. There's a testimony attached as well.
A testimony attached for... No, that's okay. Don't read it into the record. Not necessary. Everyone has a copy of the testimony, and he's not here to answer any questions, so that's okay. Again, good afternoon to all. I believe we have Mr. Alex online. Can you please turn on your mic and introduce yourself for a mic check?
Good afternoon, Senator and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be before you today. Alex Moskowitz on behalf of T-Mobile from the law firm of Dudley, Newman and Fierzik here in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much. And we're going to start from my left. Please introduce yourself and your position, and we're going to go all the way to my right. Please recognize the mic of all the testifiers coming from my left.
Afternoon.
Number 9.
Good afternoon, Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst, Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
1 minute. Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory's mic.
Good afternoon, Samir Weber, Federal Grants Manager, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Matarangas-King, Vice President of Public Relations and Governmental Affairs for VIA.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John Nielsen Bobbitt, Director of Digital Equity and Inclusion for the Territory, housed under VINGN.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stephen Adams, President and CEO, VINGN.
Afternoon.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Afternoon.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ravindra Mewalal, General Manager, Liberty VI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jean Santiago, Regulatory Affairs Manager for Liberty VI.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, Liberty VI.
Can you recognize Senator Boquer's mic, please? And can you repeat your name again, please?
Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, Liberty VI.
Good afternoon. And before I have the testifiers put their testimonies on the record, I just want to make a statement for the record because this hearing was scheduled some time ago because we saw it fit and understand the importance of telecommunications in the territory. And this hearing was scheduled before Ernesto decided to come through here. And we know when it comes to telecommunications and all of the different companies, vegetation management is critical. And that is one of the main reasons why we had the CEO for WAPA, the new CEO for WAPA, on the agenda because of the critical role that WAPA plays with telecommunication, because many of the different entities here have their devices on the poles. So we just received correspondence at 1:24 p.m. from the CEO of WAPA, Mr. Carl Knight, stating that he would not be able to appear today. And he was providing a statement which is attached, which is just 5 paragraphs long. And in that statement, it don't even address the matters that this committee raised, particularly with the question of preparedness to ensure the continued functioning of telecommunication networks in the event of a natural disaster. The invitation was sent out on August the 2nd. And 2 follow-up emails were sent to him last week. And at no time did WAPA acknowledge the invitation or even indicate before today that there were any scheduling conflicts that would prevent them from appearing. And then to add insult to injury, we were presented with this statement which doesn't address the committee's question and concern. And this is a serious matter. It's not a game. And I cannot begin to express my disappointment and a frustration with the Water and Power Authority. When our people suffer for days to communicate with their families, their loved ones, their jobs, their businesses, they deserve answers. And to refuse to appear and address these burning questions, in my opinion, is simply unacceptable. I know Mr. Knight was in front of the PSC yesterday. This is more important, or just as important, as appearing in front of the PSC yesterday. Even if you had the decency to tell me you could not come in advance, I can understand, but you don't operate like that and just don't send something right before the hearing. That's not right. I know we have a hearing on the 5th with disaster recovery, and for sure, I will be there, and I'm going to ask the necessary question and do the necessary vetting as possible. But I'm sure it's going to be a disadvantage for most of these telecommunication companies because I'm sure many of them, many of the issues and concerns are directly related to what they do. But nonetheless, I digress and I move forward. But I just want to put it on the record because it's disrespectful and unacceptable, in my opinion. We're going to start the testimonies. There's a lot of you here today, and we just need to keep it moving and get to the vetting process. So I'm going to start from my left. Who's going to do the testifying for management and budget? Please make sure you speak up, please.
Okay.
Because you're speaking kind of softly.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst with the Office of Management and Budget. Accompanying me today is Samir Weber, OMB's Federal Grants Manager. On behalf of Acting Director Kimika Woods, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the status of the Territory's plans for the utilization of the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment BEAD grant program funding. We are pleased to share with you today updates on the program timeline, proposed funding allocations, upcoming technical workshops, and new initiatives that aim to support the internet access affordability in the territory. Since we last appeared before this committee in January, the Virgin Islands Broadband Office, housed within the Office of Management and Budget, has made significant strides in securing the full $27.1 million award to the territory for BEAD. On July 22, 2024, the Biden-Harris administration announced the approval of the U.S. Virgin Islands Internet for All Volume 2 initial proposal. I am pleased to report that the USVI was amongst the first 25 states and territories to receive approval of both proposals. This approval marks a significant step towards us being able to request access to the funding and begin implementation of the BEAD program. Before I provide program updates, it is important to note that the use of our BEAD funding for infrastructure development purposes would be considered duplicative due to the award of the Federal Communications Commission's FCC Connect USVI grant. Given this, the Virgin Islands Broadband Office will not utilize BEAD funds to deploy or sustain infrastructure projects within the territory. Rather, by investing in non-deployment initiatives and programs, BEAD funding will be used to empower residents to thrive in an increasingly digital world and bridge the digital divide. By prioritizing digital equity-centric projects, the BEAD program seeks to realize the full potential of U.S. Virgin Islands residents regarding high-speed, dependable internet access. Through collaborative efforts with our digital equity partners and federal partners at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, the Virgin Islands Broadband Office, VIBO, is poised to navigate the complexities of the BEAD program by driving impactful initiatives that enhance broadband access, affordability, and digital literacy throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. The program's goals and initiatives have been incorporated in a comprehensive strategy to invest BEAD funding into distinct areas that will have the widest potential to impact and achieve aspirations. These four key pillars are internet access affordability, digital economy transformation, community digital competency, and workforce upskilling. Outlined below is an overview of each program pillar that will be supported through BEAD funding. First, internet access affordability. In response to the conclusion of the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, the Virgin Islands Broadband Office recognizes the need to continue supporting residents through a more sustainable and impactful approach, considering the BEAD's program extension to June 2032. Understanding the benefit of leveraging available broadband funding within the territory to support one goal, we have chosen to support the Learn to Earn model through the USVI's Digital Equities Plan. This approach benefits both residents and internet service providers alike. By providing residents an incentive to gain essential skills, boosting their digital literacy and career prospects, participants will be able to earn free one-year high-speed home internet subscriptions upon the successful completion of digital skills trainings with approved community partners, fostering long-term self-reliance and reducing subsidy dependence. Subsequently, ISPs will gain new customers through the Learn to Earn and Connect VI programs, driving growth and revenue while enhancing their corporate social responsibility profile by demonstrating their commitment to community development. This approach provides a win-win solution for both the community and service providers. Digital economy transformation. This pillar represents a pivotal opportunity for catalyzing economic transformation within the U.S. Virgin Islands. Enhanced broadband access will afford new opportunities for entrepreneurship, innovation, and job creation, empowering businesses to expand their reach and compete on a global scale. Through targeted investments, the BEAD grant will drive economic growth, foster innovation, and ultimately position the U.S. Virgin Islands as a vibrant hub for digital commerce and opportunity. The VIBO plans to support initiatives that will attract U.S. Virgin Islands professionals, innovators, tradespeople, and educators back to the territory to transform the economy by capitalizing on the global trend of economic digitization. Initiatives such as developing shared business automation for cross-agency platforms, e-government services, telehealth platforms for remote medical care, and funds for entrepreneurial businesses in e-commerce will be key drivers in fostering a vibrant digital economy. These efforts will not only enhance the territory's technological infrastructure, but also create new opportunities for growth, ensuring that the U.S. Virgin Islands remains competitive in the digital era and attracts top talent committed to driving economic advancement. Community digital competency. To bolster community digital competency, BEAD funding will be allocated to outfit new and existing multi-purpose computing facilities and community anchor institutions that provide programs aimed at enhancing digital literacy and skills development amongst residents. This comprehensive approach intends to equip these facilities with essential technological resources to provide programs that foster a vibrant, tech-savvy community. Facilities that host STEAM-based learning programs, adult technical development workshops, digital literacy seminars, programming labs, and makerspace and/or creativity labs will be supported through this category. Workforce upskilling. Utilizing BEAD grant funding for workforce upskilling will profoundly impact the skills and employability of the U.S. Virgin Islands residents, leading to a broader economic growth and increased competitiveness. The VIBO is dedicated to leveraging this funding to advance the territory's workforce readiness, particularly for roles requiring information technology or IT expertise. By focusing on upskilling programs, we aim to transition the USVI economy from its traditional reliance on tourism to a more diversified, knowledge-based economy. Investments will be directed towards eligible entities that provide specialized training and certifications in IT fields, such as, but not limited to, cybersecurity, software development, and data analysis. By developing a highly skilled workforce, the USVI will be better positioned to compete in the technology sector, drive innovation in our emerging agriculture industry, and create sustainable employment opportunities across the territory. However, to fully unlock all of these critical benefits, we must first complete another essential step in the BEAD program, the launch and implementation of the territory's challenge process. The user-friendly challenge portal is in the development phase and is slated to launch on schedule at the end of Q4 in accordance with our program timeline as noted below. Through this process, units of local government, nonprofit organizations, and broadband service providers can challenge the determinations made by the Virgin Islands Broadband Office as to whether a particular location or community anchor institution within the territory is eligible for grant funds, or if a specific location is unserved or underserved. Once this step is complete, we will furnish the results of successful challenges to the NTIA and await final approval to begin the subgrantee selection and program execution phase. In summary, the VIBO strategy for utilizing the awarded funds highlights this administration's dedication to not only achieving immediate enhancements in internet connectivity, but also guaranteeing that these improvements are both sustainable and responsive to future demands. This forward-thinking approach will lay a solid foundation for a digitally advanced and a well-connected U.S. Virgin Islands, benefiting generations to come. It is our hope that through our series of upcoming technical workshops and continued engagement with stakeholders, that we will be able to effectively address community needs, foster modernization, and ensure the successful deployment of program resources. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our prepared statement. Mr. Weber and I stand ready to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you. Via? Ms. King?
Good afternoon. Honorable Chairman Marvin Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, esteemed members of the 35th Legislature and their staff, listening and viewing audiences. I am Jennifer Matarangas King, the Vice President of Public Relations and Governmental Affairs for VIA, and I'm here to present the testimony on behalf of CEO Geraldine Pitt. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on the current state and future of telecom in the territory and to discuss VIA's primary goal of keeping our community connected. Today marks 2 weeks since Tropical Storm Ernesto passed, I'm grateful that our community was spared a worse fate. Thanks to the resiliency efforts we've implemented over the past 2 years, many customers maintained service throughout the storm. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our dedicated team who worked tirelessly before, during, and after the storm to maintain and restore connectivity. Although Via's network was fully operational within 72 hours, some customers experienced intermittent service. We apologize for the inconvenience to those who lost service for an extended period and made every effort to restore service as quickly and safely as possible to keep our customers connected. While Via's network remained online, prolonged power outages impacted our backup power supplies. Our technicians worked diligently to refuel these power supplies regularly, replenish fuel, replace burnt equipment, restore trip breakers, and replace down lines. Throughout this process, Via provided updates on the status of the restoration and Via's operations on local radio stations, social media, and local print and online periodicals. Via also provided updates throughout each day to the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, and the Business Emergency Operations Center, BEOC, to ensure that the appropriate level of collaboration with our local and federal partners. Via has a comprehensive disaster recovery plan that we continuously update, and the plan is on record at the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. Throughout the hurricane season, Via sends regular reminders to our customers via all media regarding preparation, safety tips, and best practices. And to ensure that our team is prepared, Via also partners with the American Red Cross to conduct hurricane preparedness training for all of our employees. Via has an extensive array of generators deployed to contend with the regular power outages of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA. Via supports these generators with internal personnel and outside contractors for maintenance and fuel supply. We have learned from the last storms and put measures in place for quick restoration. Due to the challenges with reliable power in the territory, Via has made great strides in upgrading and reinforcing its power infrastructure. Predictive measures are embedded in the infrastructure so we are more proactive when outages occur. Via's resiliency initiatives include partnering with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and Hogland Energy to replace traditional utility poles with composite ones. These transfers are largely coordinated across all 3 islands, with Via following WAPA. Status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development. Since our last appearance in January before this August body, Via has made significant progress in various infrastructure initiatives aimed at delivering reliable products and services to the people of the Virgin Islands. VI Fiber. Central to our strategy is the VI Fiber program, which has seen the deployment of fiber deeper into our network, enabling the provision of 1 gigabytes of service, internet service to most of the territory. Furthermore, most businesses requesting fiber connectivity can now access it, with the majority benefiting from unprecedented upload speeds of up to 400 megabits per second. Via Mobile. On the mobile front, Via successfully completed the deployment of 5G in May of 2024, with a network boasting 40% more cell sites in the VI than our closest competitor, ensuring superior speeds and coverage. Our 5G deployment was a key part of our ongoing commitment to deliver the highest quality mobile network service to our customers, including seamless connectivity beyond the U.S. Virgin Islands to most Caribbean islands, the mainland United States, Canada, and Mexico. Regarding number portability, switch your network, keep your number. Via has actively promoted the ability for residents to keep their U.S. VI Puerto Rico or stateside numbers when switching to Via as part of our efforts to affirm the VI identity and address confusion in the market about porting from your current provider. For several months, customers who were porting from our competitor Liberty were challenged with the number being hung up in the system, and customers were unable to port successfully and seamlessly. The Via team essentially had to escalate the tickets, and an activity that should take minutes often took much longer. We're happy to say that the issue finally appears to have been resolved with the cooperation of Liberty. Via is connected to the community, and our engagement with the people of the Virgin Islands extends beyond our storefronts. Via consistently provides impactful support to our community by collaborating with key stakeholders on important initiatives for the Virgin Islands. Via partners with community leaders and government agencies to determine ways that connectivity and collaboration can spur development and support important matters and initiatives like disaster preparedness, cybersecurity, workforce development, economic development, food sovereignty, and Virgin Islands culture. Affordable connectivity program ceases. Via continues discounts with Lifeline. Via has been the primary provider actively working to bridge the digital divide in the Virgin Islands communities. One of the major initiatives for bridging the digital divide was the federally subsidized Affordable Connectivity Program, which provided residents who qualify with a $30 per month subsidy for broadband service. From March 2022, VIA invested tens of thousands of dollars and a significant number of resources in our daily community outreach efforts to promote the ACP at cultural events, expos, and strategic locations where our community gathered. ACP was a critical part of our conversation in the community because the cost of connectivity should not be a barrier to access. Our outreach efforts were extensive and collaborative. In January of 2024, the FCC announced that funding for the ACP would cease to exist by the end of May 2024 due to the lack of funding. We anticipated that this would be very disruptive to the Virgin Islands as more than 5,000 households were enrolled in the ACP. At our last appearance before this committee, we were the only provider that really addressed the loss of the ACP and the possible impact on the territory. From January 25th, 2024, VIA began sending the required notices to its more than 3,500 ACP customers that the program is running out of money and will cease operations in May. During and after the decision by Congress to discontinue the ACP, VIA continued working with our key partners like the Department of Human Services and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to ensure that all ACP residents receive continued access to discounted services, exemplifying our commitment to ensure our valued customers utilizing this program remain connected. VIA has continued to provide a direct subsidy to these subscribers and intends to continue to do so until October, thus providing an additional 6 months of relief and the opportunity to enroll with the federally funded Lifeline program. As the wind down of the ACP neared, customers were urged to watch for communications from VIA. Since February, VIA has been conducting an ongoing campaign that includes calls, email, SMS messages, and WhatsApp messages to our customers enrolled in the ACP. These communications provided detailed information and helpful resources about the decision by Congress to end the program, available discounts on select services, and eligibility for the federally subsidized Lifeline program. Additionally, customers could visit VIA's website at via.vi ACP update for the latest updates and assistance options. VIA has also continued to advocate for the renewal of funding for the ACP, whether federal or local, and work towards a long-term solution to support families most in need. The $1.8 million annually that was subsidized, allowing 5,000 families in the Virgin Islands to have reliable connectivity for education, employment, and entertainment, has helped the USVI to move forward in the digital age. VIA proactively sought out alternative subsidies before the announcement of the end of ACP. We have previously circulated a white paper to Chairman Blyden and members of the committee describing how the monies from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration's Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program can be used to provide all Virgin Islanders with 100 megabits of broadband service using a methodology similar to the ACP. We have met with Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the leadership of OMB, and other stakeholders, and provided NTIA with a strategic proposal for the broadband monies. VIA maintains that it's critically important that BEAD money or some other form of funding is used to sustain broadband affordability for all Virgin Islanders. VIA believes that the primary challenge with broadband access is affordability, not availability. The need for subsidy was evident during the ACP engagement, which served over 5,000 customers in the territory. These participants require home connectivity now rather than the additional hotspots in the future. It would be wise to allocate at least a portion of the $27 million to deliver broadband directly to residents today rather than ask them to sit in a public space to access the internet. In conclusion, it's a privilege for me to represent VIA today and our dedicated team before this distinguished committee. The hard work, dedication, and commitment of our employees have been instrumental to VIA's success. I'm confident that VIA will continue to lead as a premier local service provider in the Virgin Islands. With our focus on technological innovation, exceptional customer service, and a customer-first approach, I'm optimistic about VIA's future and its pivotal role in advancing telecommunications sector in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony.
Thank you, VP King. Next, VANGN, Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, Honorable Senators, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN Inc. I am accompanied by Jonna Nielsen Bobbitt, Director, Digital Equity and Inclusion for the USVI. We are honored to present to you today. We will provide updates on VINGN's broadband operations, FEMA grant projects, and digital equity grant we oversee on behalf of the territory. VINGN is not only an instrumentality of the USVI government, but we're also a catalyst for the people of the Virgin Islands for them to participate and compete in the digital global economy. As such, our viability is paramount to the territory closing the digital divide and making the internet accessible and affordable for all. The men and women of VINGN work hard every day to deliver this value to all Virgin Islanders. While VINGN continues to be a viable ongoing concern, we are constantly reviewing our business model and practices to ensure we remain relevant to our internet service providers, known as ISP, partners. As a provider of middle-mile bandwidth, we ensure our network operates at the highest performance level and remains functional even during severe storm events. VINGN deploys the best technology so ISPs can deliver widely available, highly reliable, and most affordable broadband internet access services in the territory. This is our mission. As an example of our mission commitment, we held one-on-one meetings with our ISP partners this year during the week of April 23rd. Our objective was to hear what was working for them and what VINGN could do to help them be more competitive, grow their business, and adapt to changing market conditions. I assured them they were heard and that we will act upon their concerns, which we are addressing. Top feedback from the ISPs was their desire for greater independence, more flexibility, and lower pricing. In response, VINGN now offers dark fiber leasing. This enables ISPs to fully manage their network independently of VINGN where they purchase this service. We also added GPON solutions to give ISPs another option for delivering bandwidth services to multi-dwelling unit buildings and into densely populated neighborhoods. Additionally, we have reduced pricing 40% on 1 gigabyte service effective September 1st. Further pricing reduction will be considered once we've completed a more comprehensive pricing review. Furthermore, VINGN is pursuing a diversified revenue strategy in anticipation of declining revenue from our lower wholesale broadband pricing. We also foresee revenue headwinds in the coming years as Liberty transitions from VINGN's backbone to their own infrastructure as they build out fiber to the home. Turning now to operational matters, VINGN's business transformation efforts that began 5 years ago this October is nearing completion. Central to our effort was the implementation of an enterprise-level back-office system. This phase of our operational upgrade is integrating procurement and warehouse management automation functionality. These new capacities will enhance business efficiency and productivity. The resulting benefit will be lower administrative costs, more accurate and timely financial reporting, and greater operational accountability. These are significant business requirements regardless of business structure. Regarding VINGN's FEMA obligations, we have made great progress throughout the year in moving closer to completing these critical restoration and mitigation projects. Attached to my testimony is a summary of all of our active federal grants, including obligated FEMA projects. Since January, we are down to the most critical projects. Our top initiative is fortifying our undersea cable landing sites. Our second priority is to build back to Coral Bay. We will also install free Wi-Fi along the way so this community can regain direct internet access, which they have been without since 2017. The largest outstanding FEMA project is $7 million to design generator shelters for all 24 of our fiber access points facilities and to replace all the generators they house. This is an important resiliency undertaking. The design phase of this project has been completed. We are now preparing the RFP for construction and generator purchasing bids. This solicitation will be published soon. This concludes my portion of VINGN's testimony. I now invite Jonna Nielsen-Bobbitt to provide digital equity program implementation updates. Thank you very much for your attention to my testimony. Johnny and I look forward to addressing questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Honorable Senators, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Jonna Nielsen-Bobbitt, the Director of Digital Equity Inclusion for the U.S. Virgin Islands, housed under VINGN, and to echo Mr. Adams' sentiments, I am honored to present to you today the status of the federally funded digital equity planning, capacity, and competitive grants in the territory. But before I look at the present, I like to provide a bit of context about the past. The COVID pandemic laid bare some uncomfortable truths. One of these truths is that many Americans, including many of us here in the Virgin Islands, do not have access to affordable, high-speed internet, nor the devices or skills required to fully participate in education, healthcare, the workforce, and society more broadly. To address this, the Biden-Harris administration launched the multi-billion-dollar Internet for All initiative. Under this program, funding has been allocated to all states and territories to address access to affordable internet, affordable devices, and skills development. It is the latter two, devices and skills, that the digital equity grants are earmarked to tackle. And it is these grants that, on behalf of the territory, VINGN applied for and is now managing and administering in the USVI. The first of these DE grants is the Digital Equity Planning Grant funded by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. Under this grant, VINGN spent the past year using a participatory community approach to develop a digital equity plan for the territory. The plan outlines the current state of internet access and assets in the USVI, as well as the goals, strategies, and metrics for how to make the territory more digitally resilient with regards to affordable devices and computer skills. The plan was approved in late June by the NTIA, and the final version will be disseminated widely over the coming weeks. So, now that the territory has a plan in place, the next step is to secure the first tranche of funding to implement the activities in the plan, which is called the U.S. Virgin Islands Digital Equity Plan, or USVI DEP. Funding is again available from the NTIA under the Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program, and on behalf of the territory, VINGN applied in July for the $2.1 million allocated for each of the 4 American territories this fiscal year. Currently, VINGN is working with the NTIA to get the territory's application accepted. Once approved and awarded, the majority of this funding will be available to community organizations and local government agencies with programs that directly serve the community via an open and transparent sub-granting process, which VINGN will publish and share over the coming weeks. In addition to this Digital Equity Capacity Grant, the NTIA has also just released the Notice of Funding Opportunity, or NOFO, for the Digital Equity Competitive Grant Program. Now, under the competitive grant program, any entity, public, private, or nonprofit, can submit an innovative proposal to the NTIA on how to improve access to affordable internet, affordable devices, and/or computer skills for funding consideration. VINGN has disseminated this opportunity to the territory's digital equity partners and will also apply for the grant to receive additional funding to fund the USVI's digital equity plan. My testimony today is also a public announcement for any entity interested in applying for funding consideration under this Digital Equity Competitive Grant. You can do so by downloading the Notice of Funding Opportunity or seeing more information at www.ntia.gov. Please do get involved. In sum, last year, with regards to digital equity, was all about planning. This year is about securing the funding to implement the territory's plan, and next year is about rolling out digital equity initiatives across the USVI via proven community partners. This concludes my portion of VINGN's testimony. I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bobbitt. Next, before I go to you, Commissioner Gabriel, we're going to go to T-Mobile with Ovidia. And Antonia? No. Over here.
So Antonio Rivera is a team member for Liberty.
Yeah, but it's T-Mobile. Sorry, we're Liberty.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. I'm sorry, Alex. Alex. I meant Alex. Alex?
Actually,
Thank you.
Senator,
Yeah, I was going to pass it to in-house counsel, Attorney Canellis can speak on behalf of T-Mobile.
Very well. Please proceed.
hi, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the legislature and the Housing and Transportation and Telecommunications Committee, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to again appear before this committee to update you on the status of present infrastructure and plans for future developments of telecommunications in the territory, as well as other topics. T-Mobile provides the following written testimony to this honorable committee outlining T-Mobile service and operations in the territory. T-Mobile extended its operation to the
Please,
territory, including its
excuse me,
mobile network.
can you slow down a bit, please? We have the stenographer taking notes, so you cannot talk so fast. Please.
No problem. T-Mobile extended its operations to the territory, including its mobile network and to stores located in St. Thomas and St. Croix. Virgin Islanders can now experience a nationwide network, award-winning customer service, and enjoy unique benefits seamlessly, along with career development opportunities in a company that prioritizes equity, diversity, and inclusion at the core of its values and organizational structure. T-Mobile offers wireless services for both consumers and businesses through or retail and other channels across the nation, including the USPI. This means that T-Mobile currently has no fixed broadband service and that backhaul for T-Mobile is provided by third-party vendors. T-Mobile is very pleased to announce that following an ongoing analysis and integrated effort to enhance the presence in the USPI, T-Mobile for Government, which is our channel for government sales, was recently launched. This initiative extends T-Mobile's portfolio of products and services to the territory's government branches and agencies, providing additional communication, connectivity, and efficiency alternatives. These offerings are similar to those currently available to business entities, along with all the necessary support infrastructure available to this sector. T-Mobile has the most awarded 5G network in the United States, as per independent third-party published report by Ookla and OpenSignal. T-Mobile is the fastest overall wireless provider in the U.S. with the most consistent speeds. In addition, T-Mobile ranks #1 for the fastest median 5G download speeds and has the most available network in the country. This is the experience T-Mobile aims to provide nationwide and continues to work tirelessly to offer a similar experience everywhere, including the USPI. T-Mobile continues to pursue initiatives and opportunities that advance the public interest while continuing to invest private capital and upgrade wireless infrastructure throughout the United States Virgin Islands. Our focus, therefore, continues to be on enhancing speeds, coverage, and quality of the service. These investments include upgrading wireless towers, antennas, small cells that transmit 5G service. Wireless signals that form an essential backbone of the next generation networks. 5G offers a wide range of social and economic benefits to the USBI, including increased access to education, remote work, public safety, and healthcare. In terms of coverage, T-Mobile has made significant strides in addressing connectivity issues within the territory. During the last quarter of 2023, T-Mobile invested in 3 new cellular sites in St. John, St. Croix, and St. Thomas. We continue to work on the launch of a new site in St. John to increase coverage and capacity of our network on the island. T-Mobile continues to identify suitable sites to further improve our coverage and capacity and expects to deploy additional sites in St. Thomas, particularly during the last months of this year and first months of 2025. It is relevant to remark that T-Mobile maintains an enterprise-wide business continuity plan designed to provide effective responses to a wide variety of disruptive events. Our response team is ready to provide cross-functional operational and logistical support in the event of an emergency for prompt situational assessment of business impacts, support requests, employee assistance, security measures, material supply, and complementary emergency responses. A couple of weeks ago, as it has been mentioned during this hearing, Tropical Storm Ernesto hit the USBI, and T-Mobile participated in the communications channels with the private sector and emergency agencies, including the VOC, after actions review. We want to thank the LCA, particularly Mr. Wilbur Francis, for including us and for their constant communication and looping us in any particular meetings and communications. We wanted to provide a little bit of a hiring update. In past hearings, Senator DeGraff has been very appreciative of that information. We are pleased to share that our company has recently recruited 4 new employees, 3 for our St. Croix store and 1 for our St. Thomas store. These opportunities are part of our ongoing commitment to contributing positively to the local economy and supporting our community. Additionally, we currently have an open position for the retail assistant manager position, reflecting our continued investment in local talent and job creation. We are also very proud to share that T-Mobile has enhanced leave benefits designed to support our employees and their families. I'm going to mention a few of those. Maternity leave, we offer 8 weeks of maternity leave with full salary coverage to ensure our new mothers have the time and resources they need during this important period. Paid parental leave to promote family bonding. We provide 4 weeks of paid parental leave with full salary coverage for both mothers and fathers. We also have paid family leave. Our new paid family leave benefit provides up to 3 weeks of partial income replacement for employees who need to take time off for a family member or a serious medical condition. Also, we have a fertility and family building expense reimbursement program, which is very unique, a very unique offering for infertility medical benefits for its eligible T-Mobile employees and their eligible partners, including the LGBT community, couples and individuals, and single parents by choice enrolled under the T-Mobile medical plan. T-Mobile also offers financial support to employees pursuing adoption and surrogacy processes. These enhancements reflect our commitment to supporting our employees and their families, contributing to the well-being and stability of the community. About service hubs infrastructure, T-Mobile invested approximately thousands, very high thousands, to update and upgrade our St. Croix retail location, similar to the renovations made to the St. Thomas store in 2023. Remodeling began in the first week of March and was successfully completed by June 2024. To ensure continuity of our services during the construction period, a trailer store capable of providing all on-site services was imported, and the quality of service that T-Mobile strives to provide to its customers was not interrupted. Both retail locations are now set up as emergency hubs, equipped with necessary items to support store personnel and to assist customers after a catastrophic event. T-Mobile continues to establish its presence and brand in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and would like to acknowledge the assistance received from government agencies and local functionaries whenever needed. As for federal broadband funding, T-Mobile has engaged with the USBI Office of Management and Budget to explore the possibility of using federal broadband funding for wireless networks, focusing on mobility, resiliency, distributed antenna systems, and affordability. Although T-Mobile did not participate in previous funding opportunities due to the timing of our service introduction to the USBI, we are eager to utilize new funding to deploy additional sites and enhance our network. However, T-Mobile was informed that the federal broadband funding will not be allocated for mobile wireless networks in the USBI. This funding could have supported infrastructure projects to provide resiliency and promote scalable networks that enhance mobile services. That concludes our testimony, and we remain available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Commissioner Gabriel. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. With me today is Mr. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. The department is pleased to provide testimony on telecommunication issues impacting the territory and an update on the status of present infrastructure projects. DPW plans and coordinates at the project level, meeting with the Office of Disaster Recovery biweekly and individually with each utility, WAPA Water, WAPA Power, the Waste Management Authority, VINGN, and Liberty to coordinate upcoming projects. The department also meets with Liberty weekly to conduct workshops to review permit applications before submittal to expedite the approval process and avoid lengthy resubmissions. We have made significant progress via this effort over the last month. As for projects, DPW is coordinating with Liberty to install underground fiber in the Mount Pleasant community. This will result in a seamless installation concurrent with our FEMA road rehabilitation project. VINGN is coordinating with DPW to interconnect its network with Liberty's on St. Thomas. The excavation permit is pending and work is expected to be completed in the coming weeks. DPW is working with all parties to foster a cooperative relationship between the territory's communication providers and is encouraging communication providers to leverage each other's infrastructure to provide better service and minimize impact to our roadways. Thank you again. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Liberty?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senator Marvin Blyden, members of the 35th Legislative Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, senators, legislative staff, listening and viewing audiences. I am Ravindra Mewalal, Liberty VI General Manager. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to provide information on preparations and readiness, present infrastructure projects and plans for future development, issues and challenges regarding coordination between telecommunications providers and government agencies, issues and challenges between telecommunication providers as it relates to portability, and the outlook of the Virgin Islands telecommunication industry in the wake of the termination of the federal Affordable Connectivity Program. I take this opportunity to introduce Enrique Valencia, Senior Mobile Engineer, Wanda Perez, Senior Manager for Government Affairs, Antonio Roviera, Director for Business Operations, Catherine Kling, Director of Commercial Sales, Jean Santiago, Regulatory Affairs Manager, Kurt Preston, Connect USVI Program Manager, and Christian Trinidad, Associate Litigation and Claims Manager, all of whom can answer any questions that you may have. With regards to preparation and readiness in terms of ensuring the telecommunication network remains functioning or can rapidly resume operations in the event of a severe weather event, Liberty VI is committed to an efficient and effective corporate approach with respect to disaster response and business continuity planning. Telecommunication is the backbone for connectivity, and in the face of natural disasters, we understand the importance of an adequate contingency plan. Our plans and preparations are described in detail in our parent company service continuity strategy, which adopts a series of industry best practices consistent with the ISO 22301 standard framework to ensure a continuous cycle of improvements in our capabilities, capacities, and proficiency in maintaining service levels. The program requires the company to have routine exercises to evaluate plans, educate personnel, and to test functions and operational capabilities. We also participate in coordinated sessions with VITEMA and provide regular reports to ensure our coordinated preparedness and response during a disaster. Our Network Operations Center monitors the network 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure a prompt response once the conditions allow it. In this process, we have made multiple improvements that include the following. To make the mobile network less susceptible to wind, falling trees, and flying debris, Liberty VI began a project to deploy underground backhaul fiber. Once completed, the storm hardening underground backhaul fiber will be more likely to withstand Category 5 wind speeds. Buildings that house a Liberty VI network equipment have been storm hardened to remedy water ingress issues. These hardening activities include repairing and/or replacing of rooftops, improving exterior drainage issues, and sealing buildings' exterior wall to remediate water ingress issues. Liberty VI stages flood kits in buildings where there's a potential for flooding concerns. Liberty VI also has increased inventory for network recovery equipment and supplies so that in the event of another disaster, it will recover more quickly in the case of the mobile network. In the case of the mobile network, for example, we have staged multiple generators across St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. We also have battery backup power at 100% of the cell sites in the USVI, and 100% of them have a fixed permanent power generator. These deployments assist Liberty VI in restoring and/or maintaining service if the site lost commercial power. We also have an agreement with a local fuel supplier to obtain additional fuel as needed for its generators. Liberty VI has alarms on all of its power generators, which are monitored on a 24/7 basis by a local network operations center. We have trained designated response teams for each area of the network consistent with the best practice of the industry. All these efforts were put into practice during the recent passage of Tropical Storm Ernesto, where despite the high impact of the winds and the rain, our network operated as usual with minimal downtime after the storm. I take this time to say a heartfelt thank you to my team who worked tirelessly to restore customers that were impacted by the passage of Tropical Storm Ernesto. With regards to the status of present infrastructure projects and plans for future development, I want to start describing the upgrades and improvement we have made to our mobile network on our projects for this year. We are very committed to continue investing in the USVI to provide our customers with best-in-class experience. And we will continue to improve coverage and add capacity within the network expansion projects scheduled across the territory over the upcoming years. Just in the past 7 months, Liberty VI has added 5 new sites, enhancing network coverage and capacity. The most recent cell site additions include Mountaintop in St. Thomas and Sign Farm in St. Croix. These new additions to the network have expanded 5G coverage and increased network capacity and speeds by up to 26% for customers across the Virgin Islands. It also increased the number of mobile sites from 32 to 36 sites, all of which have LTE technology, while 19 have 5G technology. These sites cover 99.27% of the population, according to the last census. Out of these sites, 58% have fiber backhaul, which means that more than half the sites have resilient backhaul with high bandwidth. With all these additions, coverage has significantly improved with respect to 5G. By the end of 2023, we had 94.55%. Now we have 95.71% of the population covered with 5G. We also have 85 deployment projects scheduled for 2024, which include the following: 7 5G overlay projects, 2 site relocations in St. Thomas. This will allow us to improve our infrastructure to areas where they will provide better service or more coverage. During the first half of 2024, we have completed the construction of both sites at Mountaintop and Harborview. Mountaintop was placed in service in May, while we are still working on the backhaul for Harborview. There are 72 LTE or 5G expansion projects. These are to install LTE or 5G technology in already existing sites, improving service speeds for customers using those sites. 10 C-RAN small sites. We also have plans to install C-RAN or small site cell infrastructure in 10 locations where traffic is dense or there's little coverage. All these nodes will be connected to a new hub. This technology is important because it can help with the network densification by shifting traffic from macro sites and adding capacity to the wireless network. This technology can be very effective in the USVI and can help us reach our coverage targets. Nonetheless, the USVI does not have a small cell law or regulation. As discussed in prior sessions of this committee, without legislation or specific regulation, there is no clear path to proceed, and the implementation of these small facilities will be challenging. More than 30 states across the nation have already implemented small cell legislation that streamlines regulation to facilitate 5G deployment. In the past, we have sent a draft small cell bill to this committee for evaluation. We hope this 35th Senate can move forward with this legislation to create a clear permitting process to improve telecommunication services in the territory. We also have 5 new site bills, which are monopoles. We also aim to address coverage and capacity issues with 5 additional sites. During this year, we have launched 1 new site build in St. Thomas and 1 in St. Croix in the areas of Danu and Sion Form, respectively. In addition to those 2, we are in the permitting process for 3 additional new site builds. 1 in St. Thomas, another 1 in St. Croix, and 1 in St. John. Some of these sites are part of the commitment between the USVI government and the FirstNet Authority, including 4 new site builds which were completed and brought on air in St. Croix last year, and 1 added this year. As you all know, FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate a nationwide broadband network on Band 14 that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after an emergency. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. The network will give priority to first responders to send voice or text messages, images, videos, and location information in real time in cases of emergency. Liberty VI is committed to providing great service and coverage to all Virgin Islanders. As part of this commitment, Liberty VI has already installed Band 14 capabilities to 29 LTE sites, up from 26 last year, providing more coverage than that included in the original commitment. Because of this investment, right now the USVI has 98.9% Band 14 coverage and is forecasted to have 99% coverage by the end of this year. On the other hand, Liberty VI is also working on the construction of the Connect USVI program, which requires us to build fixed broadband service to all locations in the USVI with speeds of 1 gigabit per second. This program is funded partially by the Federal Communication Commission with an important private investment from Liberty VI. Liberty VI has 6 years to complete the network expansion, upgrades, disaster preparedness, and resiliency projects to which it committed. Approximately 85% of Liberty Network will be built underground, providing better resiliency against natural disasters. The USVI will most likely be the only market in the world with 100% fiber to the home and with such a large percentage of its fixed network secured underground. We are required by FCC to build 40% or 18,400 each homes by the end of 2024, 60% or 27,600 homes by 2025, 80% by 2026, with the project completion by 2027. Unfortunately, permitting delays have not allowed us to build at the speed required to ensure we completed our milestone on time. To complete our milestone for 24, we need permits for 100 projects. That will result in 19,093 homes passed. 60 jobs identified as underground, which equates to 10,106 homes passed. 40 jobs identified as aerial, which equates to 8,987 homes passed. Many jobs will require both DPW and WAPA permits. For example, aerial projects that tie into the core fiber will also require DPW underground permits. We estimate these are 21 projects, which are equivalent to 4,434 homes We also expect to have underground projects that need to have small sections raised above the ground to clear underground obstacles. In terms of WAPA permits, since early 2022, Liberty VI has repeatedly attempted to sign a mutually binding pole attachment agreement with WAPA. Even though Liberty VI has, for the past months, regularly sustained productive meetings with WAPA and has signed an interim pole attachment agreement, which allowed limited in scope and allows for submission of pole attachment application, it faced an excruciatingly slow started relationship. In fact, the first communication to WAPA regarding the need for a pole attachment agreement was sent on June 3rd, 22. Multiple emails were sent between the parties, but it was not until after more than a year of requests and even providing a draft of the agreement that in early 24, WAPA sent a draft pole attachment agreement. After several weeks of regular meetings and negotiations, WAPA unilaterally clawed back the pole attachment draft it had provided and stated that it needed additional time to revise it further. As such, Liberty VI proposed that the parties enter into an interim pole attachment agreement. The parties signed said agreement on May 31st, 2024. Its scope and duration are, however, reduced and self-contained, as the interim pole attachment agreement does not contemplate the totality of the pole attachments we would require to complete the Connect USVI Stage 2 fixed build-out. Last week, we received a revised draft of a permanent pole attachment agreement, which we are reviewing. However, separate and apart from the pole attachment agreement, there is also a pole analysis that needs to be performed on each pole that we intend to attach to. This process is very lengthy and costly, with a maximum of 115 poles per application. Currently, WAPA's contractor has indicated that they can only make 3 pole analysis teams available, and we have urged both them and WAPA to have at least 6 to 8 teams available. This was 3 weeks ago. With an additional 3 weeks of delay before contractor can start, the number of teams will need to increase further. This should allow for them to complete the necessary analysis and leave adequate time for us to complete all of our aerial builds to deliver the numbers mentioned prior. We understand WAPA has faced multiple situations during this process, and we appreciate the open communication from its officers. Given this, at the moment, only one job associated with FTTH build, review, and approve. This project is on Anna's Retreat with 180 homes passed and is currently under construction. We have submitted 36 additional jobs, which equates to 8,343 serviceable homes passed, and have submitted and pending WAPA review. 3 more jobs are pending submission. As for VI-NGN, the entity was an important element of the original Connect USVI Fund Stage 2 proposal, as Broadband VI sought to leverage VI-NGN existing buried fiber middle mile network to comply with its deployment commitments. In the course of time, Liberty VI became concerned about the reliability of VI-NGN's network, its service quality, and the impact this could have on meeting deployment and speed requirements as part of the build-out. After working through some issues in the productive conversations, we have re-engaged in good faith during this year to agree to a dark fiber leasing agreement and leverage VI-NGN middle mile fiber network in furtherance of the Connect USVI Stage 2 build-out. To date, Liberty VI and VI-NGN are working under a pilot agreement with preliminary prices while a long-term dark fiber lease is concluded towards the end of this year. In terms of DPW, we're happy to say that the relationship and engagement has improved significantly in the past couple of months. Direct engineering engagement, improved communications, and improved processes have begun to produce positive results. Around 19 permits have been reviewed with DPW engineering and forwarded to Commissioner for signature in the last 2 months. Liberty VI has completed 9 projects that amounts to 1,691 homes passed, and we have 15 additional projects under construction for a total of 2,005 homes passed. We expect approval of 10 projects in the next couple of weeks for an additional 1,758 additional homes passed. Complete work or completed working or expected to be completed soon is an additional 54 homes passed from the underground perspective, or 54% of our allotment of 10,100. Remaining pending DPW engineering review are 15 jobs, which equates to 3356 HPs. Remaining re-engineering by Liberty VI is 11 jobs, or 1,449 HPs. We currently have construction actively going on in Williams Delight, Barron Spot, Deneau, Claremont, and St. Croix East, Point Pleasant, Mount Pleasant West, Signal Hill, Sally Fancy, Green Cay, and Sign Farm, and Anna's Retreat. We'll soon be starting in the following locations: Strawberry Hill, Barron Spot, Clifton Hill, and The Reef. Issues and challenges between telecommunication providers as it relates to portability. During the migration, Liberty VI received several port-in requests which were processed. Liberty VI has not refused any port-in requests. An extremely small number of port-in requests were unsuccessful because of technical reasons. Specifically, in Liberty VI's experience, nearly all unsuccessful port-in requests result from a customer inability to provide the correct PIN number associated with the port-in number. In these cases, once Liberty VI can confirm the PIN number, the number is ported successfully. In addition, port-in requests regarding an inactive Liberty VI customer number cannot be completed successfully. The Public Service Commission has also inquired whether Liberty VI is able to port non-340 area code numbers to a nationwide provider that are not licensed to provide service in the territory, such as AT&T. Liberty VI has explained that the Federal Communications Commission local number portability rules restrict port outs to providers that do not have a local presence. However, because Liberty VI understands how important this is to the Virgin Islands, it has retained and formally signed an agreement with a third-party provider tasked with enabling and facilitating portability requests. We are moving now to formally test this solution prior to launch. Finally, we experienced issues in a small number of cases due to technical reasons where the ported numbers was not deleted completely in all elements of the Liberty VI's network, resulting in service issues such as an inability to complete calls to Liberty VI customers and delayed texts. We have addressed this issue, implementing technical solutions and processes to automatically delete all ported numbers from our billing system. The status and outlook of the VI telecommunication industry in the wake of the termination of the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program. Liberty VI had a small number of customers on the ACP plan. After the end of the program, we have worked with those customers to move them to our $15 plan, which has 5 gigs of data, unlimited talk and text in the US, PR, and the Virgin Islands. We also have a $30 plan, which offers 15 gigabytes of data, unlimited talk and text in the Virgin Islands, USA, and Puerto Rico. We're also encouraging customers to apply to the Lifeline program, which is a government program which consists of a series of Federal Communication Commission subsidies and economic assistance packages. Lifeline program subsidies are only available to those customers that are deemed eligible and meet all applicable requisites and criteria at the moment of their application. The Lifeline program provides a monthly subsidy for mobile service of $9.25. Currently, we're also working towards making this discount available to all of our prepaid plans. Finally, we have requested that some of the $27 million allocated to the USVI for the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program be allocated for a subsidy similar to the one provided by the Affordable Connectivity Program. This will allow Virgin Islands to keep receiving help towards their broadband bill. Liberty VI has committed significant resources to expansion of its physical footprint in the U.S. Virgin Islands, with retail storefronts opening from Monday to Saturday to facilitate customer transactions. We acknowledge that we still have issues from migration, particularly billing issues, which includes, for example, customers that didn't have their outstanding balance transferred from AT&T when they were initially migrated, so they didn't receive a timely invoice. For customers who have now received these invoices, we have adjusted or are pending adjustments to their accounts to remove these past invoices, so as to not inconvenience loyal customers that are otherwise current on their payments. Some clients had billing errors, such as incorrect bills, issues with autopay, or bills not being delivered, which led to accrual or of non-payments for over several months. In these cases, we whitelist these customers while we resolve the issue. We will collect on the amount that is due, not withholding offering solutions to the client, which can include offering payment plans or partial relief. Some clients transferred their service to another provider but left without paying their outstanding balances. In these cases, we seek to collect on payment. In other cases, clients may have transferred their service to another provider, but we still invoice them for a period in which they were no longer our client. This is a mistake that we are correcting, and clients do not have to pay those incorrectly invoiced. The team is actively working to resolve these issues and have things normalized. We expect to have this resolved by October. As we have mentioned in previous appearances, we are here as a partner for this legislator, the government of the Virgin Islands, and the community as a whole. We will be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication service to the Virgin Islands. Improving the permitting process will allow us to cover areas that remain uncommunicated or with poor service, with reliability and resilience that may not exist anywhere else in the world. This situation has become an urgent matter for Liberty VI as we need to complete our FCC milestones. As required, and additional delays in permitting may put in jeopardy federal money that was allocated to make high-speed broadband service to all Virgin Islanders. We want to work with the Commission and its members as community partners, revolutionizing the telecommunications space and partnering with the government of the USVI and the community as a whole to make these Virgin Islands better for future generations to come by ensuring that the USVI has a best-in-class telecommunication infrastructure that will attract more businesses to the territory and provide best-in-class services to the citizens of these islands. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide you with any additional information or clarification. At this time, my team and I would welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Avi. Colleagues, that's the testimonies from the different telecommunication companies. I will start with Senator Mary Jane because she had to catch a flight back. So please allow her to go first, to make her flight. So Senator Mary James, you may proceed.
It's been a long day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just have one issue, and it has to do with Liberty. And so I'm just going to read, it has been a long day. I'm just going to read an email I received. I've been receiving these emails for the entire year. And it's about Seven Flags Road. I don't know if you're familiar. Says, a few of my neighbors and I have been reaching out to whomever we can think of to work around the continual stiff arm we run into with every effort approaching Liberty, DPNR, or DPW. We are looking into this as a perpetual response. As a cell tower has been installed, cables microtrenched into our road, and traffic to and from the tower a regular occurrence, we understand the company is operating its business in a territory on private property. We want the company to repair our road without any further nonsense. As stated many times, Seven Flags is a private road. We homeowners cannot afford essential upkeep, and we certainly can't afford the repairs needed now that cell tower construction has concluded. Liberty must take responsibility for its actions and either bring in a repaving contractor or provide funds for an ad hoc group to get this done ourselves. And I just decided that I would read it to you because it needs to be addressed. These are a number of neighbors on St. Croix, on Seven Flags Road, and it's very difficult for them to move about. It's the only road, the only access road that they have. And I had asked Commissioner of DPW to provide me with the permit. And I'm just hoping that it can be addressed, because as important as communication is, at the same time, quality of life is important for our residents. So you don't have to address it here, but I just thought that it was important for me to bring it to your attention before I leave. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Before I go to Senator Boquez, you ready to go, man? You'll have plenty time. You'll have plenty time. Trust me. Yeah, he has a lot. We all have a lot. But before I go to Senator Boquez, I want to ask a couple of questions briefly. For instance, to via Ms. VP King, what kind of additional costs and challenges, if any, did you experience as a result of the prolonged and frequent power outages in the territory?
As it relates to Tropical Storm Ernesto, or just in general?
In general.
In general. And the last time we were here, one of the challenges that we indicated is that we have, just like everyone else in the territory who suffers, we have an additional challenge of equipment, customer premise equipment, like modems, cable boxes, that the frequent power outages, electronics were not meant to be zapped several times a day. And so anytime there's whether it's a major weather event or just even a major outage, we find that we have customers who must swap out their equipment. Whenever there's an issue, we troubleshoot with them, but we find that we have a large turnover. So anytime there's a storm or any major outage, you see our customers coming in. It's inconvenient to them. It's costly for us because we're having to swap out. But that has been, I think, one of the biggest things for us as a business. Just in the same way that appliances are damaged, we have the same issue with our equipment, and that's a major issue for us, a major challenge.
So do you have a program in place for the distribution of extra batteries, et cetera? And if you do, how is that program working?
So we either, and we always think about the customer in terms of convenience. So if it's a situation where you cannot come to the office, we can take them out to you. But we find, as much as we talk about surge protectors and all of those things, we do find that the wear and tear of our equipment has been an issue for us for several years. And I know we talked about this the last time that we were here.
And in respect to Liberty, same for you, in additional costs and or challenges as a result of the blackouts in the territory?
So similar to...
Please, and before every testifier speak, please put your name for the record.
Ravindra Mewalal, General Manager, Liberty VI. Similar to Vire, we do have customer CP equipments being damaged. On the fixed wireless side, we actually have had to replace a few of our base stations because of power surge damages as well. But in a general, consensus, you have general wear and tear of the generators that having to be run so frequently, increased costs of fuel that need to be supplying these generators, and the timelines, the time cards that goes with the individuals that are doing it.
And let me ask you what I have you in respect to Ernesto and cellular service from Liberty. Days after Ernesto, your network, what challenges did you have getting back online? Because it seemed like it took some time to get back up.
So I'll address that in two folds.
Please.
So on our mobile network, 6 out of the 36 sites on Wednesday morning were offline. That was primarily because the generators ran out of fuel. and I think 2 out of the 6, they were being fed by a radio, and the radio shift in the wind, so it caused some transmission issues. The guys were able to bring 4 out of those 6 sites back online. We had to wait until Thursday. Plag Hill was one of those sites, was brought up back on Thursday morning. I think by 11 o'clock that Thursday morning, all sites were operational on the mobile side. However, it should not have impacted the coverage that we provided. It would have probably impacted the capacity of our voice and data services.
Because I know in your testimony you mentioned that you on board several generators, etc.
Yep.
But what type of management plan do you have moving forward in terms of fuel for those generators? Okay, maintenance have the generator and it can't go up to a certain point without refueling them.
So in order to build or have an external tank on sites, we require DPNR permits. So there are some pending permits that we're waiting to add those tanks.
Have there been an improvement with your situation and challenges with permit? Because I know we met with all of the stakeholders.
Yep.
To me, those meetings were fruitful, in my opinion.
Yep.
Have things improved in that respect?
Definitely, especially where DPW is concerned. It's night and day, and I think Commissioner Gabriel can testify to that. So it's a very productive relationship that we have right now. And I think, as I would have indicated in my statement, over the last 6 weeks or so, we've received 19 permits. And that is going well. WAPA, we've had some challenges in the start as well, but we're meeting regularly. And, the proof is in the pudding. We have quite a bit of applications in front of them right now to evaluate. We explained to them that we need all of these applications within the next 2 months to give us the ability to build out. They have indicated, their contractor as well, have indicated that they will get at least half of it back to us by the end of September. But, we'll have to just continue to work with them.
So you have met with a new CEO?
Mr. Knight and I have met casually, but we have not met officially to discuss this agenda.
Need to make that happen ASAP because of the urgency and importance of...
So that meeting has already been requested for September 12th. So we're looking forward to that.
Very well. Senator Bolquez, I'll proceed with 6 minutes line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. J. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues, and to our telecommunications testifying panel here today. You guys are one of my favorite groups, but today I do have a couple concerns, and I'm going to start off with VI-NGN. There's a number of things that jumped out at me concerning your testimony. You mentioned a number of things concerning the generator shelter project, was it?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the timeline for the construction and installation of those new generator shelters?
The timeline, we just finished, we just completed the design phase that's required by FEMA, and that has been authorized. And now we are working with our consultant to prepare the RFP so then that we can purchase 24 new generators and then start the construction of the protection for those generators. In the meantime, the 24 generators that we have now are all functioning with Band-Aids.
Okay, but they're not functioning to the capacity that you would like them to function.
Oh, no. That's why they're being replaced.
Okay, and it's fully funded?
Fully obligated, yes.
So how are you going to maintain them after it's installed? What funding source are you going to utilize to maintain them?
All of that's generally out of our cash flow that we pay for as part of our operational expenses.
Yeah.
To maintain our generators. We're far better now than pre-Irma and Maria in having regular maintenance schedules for our generators, and the life of them should be doubled by having these enclosures.
So in addition to that, you have a number of projects that you want to put online with a lot of the federal funding that you're receiving currently. But after those federal funding are utilized or used up, how are you planning to sustain those programs once they're implemented? Because I'm asking because Liberty, who's here today, they're going to pull out and they've already created or almost finished creating their own infrastructure. And that's it's going to be challenging for you now because that is a source of income for your operations, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
So my concern is that how are you going to be able to sustain a lot of these things that you want to do? That's where I'm
through regular. We have a very detailed regular plan of how we maintain our network, and what we charge also for the ISP partners is maintenance. It's included in our pricing. So part of what our outside plant men and women do is that they regularly take care. Part of our operations is to maintain our equipment. That's our responsibility.
But you're going to be losing revenue once Liberty pulls out fully.
Well, we're working on a diversified revenue strategy for that eventuality.
Okay. All right. Well, that's where my concern lies. Trying to sustain these after the projects have been completed, the maintenance portion of it, sustaining the programs, even though the federal money is there for the programs, and of course Liberty moving out and that revenue stream decreasing. So that's where my concern lies. That's all. Let's shift over to Liberty. So I wanted to know what type of strategies are you utilizing for your FCC Connect USVI program? I know that the funds are for fiber to home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How have we started that, or what is the timeline to get fiber to home? What sort of strategy do you have in place for that?
Sure. This is Jean Santiago for the record, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I'm sorry? Oh, there we go. Yes. So the Connect USVI program runs till 20. The build out will run till 2027, right?
Please, you don't have to look at him. Speak into the mic.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So by 2027 is when Liberty is supposed to build out to 100% of the locations in the Virgin Islands with fiber to the home. Now, the Connect USVI program award already stipulates the technologies that will be used in this build out, and also the way in which we will reach these homes.
One minute.
So 15% of the locations in the Virgin Islands may be reached through an aerial build, which is part of what we've been working productively with WAPA to address. And the remaining 85% of the build out will be fully underground, which provides added resilience to Virgin Islanders in the case of any natural disasters.
Okay, very well. And what about low-income families?
30 seconds.
Fiber to home, is there a different tier of charges for those low-income families once that's built out? Fiber to home?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. What we actually are working with, and we have published in our website as well, is that Lifeline, which Rabi was referring earlier, is also applicable not only to our fixed wireless product, but as well as to FTTH consumers. So we are validating that the customer actually requires that particular discount, and subsequently applying to that particular discount into their account.
Before you respond, Senator Bolquist, can you please state what FTTH means for the listening audience, please?
Fiber to the home.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really quickly, Mr. Chair, I noted that in Liberty's testimony, they have 85 deployed projects. Is that correct?
Planned for this year, that is correct.
Planned for 2024. Okay, so we're now in August. How many of those, any of them started right now today?
So yeah.
How many have
so-
started? How many are left on the burner to actually complete?
I think that 85 is in reference to our mobile deployment. So the advancements that we're looking to deploy in our mobile network, so the expansion of 5G, band 14 and what's not. With regard to the fiber to the home, I would have indicated in my testimony there are several projects that are currently under construction. We have already completed, and if I can defer to the PM, he has all the necessary details. Mr. Kurt Preston, he can give you all the details, but circa just under 1,700 homes are ready for sales and service, and we are already connecting communities.
Housing communities?
Out there.
Houses?
Houses, yes. So
Housing
Williams
communities?
Delight. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Williams Delight is already turned up, and the teams are actively installing and selling there. Point Pleasant on St. Thomas. That's already been connected, and we're expecting to have the connections completed in the next week or two. Dunu is now ready for service, and our teams are out there. Mountain Top. So there are several areas in which where customers can get service at this point.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. Let me go back to Vaya. Let me ask you your assets on Wapa poles. And in as much as those lines are the subject of being compromised by vegetation, as the power lines are, as you know, your lines, what role does VIA play in vegetation management, number one? And number two, is the cost of vegetation management factored into your cost of co-location agreements?
So we do not, because we're primarily on WAPA poles, we do not manage the vegetation. And that would be a part of the pole attachment agreement in terms of that. So we don't manage it. That's for WAPA to do. But we have a pole attachment agreement with WAPA.
Okay, very well. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon. Welcome to our distinguished panel. Three things, I got a couple questions here. First, I want to ask OMB. So several of the other corporations have asked about the BEAD funding being allocated to the ACP program. What is the position of OMB on that question?
Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst, OMB. So to answer your question, Senator, we recognize the loss of the ACP and understanding the need to kind of supplement that program for those affected residents. However, given the limited funding that we did receive, 27 million might sound like a lot, but it really isn't. So we looked at a different approach as far as how we can sustain that funding for the life of the program. The BEAD funding has been extended, or the BEAD program has been extended until 2032. So we needed to come up with innovative ways to kind of stretch that money. So what we have decided to do was look at a different approach, a solution that was included in the USVI's digital equity plan, which is called the Learn to Earn model. And what that does is incentivize those individuals that were on the program, on the ACP program, to kind of earn their way towards free and affordable internet. So what we are doing is understanding that while it is a small group of individuals that was affected, we are giving an opportunity for them to continue to earn that free internet subscription.
So you see there, she took about 3 minutes of my time to say no without saying no. Okay, so that's a no. Okay, so let's go now to Liberty. You made a comment here that you were concerned about the reliability of VI-NGN network, but they mentioned that they were putting new generators. So would that concern be addressed with their new generators?
So it will address one of the concerns, yes. But as I indicated as well, I think the testimony indicated initially we had some concerns there, and we are working through those concerns with with Mr. Adams and his team. I've also would have indicated that we also signed an interim dark fiber lease with them to assist us in the build out. While the intention is to look to see if we can secure a long-term lease with him. So those are conversations that are ongoing. And, to answer your the question in a blunt way is, whatever concerns that we have and continue to have, we'll continue to address and work through those with VINGN.
Okay. Okay, no, so, I was out there by Liberty via, not Liberty, via. Okay, that's the question for via. I was out there by via the other day, and I saw a business license for Vitelco. What does Vitelco do?
So we are still, so VIA is basically, that's what we're known as, but Vitelco is still the main entity, so it's essentially it's a DBA.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I know Vitelco used
Correct.
to be the thing.
It's still there, yes.
Okay, so I want to go back to Liberty real quick because you mentioned two things. It's kind of contrary. You said here that the permitting process delays may put in jeopardy federal funding for the high-speed broadband network. And then you also mentioned that the communication with Public Works is now improved. So is it a revised position that we don't have any potential federal dollars being in jeopardy, or what's that? Because you said one thing and then you said another thing, and they seem to be contrary. What's the position of Liberty on that now? Do we have any federal dollars in jeopardy?
Yeah, this is John Santiago for the record again. Thank you for the question, Senator Fonseca. What we were highlighting in our testimony was both the progress and the lack of progress that we've had so far. We wanted to give you and the other members of this commission a full and clear picture of where we are as regards to the Connect to SVI build-out, right? And certainly, I mean, it has been a slower start than we have wanted it to be. But also, we do not want to mislead this committee as to the status of our relationship with DPW. And recently, it has improved significantly, right? So, yes, thank you, Senator. So as regards your specific question as to the federal funds being in jeopardy, right? As I mentioned to the honorable senator, we have build-out deadlines that we have to comply with basically every year from this year to 2027, right? Depending on the status of our build-out, at the end of a particular year, there may be penalties imposed on us if we do not comply with the amount of locations that we have to deploy to for that particular year, right? We do not foresee a clawback or a termination of the program that would put in jeopardy federal funds, but certainly the penalties are in place, and so that is what we are aware of. We're very aware of that, both in terms of our business operations and in terms of the social purpose that this project has for Virgin Islanders, right? And so that's why we want to stress the urgency of any permit issues being resolved so we can complete this build out in time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just finish up? Okay, real quickly, I wanted to go back to VIA. So, I went out there to pay my bill, and I think I see one cashier. So it's like, and you hear the rumor, and we got to address it. So they're saying that we outsource a lot of the jobs now. It seems like you guys have a slow job reduction going on, but the bill's going up. I saw my bill went up the other day. So what exactly is happening with VIA? Is there a continued cut in the workforce, or what is going on? Because, with the VI community, we're supporting the whole Caribbean. Money is coming from here, going to the whole Caribbean. we have to protect, our own, and it's kind of troubling when the employees them is saying that they in fear of losing jobs. So tell me, do you have another plan, a round of job cuts? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, if she can answer on the chair time. And also, if I can ask for the Public Work Commissioner to respond to the VIA issue with the federal jeopardy on the chair's time. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, thank you for the question. So regarding, and I think the last couple times CEO Pitt has been here, she has talked about the fact that in order to remain competitive, the company has been reshaping. And while things may be shifting in one area, we also are hiring employees. I mean, this is a very dynamic, competitive environment, as we have our competitors here, and so we can't do business the way that we always have. And as we move forward, we are putting a lot more of the control in terms of customers. They've been asking for it. I want to be able to manage my bills. We're doing a lot more online, WhatsApp billing, a lot of the things that are making it easier for the customer so they don't have to worry about coming in during business hours. They can take care of their business and their transactions on their time, just as they do with banking and other places where there's been a real shift in terms of the control going into the hands of the customers. But that being said, so our operations, you talked about a cashier. We have not only a cashier, but we have kiosks that are available 24/7. We talk about payments. We have 11 different ways to pay. You can pay at the bank, you can pay at the credit union. So it's rather than necessarily all of our employees being in one place, we're giving customers more options. And even as we're shifting, we are also hiring. And so I think it's important for people to look at the whole picture. But it's going to be important for us as we move forward. We cannot do business the way that we did 10, 15, 20 years ago for obvious reasons. And so while it's changing, I think the whole point is it's changing for the better. A lot of the changes that we're doing, our customers asked us for that. And so that's, as you see it, and we do our best, I think, to communicate with our community as we're doing these changes.
Well, sir, Popa, you could pay with a kiosk. I ain't even sure I know what that is. But, Commissioner, can you respond to the statement from Liberty with the federal jeopardy, Nana?
Yeah, sure. Derek Gabriel, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I've said to this committee several times, my priority is to protect our transportation infrastructure. That requires us to scrutinize permits. That requires us to scrutinize legacy work that's been done. It requires us to really take the due diligence in our fiduciary responsibility very seriously. If that results in their program being a little bit more delayed, then I'm unapologetic for that. Similarly, we have, and I have, continued to extend not only my time, but our staff's time to review their applications. So I think from a DPW perspective, as Liberty testified, things have improved significantly. But I mean, their deadlines are not my concern, Senator. Their deadlines are their deadlines for the grant that they applied for. As such, it is inherent on them to submit applications that are complete and that fall within our compliance requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, Senator Johnson is there. Okay, very well. Before I go to Senator Johnson, let me ask, this one is for Liberty, and this is a text I got from a constituent who stated that what's going on with the outrageous bills in the thousands. He said he have a prepaid plan. He has a prepaid plan, which is $40 a month. But there is no way he should be getting a bill for over $1,000. Is there an issue with the system? Can you please respond to that for me?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Blyden. This is John Santiago for the record again. I didn't catch the specific issue.
Prepaid customer. I'm sorry, Trisha. A prepaid customer whose plan is $40 a month, but he's receiving a bill for over $1,000, and he's been getting his prepaid bill paid on a regular monthly basis.
Yeah.
So he's asking what the issue with the system.
Yeah. So as Ravi added during.
You can continue.
Sorry. So as Ravi added during our testimony, a particular issue that we are still facing from the migration to our systems, most issues have been resolved, but a particular issue that remains is billing, and that falls in broadly into four categories. So there are clients, and from what I'm hearing from your friend's situation, it doesn't seem to be the case, but there are clients that were migrated from AT&T that had outstanding invoices in the AT&T system. When they are migrated into the Liberty system, that outstanding balance does not immediately reflect. It reflected months later, and in that case, in those types of cases, we're making partial adjustments to the clients because we understand the inconvenience of you receiving an invoice that you weren't expecting from months ago. There are other billing errors regarding incorrect bills or issues with autopay or bills not being delivered. In those cases, we are addressing them very much in a case-by-case basis. But what we do in those cases, we whitelist any customers that are receiving billing errors. That means that we don't immediately collect, we don't suspend service until we resolve the issue. And certainly, if the person is billed incorrectly, then that is adjusted. And again, the client is whitelisted until the situation is resolved, right? And there are other billing issues, but I think that addresses what your friend was.
Was there any changes to the payment portals? Were there any changes as of late to your payment portals? Any changes whatsoever?
Well, to the extent that we changed our services.
Speak into the mic, please.
Oh, I apologize. To the extent that our systems switched during the migration, right, from the AT&T back office systems to our systems, then yes. But Ravi or Catherine can speak more on that.
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. So a couple of things, and going back, if I may, to your initial concern. So the only way that a prepaid customer will be able to get or receive any type of documentation as to what you stated is if at any point in time he was in the postpaid system. Okay, then there's a likelihood that there might have been a situation with billing. Other than that, a prepaid customer is a flat fee.
Exactly.
And they could pay, addressing the second point, they can pay either in person at our kiosk. We have each of our locations, 5 locations have a kiosk available for them to do it in person, or they can do it online as well, or subscribe to our autopay service.
Very well. And that's what he stated, that's what he does. So that's why he said in the text. And also, in respect to your website and your customer friendliness of that website, as it pertains to accessing home internet, I think you need to look into that because it used to be customer friendly, but it's not too customer friendly. You have to actually go searching all over the place to get to where you want to go. And I will show you after the hearing what I'm speaking to. Okay?
No problem. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Here. Good afternoon to the testifiers that are here today. And most of my problem is always with Liberty. And I want to say to Commissioner Public Work, the reason why we have you here is because we want to hold you fully responsible to make sure that none of these companies got digging up these roads that we already fixed, especially if BIGN has space in the trunk for them. Is that a very clear, Commissioner?
Yes.
Because I traverse a road out on the eastern end, which is Laurie Hill and Sally Fancy. And where they cut that road, because once they cut these roads, it ain't gonna bend back unless you do a full overlay. So I really asking you, Commissioner, to please make sure that when these people touch our road without permission, that they are penalized to fix it back just how they meet it. It is very important. We just starting to see some of our roads get paved. We can't go back to that again, please. Now, Liberty, I think the gentleman that spoke there was Mr. Santiago. If I'm right, please let me know. Your name is Santiago?
Yes, correct. Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Good. I listened very candidly, and you say you had a very slow start. In other words, when you took over from AT&T, a very slow start, but it was a bad start. And the people of St. Croix and the Virgin Islands still seeing SOS. However, the people at the Virgin Islands bill never got a credit. Never. I don't know nobody that there with Liberty that get credit. But every time your phone say SOS, I guarantee Liberty know that your phone did say SOS. What's the status on this problem up to today?
Catherine Kling, Liberty VI. Senator, I believe that when Jean was referring to a slow start, he was talking about our construction project for Connect USVI. As it relates to SOS in St. Croix, I have to also remind you that we deployed additional cell sites, which would have helped us to cover whatever areas were being underserved and therefore will likely default to SOS for lack of coverage in the island of St. Croix specifically. So in our general manager's statement, it was listed the amount of cell sites that we actually were able to turn on in the past 6 months. The majority of the...
Hold on 1 minute for me. I don't want you to rattle off and take my time away. I was very clear. When the phone said SOS, you guys are aware of that. And when it says SOS, the individual cannot use his phone. Why doesn't the person get credit for that?
Our back office team is the one that will see those type of deficiencies, and they will have applied credits to that customer. In order for me to better answer you, I will need to know exactly the customer or customers that you're referring to, so I can validate whether or not that was done.
Pretty much all the people on this island for sure have seen a SOS, but no one have ever received a credit. So let's stop playing games with this. I don't take this lightly. I've seen SOS up to last month on my phone, and I got to shut my phone off, turn it back on in order to make a call. So let's stop playing games with this SOS. And you guys really need to get serious and start compensating the people. You tell me about your slow start, but you're not telling me about compensating people when they can't use their phone. I really don't accept it. I really don't. It bothers me very much when customers, people can't even make an emergency call with a SOS. I would like to ask one thing. What specific improvement have been made recently, and what further actions are needed to streamline this process? And it's directly to Liberty.
Okay. So, sir, Senator, and thank you for the question. So, in particular, we would reference that we brought online 5 new mobile sites, which allowed us to add more capacity. So, from a coverage or capacity standpoint, we're able to improve that throughput by 26%. So, what does that mean? If you are accustomed to seeing, X speed,
1 minute.
if you did a speed test on your mobile device, right now on the overall network as a whole, you will see that improvement by about 26% better. So you'll see higher downloads at speeds.
What about communication with our phone? I'm finding more dead spot that I didn't have before. Right here on the island of St. Croix, there's some real spots that was never there before, that every time you drive, your family could tell you, are you passing by
30
Clifton
seconds.
Hill now? You passing by the prison now? People could identify where you are just from the communication loss. What is happening with that?
So Senator Johnson, we actually have team members that have been on the territory doing what we consider drive tests. So the team members are driving around the various islands looking to pick up those kind of issues so we can better optimize the network to reduce those occurrences. So
What report have been given to you?
Yes.
What are they saying to you? I don't want to hear what you have, because this do exist. What are they saying to you about the loss of lines when people using their phone?
So, sorry. So, sir, the SOS element that you're referring to, all I can say is that with any electronics, periodically you need to restart the devices. We've also been aware, and we're looking into it. Some of the older devices, you may need to do a network reset on the device if you see that SOS ping, and we actually have a tutorial how to do that. But it is something that, for whatever reason, could be the lack of coverage as well that will contribute to that issue.
Mr. Chair, I would like on your time for VIA, T-Mobile, to tell me if any of their customers ever reporting SOS on their system. I think that time was called, but can VIA and T-Mobile please tell me? Because what this gentleman for Liberty tell me, I don't know who he think he talking to. I really don't know. But don't tell me that, please. Can VIA and T-Mobile tell me if they does have SOS share up on their phone? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Jennifer Matarangas King, via, no, we do not.
Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile, no, we do not.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. No. You're not. I want to ask a couple of questions before I let you go.
No.
Listen, I'm just. You were next, but I'm going to ask a question right quick. I was just kidding. Let me ask Vaya. In respect to the ACP program here in the territory,
Right.
and after this program was terminated in May, what can you tell us about the impact on your customer base and therefore on the utilization of and access to broadband in the territory?
Okay, we had the largest number of subscribers on the ACP program. At one point, I think at its height, we had about 3,700 subscribers out of the 5,000. Around the time that the program ended, we had about 3,400. So we were very aggressive early on. The minute we found out about it, there were a set number of messages that needed to go to the public. We exceeded that. So we did SMS, email. We actually had a call-out campaign because we wanted to ensure that everyone knew, number one, this was going to be happening and how it would affect. We didn't want people to be surprised all of a sudden, they're receiving a bill. So we did a lot around that. And one of the things we did, the same way that we got our ACP customers, we did the same measures to retain those customers and try and move them to Lifeline. Although the ACP credit is more than the $9.25 of Lifeline, it is still a discount, and the qualifiers were the same in terms of SNAP, WIC, Medicaid. And so I'm sure you saw us all summer. We were at all of the expos, all of the activities. I mean, that's a hallmark for us. We know that you have to go where the community is to get the information out. And so we have been able to migrate essentially many of the ACP customers to Lifeline. Another part of that process was actually extending, as I mentioned. We actually subsidized. So we wanted to make sure that people didn't just have a drop-off in May, or even if they moved to Lifeline. So we have been subsidizing and providing additional discounts, and we are going to be doing that through October. So we really wanted to work with the customers and really engage with them so they can understand Lifeline is going away, but here are your options. There is another federally funded program called Lifeline. And just let them know, what the possibilities are. And so we are seeing our Lifeline numbers are growing, where Lifeline had really dwindled because most people were interested in ACP. Every day our Lifeline numbers are growing as we're working on migrating as many of those folks over to Lifeline by October.
Okay, very well. And T-Mobile, first question, did you have any customer on the ACP program? And I believe you do have a program similar to the ACP, am I correct? Can you speak to that?
Yes, Elian Cañellas from T-Mobile. No, we did not have any customers in the USVI under the ACB program. However, I think you may be referring to Project 10 Million,
Yes.
the program that we have for students, which we have not been able to extend to the USVI. Your office was kind enough to put us in connection with the Department of Education of the USVI in order to get the information that we need in order to set up the program. That's something that we want to do. We have not received that information from the Department of Education. We will continue to follow up with them to see how can we achieve that.
And do you have that program elsewhere? Can you speak to that and what it does?
Yeah, Project 10 Million, we have it basically all through the U.S., including also Puerto Rico. And it's a program that serves students. Basically, we provide hotspots for students. It started actually somewhat during the pandemic. I don't have the details with me right now, but I can provide those to you separately. Basically, we provide hotspots to students for I don't remember the specific amount of gigabytes, so they can do their it's one per household, so they can do they can connect several devices and they do studying and everything. They don't need to rely to any outside resource or go to a library in order to complete their assignments and do their studying.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. I'm sorry, Senator Joseph. I'm sorry, Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff. So, me too. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You thought wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listening and present. You know, the last time we met here, I could remember all the issues and tell you all them verbatim via VINGN. I don't really think much has changed, even though I'm very happy to hear what has changed. But I know for certain we just went through a hurricane. And I think a lot of times we think in terms of business, getting back up on track right away to provide our customers a service. I have via thank you. You guys came to my gate, and they checked physically. They were out there checking through the fallen trees and stuff about getting the service connected back. I'm sure it was no different for Liberty, T-Mobile, everybody getting their services up and going. Now, what kind of damage cost has via VINGN seen since Hurricane Ernesto that you're presently addressing now?
So, Senator, I don't have those details,
Okay.
but I can, get back to you at a later time.
Okay, good. Via?
Well, what I can say, I don't have a dollar amount, but what I can say, as I mentioned before, some of the challenges that we had, obviously having to replace customer premise equipment. But I think, and mirroring what Liberty said earlier, the fact that the commercial power issue, and I mean, even after the storm has left, one of the things that we find is there are many days, even when the weather is fine, that we are relying on backup power. And that can be very costly because you're talking about generators and fuel and all of that. We did, I mean, and with any weather event, we have some generators that were damaged, burnt equipment that we're now replacing. So those are some of the things that are standard. I think whenever you have a weather event that we have to do some replacement. And we have been working feverishly in the aftermath to ensure that we are ready for whatever other weather event may be coming our way.
Okay, and T-Mobile? Any
Yes.
damage assessment costs?
Yes, Elian Cañellas from T-Mobile. Again, I don't have a specific data with me right now, but I can just ask via. I think we've learned to be prepared and to have our own generators and to have everything available. We ran into a particular issue during the tropical storm Ernesto in a particular site where our generator, a generator from the landlord failed, and it was a particular site which was difficult to access. Yes. And for I think for over a day we were out in that particular site. We were able to resolve, and actually a few hours ago I heard that we were able to get our own generator, permanent generator, in the site, so it shouldn't happen again.
Okay, thank you. Via NGN?
Given the fact that we're a middle mile provider, we don't have the endpoint situations that the carriers have. We had minimal damage. Most of the damage for us happened actually after the storm with the WAPA trimming trees and nicking our fiber, and that's a very expensive proposition. It's like somebody pulled fiber down. So tree trimming actually is a problem for us more than the storm itself.
And last but not least, Commissioner of Public Works, any issue regarding your equipment? Again, the employees to me is what's paramount now because we are in hurricane season. We ain't worrying about it. It's here. It's here to stay. Any issues Public Works sustained?
With the prolonged power outages?
Well, yeah, either again or to basically your employees going out there working. Was any damage done to any of the vehicles or anything like that? Because I say all of this affects our telecommunication along the way because we all join at the hip. You know, we just under different names, but we all join at the hip, and the end game is the customer.
Right. So I know our heavy equipment took a hit again. We had a couple pieces that are down, but we should get those up in the next couple weeks. Facilities, nothing major, just a little bit of flooding. I think the biggest damage was the impact of having the generators running consistently for those days. Luckily the power has been restored and it's been reliable since it's back on. So we've been able to take down the generators, get them maintained, refueled, and make sure we're ready for the next event.
Okay, so because we are in a hurricane season, we've got one down. Going forward, has this changed the way going forward now in terms of
1 minute?
Our preparations that we're doing in telecommunications? We know that we're in a hurricane season, that one has already came. Is it anything different or is it business as usual to the different carriers?
Praveen Jamawala, Liberty. So we have definitely had a debrief on areas that we can improve upon. There's a few cell sites.
30 seconds.
There was a few cell sites where the generators ran out of fuel because we didn't have the ability to install external tanks. So the team are working through that, and we're working to remedy that situation. And once we should be ready, much better prepared once those tanks are in place.
Okay, T-Mobile and Envia?
Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile. I think there are always learnings, of course, and depending on the situations that arise. But as I just mentioned, there was one particular situation with a site, and we addressed it. So that one shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Okay, Envia, and then one wrap up, Mr. Chair. Envia?
I think as much as we prepare, there's always, every event, you'll find something new. Something that may have been an issue before is no longer, but there's a new one. So in terms of any gaps that we've found, we're working on them. For us, we really spend a lot of time and engagement when it comes to hurricane season, having been through the most recent ones, Irma and Maria, and seeing, the worst case scenario. So we're constantly looking at how can we improve. I think that there's some lessons learned from Ernesto, and we're working on making sure that we're even more prepared for the next event.
And finally, Mr. Chair, regarding the customer base now, each of you, the carriers, have had issues that multiplied since Hurricane Ernesto. And in addressing them going forward, what takeaways do we have from just this small Cat 1 hurricane going forward to try to address hardening our system, whatever there may be need to be done? Is there anything going in place going forward?
Yeah, thank you, Senator DeGraff. This is John Santiago for the record, again, for Liberty. So with respect to we obviously we take lessons from each disaster that occurs, right? And we think about how we can improve towards the future, but we don't think of this as an event, on an event basis. We have long-term plans in place for improving our resiliency towards the future. Actually, we were talking about the Connect USVI build-out before, right? Connect USVI, we have to remember, comes in the aftermath of the impact of Irma in St. Thomas, St. John, of the impact of Maria in St. Croix, and that's when the FCC took the initiative then to bring this network. And it wasn't just let's bring high-speed internet to all Virgin Islanders. It's let's bring high-speed internet that's resilient in the face of disasters, right? So in the case of the Connect USVI fixed build-out, they also required Liberty, and we were happy to provide a disaster preparedness and response plan, right? And that outlines not only plans in terms of like hurricane management, natural disaster management operationally, but also in terms of our infrastructure towards the future. How are we going to make our network more resilient, right? And Ravi gave some examples in his testimony about what we've been doing to underground cell sites, et cetera, to make our both our mobile and our fixed network more resilient. So that is part of our long-term plans.
Regardless of hurricanes or not.
Yes.
Via last word and Timo, and then you could, Mr. Chair.
I think it will continue to ensure that we engage with our local and federal partners. I will say something that may be surprising to many. Although we have in the room competitors, there are many times when we actually collaborate, especially when there are disasters. And that's something I think the relationship in the room has been very helpful. So I wanted to put that on the record.
Very good to hear.
At the end of the day, one thing.
Sure.
At the end of the day, in many cases, as we talk about cell towers and landlords, we often share in some of the same pain points. And so we also work together to get those issues resolved.
That's good to hear. And T-Mobile, wrap up.
Same for T-Mobile. We continue to improve our plans. We continue to learn more, and particularly as the Via representative mentioned, develop more networking and more resources within the USBI to address any issues that may come up.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Joseph, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues, for being here. And Mr. Chairman, I must commend you that this is a very timely discussion, especially given in the wake of Tropical Storm Ernesto. And I want to thank all of our telecommunication players for being here with us, minus the Water and Power Authority, because they play a vital role in powering our telecommunication systems. Real critical role. We can't have them and be having a telecommunication system if they don't have any energy behind of it. And so I'm very happy to finally ask some questions. Now, if we could recall, we had a similar type of hearing, and this would have been last year. April last year, we had a discussion regarding with Liberty here. I don't believe Public Works was in attendance. You sent a letter indicating where you were. I don't know how, it's kind of strange, that WAPA isn't here. And then at that time, you weren't here, but WAPA was here. Mr. Smith was here. Andy Smith, I could recall that vividly. And apparently, Liberty was trying to make some overtures to WAPA so that you could get the lines them on the aerial lines. That's how you describe it, right? Aerial lines. And for me, a lay person, I would describe it more just putting the lines them on the pole, right? So, and they were here, and that was the first time they knew that you were trying to get in contact with them, you, Liberty. That's when Mr. Andy Smith said, he wasn't totally aware and he was supposed to sit down with you guys at Liberty. So my question is, did that sit down happen with you, Liberty, regarding the aerial lines on the WAPA poles?
So I can't reference 2023 meetings, Senator Joseph. However, what I can say, when I came into the territory this year, I was able to meet with Mr. Smith at the time, and we have had regular meetings with them since. In particular, engaging with legal counsel for WAPA, Ms. Sinclair.
Yes.
And Ashley Bryan.
Right.
I think I would have indicated in my testimony that we have an interim pole attachment for one area for that aerial bill.
And did they work out the fee? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Did they work out the fee? And are you now having a fee agreement with WAPA and you are paying? That's my end question there. That's the end game. Because we want to make sure that if you is just not a talk, that you have worked out an agreement, and that's the progress, and you are paying WAPA a fee to put in your aerial fiber lines.
So we're not, it hasn't been finalized. So we've only received that final pole attachment from them last week. Long and short of it, after several weeks of negotiation early up in the year, WAPA retracted the pole attachment agreement they gave to us, and then said, we had to have then negotiated an interim agreement to evaluate the fee structure and the SLAs associated with those things.
See, now we're not wanting to make no money. That's how I look at this, because that's a source of funding that could come into the Water and Power Authority. And we are not business friendly and looking at earning money, especially on WAPA. So I really would have loved if they were here. Now, Commissioner Gabriel, I'm so happy. In fact, I can't contain myself that you are here so that you could answer the questions I need to ask relative to this micro trenching and the disconnect that you and Liberty were having regarding their permits, because they had mentioned that they were doing some micro trenching, and you at the Department of Public Works, looking out for, I suspect, the best interests of the tax-paying people, who is us, right, was saying, no, we're not doing that because we'd want it to be at a certain level, because, in fact, to be able to grade the concrete and whatever the asphalt. So you kindly expound on that.
1 minute.
So the department didn't really have a lot of experience prior to this project with microtrenching. Let's just put that out there. I don't think a lot of people in the territory had a lot of experience. It is different. The microtrenching requires lines to be, I think it's 18 inches or above, somewhere between 18 and 24 inches or above.
Correct.
We typically ask for utilities to go deeper, especially so that you don't see some of the challenges that we're seeing now. Where you're having the concrete casings begin to rise, causing asphalt failure, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've come a long way, and Ravi mentioned that in his testimony. It's improved. We've been meeting with them to give them schedules of our roadways.
One moment for me, if you could just pause, if I may interject, please. Now, the concrete raising and all of those things that may happen during the microtrenching, who would be the responsible entity to resurface?
Time.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Resurface those areas. Who would be the responsible entity?
So typically the utility.
So they will be responsible for fixing it if it
For
came
repairing the
up?
failures, yes.
For
That
the
is correct.
failures.
They
And you
usually,
have-
so if I may, there's usually, I think it's a 2-year period, a warranty period that we've been going with. That was as of the first agreement. I think this time around, we're going with a lot. I think it's a 5-year warranty agreement that we have now. So typically, Liberty has been really good with doing site visits with us and remedying those repairs.
Okay, so when we see potholes and things lifting up, we are going to stop blaming you and start blaming Liberty. Is that it?
I would love to say blanket yes. If I'm honest, no. It could only be along the trench route, So there are telltale signs where you can tell where it's a utility. If it falls in line with the vault boxes that you're seeing in the road, if it falls in line with the trenches, if you begin to see immediate concrete failures higher than you would normally see them, there's usually telltale signs.
Okay, so I'm glad we cleared that up. And finally, Mr. Chairman, how many of your permits, Liberty, have been approved since last year? Because you had a number of them that was waiting for approval by DPW. I know you were working with them and they were working with you. How many permits have been approved thus far?
So let me defer to Mr. Preston, but I want to say that we have 16 that is pending Commissioner Gabriel's signature, and there's still 15, I believe. But Mr. Preston can give you the exact
I need to
details.
know the total amount that you have pending and how long they've been pending.
Okay.
Mr. Preston, kindly have a seat right. The Sergeant of Arm will guide you to where you should be seated. Mr. Chairman, could you kindly indulge me?
No worries.
Kurt Preston.
Please
Liberty
speak your
VI.
name clearly into the record. We have a new stenographer, and she has to record this accurately, this proceeding.
Kurt Preston, Liberty VI.
What's your first name?
Kurt.
Kurt. Okay. How you spell it?
K-U-R-T.
K-U-R-T, Preston. Okay. Kindly proceed, Mr. Preston.
We have 28 approved permits that are being worked on right now, 19 that have been submitted to the commissioner for signature. Of that 19, he's signed 8 of them. We have 15 pending review with their engineering department, and then 11 more that we will take to their engineering department for additional review.
So you have 19 that you submitted, and 8 of them have been approved. That's what you're representing?
28 before this 19 were already approved. Most recently, in the last couple of months, an additional 19. 5 of those we've already received signature from the commissioner.
And how many are you awaiting signature now from the commissioner, total?
From the commissioner is 11. No.
No, you just said 15 was pending.
19, 14.
And that includes the pending
14
15?
pending his signature.
How many is pending?
14 pending his signature.
14 pending signature.
No, I'm sorry.
I know you're getting this screwed up.
I know.
Let's get it
19
ironed
were
out.
submitted in the last couple of months.
Okay.
8 of them he has signed and sent to us.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
5 came today.
wait. 19 in the several months. So you have a 11, right, that he hasn't signed.
Correct.
Okay, now we good. Now you talk about 15 that was pending review from his engineers and
Correct.
architects.
Correct.
Right. So where we are with that 15?
We will review with the engineering department on a weekly basis.
Okay. And Commissioner, when do you believe you'll be approving these 11?
I could leave now and start.
Excuse me?
I said
You
I could leave-
speak,
I could leave
speak
now and
clearly into
begin.
them.
So I sign off on them as they're normally prepared. Just for some clarity, there are 2 reviews that usually the applications go through. They go through one with the Office of Highway Engineering to make sure that they are falling in line with FP14, which is our federal rules and regulations regarding road pavement, as well as on the local engineering side to make sure that they are falling in line with our right-of-way, to make sure they're following in line with the roads, and we don't have any other road projects that are coming up because then they're delayed.
How long, Mr. Preston, have you been waiting for these 11 to be signed off on?
The ones that are in the commissioner's hands for signature,
How long have you been waiting?
I would say 2 weeks for them to process internally after we review with engineering.
Okay, so these have been waiting for 2 weeks. And how long do you typically wait, Mr. Preston, for these to be approved? He's sitting right next to you. Don't be afraid, you know. You got to just talk the truth and just shame the devil.
As he said, there's 2 different forms of the process. Once it passes through his engineering organization, it's pretty quick. It's a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Getting through that part of the process, verifying all of the things that go on in the field is the part that takes much longer.
And I could appreciate that. And Commissioner, you must do your due diligence. And so I wouldn't expedite it. do your due diligence. I have no problem, but once your due diligence is completed, then you are comfortable with signing. Okay, so what about these 15 pending now? This is going through the process of the review with the engineers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that typically takes how long?
Typical is a tough word because it's
Average.
been taking
Average.
months.
Are you an engineer?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know about time, right?
Time, yeah.
Okay. I work with a whole bunch of project engineers. So engineers are usually very precise, Mr. Preston. Average.
Go ahead. I'm thinking 3 months.
3 months? Okay. That's not too bad. I'm going to say that's, at least for me, 3 months is not too bad given all of the work that DPW has to do. 3 months is not too bad. Okay, if it was like half of a year, I would have been saying it was really bad. So, Commissioner, I'm going to give you maybe a C minus. Just joking. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I do have one other, thank you. I have some questions here for our nice people at
But
OMB.
before you go there, VP Margarita King have to leave in 7 minutes, so if anyone has any questions for her before she leaves.
I thought you were staying.
Very well, very well.
I'm going to, I have no problem with her being released. I'm
Okay.
not going to ask her any questions. I'm going to focus mostly on the BEAD program.
Okay, well, before you go there, VP King, you are released, and thank you so much for participating today, okay?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, very well.
Great. I wanted to.
Senator Joseph, I was going there also, but continue.
You
Go
know,
ahead.
I'm just like fast, like lightning with a whole bunch of energy. Okay, so I could light up any place, practically. I would like to ask you now, OMB, Ms. Cox and Mr. Weber, I really want to thank you for your testimony. It was very enlightening. But I'm concerned about your statement that none of the funding is going to be used for infrastructure. T-Mobile just indicated that they need some money for infrastructure for their wireless. How is it? Because you want to have accessibility. You want to have people with low income. And if the infrastructure isn't there, you know what? The end product to get the accessibility is not going to occur. What are your thoughts on that? Ms. Cox, you want to answer, or Mr. Weber?
Yes, so Samir Weber, Federal Grants Manager. So the federal government does not allow for duplication of funding. So because the VI received the Connect VI grant, which is for infrastructure, we cannot use BEAD funding for infrastructure.
So wireless connectivity is considered infrastructure?
Because they're using it for their towers, yes. The
The
tower is infrastructure.
But and you're talking about the grant that Liberty received, right?
Correct.
Through VI broadband.
Yes.
But their zone is just to connect. That's fiber. That's that's a whole different structure, right? I mean, I am not a very informed human being. I'm not smart as you and all of these people. But fiber is actually a physical thing. Fiber is like these things. Wireless is on the satellite dishes. Maybe, I don't know, but it's two different mechanisms. It's two different types. Perhaps Mr. Adams could shed some light on it for us with VINGN. Mr. Adams, could you please shed some light with the infrastructure, if I may be allowed?
Well, I'll echo what OMB has stated, that the duplication rule is in effect in the territory and in Puerto Rico. And so what that means is that any infrastructure for communications, period, whether it's wireless or fixed fiber or pure fiber, is unallowed until after Liberty has completed their project.
So that's until 2027,
2030.
2030.
So it's not just the BEAD grant, it's for any broadband monies now and in the future until 2030 cannot be used for any infrastructure projects whatsoever until Liberty has completed their project.
Can I add that it's not just, I just want to say, it's not just that stream of funding either, it's all federal funding, which is why we have to be careful because even some of our roads funding for our unified paving comes into jeopardy if the federal government realizes there is any duplication of benefits.
I understand that. That's called supplanting. You're doing the same type of activity with another grant that you have another grant to do the same type. Is supplanting.
So the reason I say that, Senator, is because once Liberty places their infrastructure in the roads, it's a part of our infrastructure, and we can no longer use FEMA funds to relocate their lines, even if it's temporarily, once they're in our roadways. Hence, why our due diligence in some cases takes a little while.
And that's what I said, it's fine. Okay, I understand you have to do your due diligence. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more questions. Now I've gotten that level of clarity and understanding. So, oh, wait one moment. I do have one question. So there was a personnel that was supposed to be hired for this BEAD program to manage it. Ms. Cox and Mr. Weber, correct?
Correct.
Where are we with the hiring of the director?
So at the moment, we are still looking for a director for this program.
Speak into the mic. I'm thinking that the stenographer cannot hear you.
So at the moment, we're still looking for a director for this program.
Have you gotten any bites?
Yes. So over the last year or so, we have conducted multiple interviews. We found a few candidates who we thought were perfect. However, that did not materialize.
And what was some of the challenges that came up based on your interview and offering?
One was the salary. The salary that they were asking for was not sustainable through the life of the grant. And the other issue was few candidates got better offers.
And what is your salary range, if I may ask?
The salary range is between 90 to 110.
And what is the plan B should you not be able to find a director to manage this program?
Truth be told, we're not worried. As you have heard in the testimony, we are one of only 25 states to reach where we are. Our team is very much capable of getting it done.
So why one of I don't be the director?
Because we also have other jobs to be done.
I understand, but it's always good to promote from within.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency and your leeway, and I thank all of you for being patient enough to answer my questions. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. OMB, let me ask you, though, in respect to workforce development and upskilling, in your testimony you spoke to the impact of our skill set and employability in the territory. Can you speak to that, please? How? How will it make a difference? And what would that look like?
Christine Rodriguez-Cox, Senior Performance Analyst, OMB. So we do plan to put a significant amount of BEAD funding towards workforce upskilling, especially in areas of IT. We recognize that we need to kind of look outside of the box, outside of our existing tourism industry, and kind of attract a different type of sector to the territory, whether it be in cybersecurity or agriculture industry as well. So we're going to put some money towards looking at expanding those businesses within the territory and hopefully attracting the employers to the territory. That way we can hire residents.
And what type of non-for-profit organization will you be partnering with in terms of assisting with this BEAD funding?
Oh yeah, so most definitely we are going to be putting out a series of upcoming technical workshops where we explain to those existing nonprofits the opportunities that will exist. We have been meeting with quite a few. I know for one in particular, it's the individuals that are trying to push the esports industry within the territory. We've been meeting with them, their nonprofit, as well as some other stakeholders that have reached out to us. So we have ongoing meetings with them. They know our email. They know how to find us either through myself or partnering with the digital equity team is Nilsen Bobbitt. She has definitely been a great push, extra advertising for us, at least, on the BEAD side to kind of get that information out there, and people have been reaching out to us. So we're open to meeting with all nonprofits that are interested in these categories.
Well, it's good to know that the information is getting out.
Oh, yeah.
Because when it comes to federal funds, it's very important for such a small territory and the needs we have to utilize those funds in every way possible. Senator Fonseca, you have any burning question? You could. Okay, very well. I think we have, no, I'm not. We have exhausted our questions, and I want to thank all of the different telecommunication providers for being here today. It was a very robust discussion, and I must say we learned some new stuff today, and I'm happy to see the collaboration with the different entities. I'm happy to see the progress since our last meeting. And Senator Joseph, our last meeting was that meeting was not last year. It was in January the 24th, to be exact. Yes, it was in January. It was in January the 24th, to be exact. I have this. I'll show you the agenda. Anyway, Senator, it's okay. It's okay. So I'm gonna let them put their closing statement on record. I'm gonna start with VINGN, a 30-second closing statement.
Oh, thank you. We're very pleased to present today. I want to, first of all, thank the men and women at VINGN for the hard work they do every day to keep our network running, but also wanted to publicly state that VINGN is in tremendous support of the private sector and them being able to provide services to the end users, and we'll do everything that we can for their success.
Thank you so much. OMB?
Yes, firstly, I want to say thank you very much for having us here. It's always a pleasure to come and give our testimony to the people of the Virgin Islands and to this legislative body. We will continue to work diligently to help the people of the Virgin Islands as much as we can.
Thank you. Commissioner Gabriel, Public Works.
Good afternoon again. So I just want to echo everyone. Thank you again. Great discussions, great robust day full of updates for us. I just want to thank our telecommunications partners. I briefly, if I can, OMB has a program, the Fellows Program, the GVI Fellows Program. We actually have 2 fellows in our office that are working with us, that stayed with us through the duration of the program. One of those, because of the reviews that we're doing for Liberty, and because we've been able to agree to certain agreements with Liberty, one of those is going to be a permanent employee at DPW. And it shows really a partnership and a collaboration in this young man has been working on the Liberty project, I would say, for a large part of his tenure at the Department of Public Works, which is now going to materialize into a full-time position as one of the project inspectors for this project. So, that's the kind of collaboration that we talk about through the difficult things the difficult growing pains, we see the fruits of our labor. So, even in Via's absence, I want to thank them for being great partners. Liberty, we're working through this. It's a relationship like any, there's challenges, but we are seeing the fruits of our labor. Thank you, guys, and we look forward to a continued great relationship.
Thank you. And T-Mobile?
Adrian Cañellas from T-Mobile. Thank you all for the invitation, for the participation, and I think it was a great discussion, as usual, Senator Blyden. Hopefully next time we will be able to attend in person and be with you in the room. So thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. And Liberty?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to thank you and your committee for giving us this opportunity for coming today and providing these updates. Also would like to thank DPW, WAPA, VINGN for the relationships and for allowing us to work through all of the misunderstandings and continue to work through those to improve that relationship. Finally, I would also like to thank my staff, all my team members that continue to work tirelessly in all these facets to ensure that we deliver excellent service to the Virgin Islands.
Thank you again, and thank all of you for your responses, your recommendations, and it's important that, and as yours go through, it's important to communicate and collaborate in order to move forward and in order to get things done. We have to talk to each other and work out our differences. And the importance of telecommunications in the territory, it's an understatement. So I must say that today was our birthday. I want to thank all of my colleagues for spending the day here with us. We started at 9 o'clock. We had Housing Finance Authority giving us an update. We also had Public Works and the telecommunication companies. And again, on behalf of my staff, central staff, security, public affairs, media, stenographers, I want to say thank you. The Committee on Housing, Public Work and Transportation is hereby adjourned.